international customers. This 260-ton PSLV-C62 rocket will carry the EOS-N1 satellite, also known as Anvesha, into a polar sun-synchronous orbit a few hundred kilometers above the Earth along with it. 14 co-passenger satellites from domestic and international customers arranged through New Space India Limited, ISRO's commercial arm, will be deployed in space. This marks a crucial moment for the country's most trusted launch vehicle after its last mission in 2025 was aborted due to a technical observation. Let's in fact take a look at the key features of the Anvesha surveillance satellite that is going to be launched today, along with the 15 others that are in the payload of this launch today. So let's look at some of the key features of this. The Anvesha surveillance satellite. Anvesha is India's advanced hyperspectral Earth observation satellite developed by the DRDO for strategic defense purposes. So it's a hyperspectral observation satellite. It's developed by the DRDO and it has very specific defense strategic features as well. It's a powerful surveillance satellite that captures hundreds of narrow spectral bands for precise material identification. So what it does is it observes from above and it captures very tiny microspectral colors of spectrals that are released from objects to have a very unique spectral fingerprint of each object that it is actually tracking. Hence, it's highly important in surveillance. Anvesha actually provides cutting-edge imaging capabilities to map enemy positions with pinpoint accuracy and detail. Since now we have a unique spectral fingerprint of each object from the Earth, what happens is you are able to identify enemies who are hiding in bushes and give you that accurate pinpoint accuracy that you require during such operations. So it obviously strengthens India's defense surveillance by detecting camouflaged asset troops movements and hidden targets effectively. So obviously it's going to be a big boost to our defense forces. It's going to identify all those targets that are camouflaged, that are in hiding very well. Now, the satellite also operates in the sun-synchronous polar orbit, approximately 500 to 600 kilometers altitude. So, it will be in orbit approximately 500 to 600 kilometers above the Earth's surface. And Anvesha serves dual purposes, which includes the border monitoring, agriculture assessment, urban mapping and environmental observations. So, apart from the strategic defense features, it will also help in urban mapping, it will help in agriculture monitoring, and it will help in, because it can profile the minerals of the Earth, it can help detect the soil condition from above. And its hyperspectral technology actually makes it impossible for adversaries to hide activities from India's watchful eye. Hence, it's called a very powerful spy satellite because it has a hyperspectral eye that actually catches every detail that's happening on ground. Is also developed by the DRDO's Instruments Research Establishment. Anvesa represents a major leap in space intelligence gathering. So, obviously, this is a major leap in space intelligence gathering for India as well as for the world. As India's latest eye in the sky, Anvesha bolsters national security and strategic planning significantly. So, it's the greatest in fact eye in the sky that we actually have right now, and this is obviously a boost for, apart from our defense forces, for the agriculture field, for monitoring our Earth as well. In fact, joining us on the broadcast to discuss this further is Group Captain V.N. Jha, Senior Scientist, and Dr. Venkateshwara Swamy, ISRO former Deputy Director. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time and welcome. I want to go across to Venkateshwara Sharma first. In fact, if I can, sir, a very big day for India. This is very important because there are a lot of payloads that have very different features. We were in fact just talking about the Anvesha. So, let us talk about that and how important it is for India.
And good morning to a million NewsX viewers. It is a great day today to begin the new year in 2026. The first launch from India and ISRO happening through C62 and Anvesha mission. There are three very big takeaways, Shivani. We must note. First one is, of course, the Anvesha satellite, which was jointly developed, designed, developed, and fabricated by ISRO and the DRDO. ISRO did all the mainframe systems like power control system, and then sensors, solar panel systems, actuators, and then many other things which are called as the bus systems are developed by ISRO, and the payload was specifically designed and developed by DRDO. Of course, wherever help was required in terms of testing, etc., and technical expertise was provided by ISRO, and this is a very big, major joint effort between the two organizations. Having said that, continuing its capability, we have many satellites in orbit, both by India and other countries, for the optical imagery, but hyperspectral imagery is something which very, very unique and extremely needed requirement for the country, from the point of view that the spectrum of the observation is beyond the visual. That is what we say is the VIBGOIR, is what is the general payload, but this has the infrared as well as ultraviolet, etc., where you can ingress into the earth and see what really is there, and the formation of the earth, whether it is loose soil, solid soil, or how the formation is there, and is there anything below the soil which would affect maybe some landmines, etc., or anything which is hidden between, inside the trees, etc., can also be detected. And another thing is that any movement of the tanks, etc., if it has to be done, the terrain mapping is extremely important, whether the soil is loose, whether the tanks can move, or if the tanks have to cross the river, how is the condition of the river and what is the depth, and whether the tank is safer to move, etc., is something which is really great. Of course, this is the strategic activity. More than that, I think the DRDO should take it forward. And the second part of this Anvesha is the civilian application, where it is extremely important from the disaster management point of view, when the changes happen in the Earth's surface. How does this happen, and what type of glaciers are moving, and how this disaster can be averted is also something which is really important. In addition to that, the agriculture, where the plant, when to plant, how to grow, etc. Also, this information we can study from Anvesha. This is one very important takeaway. The second important takeaway is also that another 14 satellites which are going to be launched by this rocket C62. 5 of them are from Dhruva, the Indian startup company which has made this and has come out with very innovative payloads for Earth observation and also imagery. And that is second. And the 5 satellites are from UK. And one satellite is also very important from the point of view that the refueling of the satellites in orbit to extend its life. And 5, basically this is techno-commercial activity by NSIL, which is giving a big boost for Atmanirbharta achievement by 2041 or whatever it is, as required by the Honorable Prime Minister. The third and the most important takeaway is also Shivani, is that the PSLV is the workhorse, and this is the C64th, that C62 is the 64th flight of PSLV and the fifth mission of PSLV DL, and this rocket is completely being fabricated, tested, and being brought to the Sriharikota launch pad by the private agencies like HAL and public sector agency, and the private partnership like HAL and L&T, etc. is another very big requirement in terms of productionizing this PSLV and making them available by the private agencies. And the whole combination, if you see the 3 takeaways, we can see the industry is growing, country getting supported, startups are getting encouraged. We are going to have disaster management and thing. So all the gamuts of the human life is being covered, I think this is one of the most looked after or wanted type of launch, and the satellite into the orbit. And I think we should look forward for the successful launch, and I'm sure the launch will be successful. Shivani.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, let me also introduce our viewers to those live visuals that we are getting from Sriharikota. Any moment from now at around 10:18 a.m. IST, we will be seeing the launch of Anvesha. We will be seeing that historic launch that is very important and strategic for India as well as the world. In fact, let me also go across to Group Captain Jha, who has been with us since the beginning of the show. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. If I can come across to you, there are obviously a lot of other important facets to this launch, but for the time being, we want to focus on how important and how strategic Anvesha is for the defense forces, because it's an Earth observation satellite as well. We will have other civilian usages as well. Group Captain Jha, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. We are very keenly looking at this particular launch because it is Anvesha, as you have mentioned. You have already given a lot of details. It is essentially for armed forces, various activity that is happening on the Earth. By and large, when we say EOS, Earth Observation Satellite, it means that the satellite is having a look, an eye onto the Earth, happening onto the surface of the Earth. Or there are many other satellites which also look underneath the surface onto the terrain, about agriculture, science and technology. A lot of things are happening by many of the satellites, but we are especially looking at Anvesha because this will give us the...
Here's the pillar of fire.
So just a minute,
we will PSLV-C62 carrying the umbilical tower, a majestic liftoff.
PSLV-C62 प्रमोचन यान का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से और बढ़ चला है अपने उद्देश्य कक्षा की ओर इस मिशन को पूरा करने के लिए EOS-N1 उपग्रह उद्देश्य कक्षा की ओर
Shar ground station is tracking presently for 70 seconds after lift of the S139 motor, and the two strap-ons will together develop thrust.
प्रथम चरण का निष्पादन पूरी तरह सामान्य, यान अपेक्षित पथ का अनुकरण करता हुआ जा रहा है.
Sharp position main auto. Both strap-ons separated.
There's a confirmation from the Range Operations Director that the strap-on motors have been separated from the ongoing launch vehicle. However, the core S139 motor continues to burn and develop thrust.
दोनों स्ट्रैप-ऑन बूस्टर को यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है तथा कोर बूस्टर अभी भी प्रज्वलित है.
Shah station continues to track and Trivandrum station beginning to acquire trajectory data.
इस दौरान कोर बूस्टर 4800 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता है और यान का दिशा निर्धारण करते हुए उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर जा रहा है.
Second stage ignited. +2 minutes.
प्रथम चरण को यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है तथा द्वितीय चरण प्रज्वलित हो चुका है.
The first stage has completed its operation. The relative velocity at this time is 1.7 kilometers per second. Current altitude is 93 kilometers.
द्वितीय चरण विकास इंजन का प्रयोग करते हुए तथा ईंधन के रूप में US-25 तथा N2O4 का इस्तेमाल करता है और वर्तमान में यह 800 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर रहा है.
151 second burn time, for the PS2 stage for the present mission.
Payload fairing separated.
अब यान
Close loop
की
guidance
ऊंचाई
initiated.
123 किलोमीटर हो चुकी है।
Plus
अब यह
3
घने वातावरण से बाहर जा चुका है, इसलिए यान से ऊष्मा कवच को पृथक कर दिया गया है। द्वितीय चरण अभी भी प्रज्वलित है।
2 major flight events upon clearing the dense
Second
atmosphere.
stage performance normal.
The payload fairing has been jettisoned and closed loop guidance is initiated, and PS2 continues to develop thrust.
यहाँ द्वितीय चरण इंजन जिम्बल की मदद से अपना दिशा निर्धारण करता है और उद्दिष्ट पथ की ओर यान को दिशा देता हुआ अपेक्षित पथ का अनुकरण कर रहा है। द्वितीय चरण का निष्पादन पूरी तरह सामान्य। अब यान की ऊंचाई 265 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 3
Second
किलोमीटर
stage
प्रति सेकंड हो
performance
चुकी है।
normal.
The PS2 was powered by the Vikas engine, which develops 800 kilonewtons thrust. The trajectory of the vehicle closely follows the expected trajectory.
Second stage separated. Third stage ignited.
यहाँ इसकी पुष्टि हो चुकी है रेंज ऑपरेशन डायरेक्टर द्वारा। द्वितीय चरण को सफलतापूर्वक यान से पृथक कर
Third
दिया गया
stage
है
performance normal.
तथा तृतीय चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है और वह सामान्य निष्पादन कर रहा है।
We are 4 minutes 45 seconds past the liftoff. The third stage of PSLV, the PS3, the solid propellant stage, has commenced its operation. Rocket is at 250 kilometers
Plus 5
altitude.
तृतीय चरण का कार्यकाल लगभग 150 सेकंड का होगा। यह ठोस नोदक पर आधारित चरण है।
Third stage performance normal.
For the present mission, PS3 stage will burn for 125 seconds.
यह मिशन पोलर ऑर्बिट के लिए है। इसमें सभी उपग्रह सूर्य समकालिक कक्षा में भेजे जा रहे हैं,
Plus 6 minutes.
जो कि भूप्रेक्षण के लिए सर्वथा अनुकूल होता है। दक्षिणी दिशा की ओर यह प्रमोशन होने की वजह से प्रथम कक्षा में महत्वपूर्ण कार्रवाई के लिए मॉनिटरिंग के लिए शार, त्रिवेंद्रम,
Third stage performance
मॉरिशस
normal.
और अंटार्कटिका स्थित ग्राउंड स्टेशन हम तक यान के आंकड़े उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं।
Third stage burnout. Vehicle in combined coast phase.
तृतीय चरण का कार्यकाल समाप्त हो चुका है तथा यान कोस्ट फेज की ओर अग्रसर है। कोस्ट फेज है जहां कोई भी प्रज्वलन नहीं हो रहा है। यान पूर्व प्राप्त संवेग से आगे बढ़ रहा है।
The launch of PSLV-C62 had taken place today at 10:18 hours 30 seconds. The first and second stage have completed their operation.
उपग्रह की कक्षा में अंतक्षेपण के पश्चात प्राथमिक कक्षा निर्धारण इसरो के महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र इसरो टेलीमेट्रिक एंड ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड सेंटर इस ट्रैक द्वारा लगभग वास्तविक समय में किया जाता है.
All right, so that was the moment that every Indian had been waiting for at the start of the year. In fact, let me go across back to Group Captain Vian Jha. Sir, that was a moment filled with pride. It was a proud moment for every Indian, in fact, because we saw the Anvesha's successful launch, the first successful launch this year. And you were talking about the strategic capabilities of Anvesha.
Yeah, before that, I must tell you that there have been a problem in the launch. The third stage didn't perform as it was expected. And thereafter, they have been successfully able to separate out the third stage. And the fourth stage right now is burning. It has been initiated. I hope fourth stage is able to take the payload into the desired orbit, because in the orbit, the satellite will remain only if it achieves the orbital velocity. And the orbital velocity is, of the order of about 7.4, 7.5 at 500 kilometer altitude. So that much of velocity has to increase. I hope the fourth stage of the vehicle is able to achieve that velocity. It is not yet fully successful. The operation is going on. Fourth stage is taking the satellite further up. It will all be seen as and when the injection of the payload happens, and at the time of injection, whether the orbital velocity is being achieved by the vehicle or not. There seemed to be a problem where when we saw on the model of the rocket third stage, it was having a problem. It entered some sort of spin, unstable track. So let us hope that everything goes on. But as we are very hopeful that the fourth stage has already started, fourth stage has been initiated, and that is taking the satellite further. I only hope that it achieves the orbit, it goes to the orbit, and then it is injected thereafter. We are keeping our fingers crossed.
Absolutely, sir. And even in this, sir, it's a very specific for the PSLV. You have the solid liquid propellants that actually help it. In fact, the third stage, I believe, was the solid one that the narrator also spoke about.
Oh yes. Look, PSLV has been in the workforce of ISRO. Seldom it has failed. Of course, last year C61 flight that failed, and that was also unfortunately carrying the defense satellite of EOS-9. And now again it is taking N1, and we are keeping our fingers crossed that everything goes fine. We only hope that it achieves its target. But then look, PSLV is the one wherein it has been most dependent of the rockets. It has carried so many of the payloads, so many of the satellites, and without failure. Of course, last year it had happened, and only once or twice before, during the entire developmental flight also, PSLV had given a problem. So let us see how it goes. But defense services will be very keenly looking that this all goes well, because it is going to serve very large interest of the Indian Armed Forces, of the type of what you mentioned as a spy satellite, or the Earth, the eye in the sky, that will help Indian Armed Forces to keep a track of its border, keep a vigil on its border. We are keeping our fingers crossed. Let us see how it is all going on.
Absolutely. In fact, let me also rope in some other guests who have joined us, Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, DG ISPA, and Dr. W. Selvamurthy, former Chief Controller, DRDO. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. A very good morning to both of you as well. If I can go across to Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt first, because we were just talking about how strategically important it is, the eyes in the sky, and how it's going to boost our defense forces and its surveillance over here. Sir, if you could unmute yourself, please.
As you are aware, last year the government had taken a significant decision when 52 satellites of the satellite-based surveillance were approved by them. And 31 of these satellites are being manufactured in the private sector. Apart from that, this satellite, which is now being launched, is a special in itself because it is a hyperspectral satellite. It does not see the spectrum just in RGB, that is red, green, and blue, but sees in the whole spectrum divided into much smaller segments, giving a more granular view of the Earth. And this satellite, which will be at an orbit of 600 kilometers and weighs about 100 to 150 kgs, will enhance the capability of surveillance of the Indian Armed Forces.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, let me also rope in Dr. Selvamurthy. Thank you so much, sir, for waiting for so long. I apologize for having you kept waiting. But, so there are other important aspects as well that are being, carried as payloads on this PSLV launch. And we are talking about a refueling orbiter, which is the first of its kind, and in India, in fact, wants to demonstrate that. What more could you, in fact, expand or tell us about that feature?
Thank you. Good morning, and congratulations to ISRO for the first successful mission in the year 2026. And as proven by ISRO's capability, reliability, that this mission is also almost now getting completed successfully, and I'm sure it will meet all the mission objectives which has been sent for this the PSLV-C62, because it's a very trusted workhorse which has always been proved to be very useful, as Group Captain Jha mentioned. And this launch is a very important mission in the beginning of the new year 2026, because there is a lot of ISRO activities lined up. So in this has got a very strategic application of this Anvesha satellite developed by DRDO, Defense Research and Development Organization, for the armed forces, with the help of the private sector as well. So this is a very indigenously developed Earth observation satellite, which has got a hyperspectral imaging capability. Because, DRDO has been struggling to develop foliage penetration radar, because there are many strategically important operations happening in the jungles, forests, where there is thick foliage happening there. Are developing a high pixel resolution system to see the movements of people or the miscreants in the jungles, and maybe even the antisocial elements operating from there. In addition to the location of weapons, location of the movement of the vehicles. So it has also got, besides the border observations, which is also has other methods of observation. This has got a special application to look into the foliage and then operations in the jungle. So that is why it is hyperspectral imaging is the very important part of the capability of the Anvesha satellite, which is being launched today. It has also got other civilian application, because you will be able to also do the urban planning, agricultural health monitoring of the crops. If there is an infection coming in the crops, how do you diagnose it early and then treat it? And when you do the urban planning, we can also look at the assets as well as the planning for development. So it has got several civilian applications as well. So it has got definitely a strategic application for the military armed forces, but it has also got spin-off for the civilian sectors. And this mission is not only putting the Anvesha, but you are going to have other 12 other payloads as well as payloads from the European sectors. So this C62, which is going to be launching Anvesha at an altitude of 5,005 kilometers, which is known as sun-synchronous orbit. Because at this orbit, the lighting, imaging of the Earth is always very clear. That is why the altitude has been chosen very carefully, 505 kilometers above the Earth's altitude. And this will be giving clear, continuous images for the Earth observation, both for strategic as well as the civilian application. So I once again congratulate the scientists of ISRO and also the DRDO for developing this very critical, strategically important satellite, which is going to be very, very useful for Army, Navy, Air Force, because it can also look at support the naval operations. It can support the Air Force. It can also support primarily the Army in a big way in terms of locating at what are the enemy positions coming up. Any new structures are coming, infrastructure being built in the borders, movement of the troops, movement of the vehicles, movement of the weapon platforms. All this can be seen from the satellite. So that is why it is very, very strategically important for us. And congratulations once again to all the people of India that this is the year has started with a very big success in terms of the C62 PSLV launch from ISRO. And congratulations. Thank you so much.
Right. In fact, let me also go across to PK Ghosh, space scientist, who's joined us on the broadcast. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. So, when we are looking at this launch, it's very revolutionary. First, we have the EOS-N1 Anvesa. It's an Earth observation satellite, but it will give a big boost to our defense capabilities as well. Secondly, it has the ISAT, which is something that India is looking forward to because it will demonstrate on-orbit refueling. Thirdly, it also has MOI-1, which is like a space cyber cafe. So, a very revolutionary launch per se as well.
Absolutely. Good morning, and thank you for having me on. Of course, it was already explained as what are the benefits of Anvesha, which has already been mentioned, so I will not dwell on that. But just to mention that, this incredible satellite, which is, some say is a spy satellite, or it is Earth observation, it can also distinguish if on ground there are camouflaged army vehicles and all. It can tell you if there is a river, it can tell you which is the best way to cross the river. So it's an incredible piece of technology. But then since it's already been explained, I will not go into that too much of detail, etc. But you're talking about the co-passengers in this. And as you mentioned, there are some very interesting 17 co-passengers or co-passenger satellites. The one which you mentioned are, of course, MOI-1. And then what is of actually a lot of interest to me is the reusable capsule. And apart from that, which we are really trying to build. And, what does this all signify? It signifies that the private entities are deeply involved in our space mission. Because, we are also, to a certain extent, the ISRO handholds all these private entities, especially Indian ones. And then, of course, they take off. So it is a sort of a joint effort. So a reusable, that kit one which you mentioned, and apart from that, there are 5 small satellites by Brussels, all to space. Now, what does this indicate? It indicates that the foreign entities and companies and countries are interested in our launch systems because they are very reliable and they are less expensive than what is there available in the market. So those are there. Then, of course, there is Nepal, who's gotten a Munal, which is a CubeSat for vegetation mapping. So you see, Brazil, Nepal, all these countries are looking to us. Now, apart from that, it also includes satellites from Luxembourg, from UAE, Singapore, Europe, United States. And they are even looking into, some of these satellites are even looking into tracking of space debris, which is a matter of big concern, especially in the LEO, that is low Earth orbits. So the wide range of 17 satellites that are there are doing a lot of, firstly, they are ours. Some of the our own private entities, as I mentioned earlier, they have set up these satellites and we are closely involved with them. And the others, I gave you the names of the various countries that are sending these smaller satellites. So what does this all indicate? It indicates that India is a near space power, and that our launches are very reliable, and not only that, they are also less expensive, and in that case, what more do you want in a commercial enterprise? Reliability and economics. Both we provide. We provide the technology, we provide the reliability, and I would say hats off to the ISRO scientists for making this a continuous affair. I do hope we have many more launches because we've got to catch up with the NASA or the the Chinese and all, with number of launches, and tell the world that, look, we have arrived. Please use our rockets for launching your satellites.
Right. In fact, let me also rope in Dr. Sharma. In fact, I will go across to Dr. Sharma first, but let me tell you that we are currently looking at the launch of the PSLV-C62 mission. This is the 64th mission of the PSLV. This has been the ISRO's workhorse, and it has been carrying a lot of commercial payloads as well. And in fact, the most important payload this time will be the Anvesha. It will be launched into a polar sun-synchronous orbit, and a few hundred kilometers above the Earth, around 500 to 600, and along with it there are around 14 co-passenger satellites from domestic and international customers, like Mr. Ghosh was in fact informing us about. We have satellites from Brazil, from Nepal, from Luxembourg, who are in fact launching there, in fact. All right, let's in fact take a look at the on-orbit refueling model that was launched by the ISRO in the mission. So we were talking about the RU-ISAT. This is the on-orbit refueling model. It's very important to understand this because of its significance. Right now, the satellites can only work till there is fuel. However, with this, we will be able to refuel them. So what is exactly this on-orbit refueling technology? Safe autonomous propellant transfer between two spacecrafts in space to extend the satellite lifespan. So this will basically help extend the lifespan of the satellites when they go or run out of fuel. And it is a proprietary docking interface. This enables safe propellant transfer in microgravity. So this will enable the safely transfer of fuel between those two objects in space. And this breakthrough reduces space debris by servicing exhausted satellites. So this is important because there is a lot of space debris. We keep sending in satellites, but they become redundant after they run out of fuel. But if we can refuel them, you can reduce a lot of space debris this way. Power and data transfer occur simultaneously during refueling process. So this is also very important. When you are refueling, you are also taking and collecting all the data from that particular satellite. So this is one very important thing, and this model actually supports long duration missions and sustainable space operations. So obviously when we are looking at space operations, sustainability is the way to go forward, and this model will actually, and technology will help this. So countries that have achieved this feat are the Roscosmos from Russia, DARPA and NASA in USA, CNSA and SAST in China, and ISRO and Orbit Aid in India after this launch. So these are the only countries that have that refueling technology now. So this is the IU-ISAT that we were mentioning. The Orbit Aid's IU-ISAT paves the way for future orbital petrol plums globally. So obviously we will be offering this service for everyone to take, and IU-ISAT demonstrates India's first on-orbit refueling technology in space. So clearly this is India's first, and this Orbit Aid's IU-SAT paves the way for future orbital petrol pumps globally as well. In fact, let me now go across to Dr. Sharma, who has joined us back on the broadcast. Dr. Sharma, there seems to have been some kind of anomaly in the stage 3 of the launch. If you could help our viewers understand what it was and how is the mission actually going right now?
Yeah, even I was observing on the control panel, the third stage ignition. If you had seen the rocket in the first stage, which is a solid, S39 solid engine rocket, S139 and two solid angle boosters, it lifted off and took the satellite to about had a flight of 2 minutes plus, and successfully separated, and the first stage got separated, and the second stage liquid engine got ignited, and that liquid engine took the satellite for another 2 to 3 minutes, that is totally covering about 4.5 minutes. Successfully it has taken the satellite, and the payload fairing was also separated. Then the third stage ignition started, and once the third stage ignition started, the satellite has been properly going up, and it has covered about 12 minutes of its journey. And during the coasting phase, where the during this coasting phase, where jointly the third stage and the satellites were moving together, and the third stage was cut off, and fourth stage was supposed to have ignited, but the confirmation has not come that the third stage has separated and the satellite has put into orbit. This is where the analysis is going on now. What really happened, whether it is only the telemetry problem, looks like more likely it is a telemetry problem than the mission failure. We have to observe. The analysis is going on by our engineers in the control room to see what really is happening to the satellite. So far, no clue has been obtained in terms of whether the third stage got separated and fourth stage ignition happened, or that the third stage didn't get separated at all. So that the combined rocket and the satellite is moving towards the target is something which analysis is going on. We have to wait and watch.
So I would also like your opinion on this cyber cafe in space concept that is one of the co-passengers on this Anvesha, and you know, it talks about sharing the AI lab in space. So could you help us understand that concept, that we are going to in fact offer other countries a pay per minute information you know, center?
Look, as far as AI is concerned, AI is the jargon which has come to the common use and common platform maybe for last 3-4 years or less than a decade. But AI, that is artificial intelligence and machine learning, had been in practice in the space sector and the higher sector for at least last 3 to 4 decades. For example, whenever you want to move, whenever you want to launch in Mars orbit or whatever it is, the distance is 55 lakh kilometer, and every signal transmission, one way takes 10 minutes and another way takes 20 minutes. Therefore, there is no way that you can load anything into the satellite. Therefore, everything what we call it as autonomy was built in. The jargons were different, that's all. It was called autonomy of the spacecraft. That is now being called artificial intelligence. Little bit more extra added to meet the commercial requirements. Having said that, this particular satellite, what is being designed by the startup company, is for providing the AI services from the space, so that the latency period of processing on various networks etc. is minimized, and the huge computing power that the satellite carries would be able to process it without interference at the space and connect to the users for specific applications.
Right. In fact, let me also go across to Mr. Ghosh, who is still with us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir, for waiting. I want to understand another concept that we have been talking about, the IUI-SAT. How important is this for our journey towards that Bharatiya Antariksh Station in 2035, and also refueling, because space debris is something that you have also spoken about earlier, and this seems to solve a problem. India is now one of the very few countries that has this technology, sir. Sir, could you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. This space debris issue is really a very big thing, and the rate at which we are letting our satellites go into the space, you can't imagine the amount of precision that is.
The rate at which we are letting off satellites.
You can't imagine the rate at which we are letting space satellites is going to be a technology demonstrator, and it is going to be a big help to us during the Gaganyaan. As you know, our first Gaganyaan, this thing is going to be uncrewed, and then finally we are going to get a crewed one. We are trying for 2030, etc. I think nobody really knows finally when it will come out.
Right. In fact, I really apologize for interrupting you, sir, but unfortunately we're running out of time. I thank you, Dr. Sharma and Mr. Ghosh, for joining us on the broadcast for this historic event. With that, we're wrapping up this bulletin and slipping into a short commercial.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
माघ मेले की भव्यता और पवित्रता का एक बार फिर विश्व देखेगा नया स्वरूप। करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए परंपराएं वही और सुविधाएं नई, जहां पग पग पर आस्था और दिव्यता की मिलेगी अनुभूति। जब संगम की रेती पर संत महात्माओं की होगी उपस्थिति, 6 पावन पर्व स्नानों में अखाड़ों के संतों का समागम, पूरे विश्व में माघ मेले की महानता का होगा वर्णन। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में माघ मेला 2026 आस्था की लहराती पताका, विकास की नई गाथा, काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी, खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी, हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे, नचते ने सारे बाजी। लोड़ी दी बधाइयां, आज मिल के जश्न मनावांगे।
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां।
हो असली मसाले सच सच, MDH MDH।
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी, खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी, हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे, नचते ने सारे बाजी। लोड़ी दी बधाइयां, आज मिल के जश्न मनावांगे।
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां।
हो असली मसाले सच सच, MDH MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Very good afternoon. You're watching NewsX and I'm Shivani Singh. We're looking at the top story that's coming in from Iran. At least 496 people have been killed in nearly 2 weeks of protests across Iran. Activists have said that as demonstrations continue despite an internet blackout and mass arrests, raising fears of a widening and more violent crackdown by the authorities. According to reports, the death toll was reported by the US-based human rights activist news agencies, which said that 496 of those killed were protesters and 48 were members of the security forces. The group also said that more than 10,600 people have been detained since the protests began. It relies on a network of sources inside Iran who cross-check information and has been considered reliable during previous such unrest. Joining us on the broadcast is Ambassador KP Fabian, former diplomat. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. A very good morning to you. Ambassador, the situation in Iran is very concerning. We are seeing 496 people, innocent lives being lost, most of them protesters, and we are seeing over 10,000 people actually being arrested by the Iranian regime for protesting on the streets, sir. Situation seems to be very dire over there.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, I was first secretary there in Iran 1976-79, having witnessed the 79 revolution at close quarters. The present uprising against Ayatollah Khamenei regime is very, very serious. It is widely spread, and as we can know, Iranians across a wide spectrum, students, business people, ordinary people, young and adult, are taking part in it. And the regime has responded with violence despite an effort on the part of President Pezeshkian to sort of, avoid violence and talk to the protesters. So that is one side of the story. You have mentioned the figures. These figures may be correct or not because information coming from Iran, cannot always be relied upon in the absence of foreign reporters, media there. Now, coming to what might happen, President Trump has more than once threatened to take action, military action. Well, my view is that any military action on the part of President Trump will be foolish and wrong and will have disastrous consequences. Now, that doesn't mean he will not take such action because, unfortunately these days we find that political leaders do take foolish actions. But should President Trump take such action, well, the Iranian regime is in a poor state to respond, but it can still respond in a manner attacking Israel or more likely American troops in the region. But then what will happen is that there will be rivers of blood flowing and the regime will fall, of course, but then who takes over? Whenever we are dealing with an autocratic regime, it's not enough to bring it down. We have to think of what happens. What is the day after? Now, I am sorry to say, it is very difficult to believe that President Trump, with his track record, would have thought through all this.
Absolutely, sir. And when we are looking at the role of US, sir, in all of this, we hear US President Donald Trump actually talk about how the Iranian regime is trying to reach out to Donald Trump, but he says that by the time they arrange a meeting, it might just be too late and they might have to intervene in Iran, sir. So how do you look at that?
Well, the very words "it might be too late" means I have some plans, and I'm now talking on behalf of Trump. I have some plans, and I may have already initiated, those plans. So when you reach out to me, it can be too late. So let me put it this way. Trump said that the other day that Iranians are wanting freedom and America is ready to help. It is absolutely clear to me that President Trump is not looking at promoting freedom in Iran. His aim is different. His aim is to have an Iran which is destabilized and even fragmented, with Kurds, with the Baluchis and others, fighting with each other, all to the benefit of Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I repeat, Netanyahu, not to the benefit of Israel proper.
Absolutely. In fact, if I could, just introduce this piece of information to our viewers, US President Donald Trump has said that Washington is closely monitoring the deadly protests in Iran and weighing potential military retaliation, adding that he has been briefed in recent days on a range of intervention options. When asked how the United States would respond if Iran were to strike American military bases, Trump said, and I quote here, "We will hit them at levels that they have never seen before." So, Ambassador, we obviously are seeing a war of words, even though the US President is saying that the Iranian regime has approached them. Over here, US President Donald Trump seems to be ready to take, massive military strikes against Iran, and Iran is also not backing down. They have warned of retaliation if something like this happens.
Well, 2 points. Iran might retaliate, but Iran will never initiate. Second point is that let us look back at history. If President Trump had not walked out of the nuclear deal, arrived at under the leadership of President Obama, this sort of situation would not have arisen. Iran was keen to normalize its relations with the United States and to come back to international commerce. And Trump, for his own reasons, for the reason that as candidate he had made that promise, and for the reason that he wanted to do the bidding of Netanyahu, he walked out of that deal, and his walking out of the deal is a primary reason for what is happening, because I agree there is corruption. I agree that the regime is very cruel, but there will be corruption because there is scarcity, and the scarcity is there because of American sanctions. And as you know, in December, the rial, it was about 42,000 riyals to a dollar, and yesterday or so I checked, it is almost 1 million.
Absolutely. And sir, if I could request you, I would need your perspective on this other story that we are tracking, where Donald Trump has proclaimed that he is the acting president of Venezuela, incumbent January 2026. Styled like an edited Wikipedia page, an image posted to social media displayed his official portrait and listed his tenure as both the 45th and 47th President of the United States. The actual Wikipedia page does not list Trump as Venezuela's acting president, nor has any international body recognized the claim. The post followed the US's capture and removal of sitting Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who was flown to New York along with his wife to face federal drug trafficking charges. The operation came after months of US pressure, sanctions and military activity targeting the oil-rich nation. Maduro has claimed that he was kidnapped. China, Russia, Colombia and even Spain have called the US action a blatant violation of international law. Hours after the operation, Trump declared that the US would run Venezuela temporarily, citing security concerns and the need for a controlled transition. He also said that the US would oversee and sell Venezuelan oil to global markets during the interim period. Inside Venezuela, Maduro's second-in-command, Delcy Rodriguez, has taken oath as the interim president. Rodriguez has rejected US claims of authority, demanded Maduro's release and declared him as the nation's rightful leader. So, Ambassador, this is the latest that we are getting from Trump. He has declared himself as the acting president of Venezuela.
The declaration is a study in the incoherence of President Trump's policy. Let us get it right. The primary and perhaps the only motivation of President Trump is, getting at Venezuela's oil. Venezuela has the largest deposit of oil, about 18% of global reserves. And that is what President Trump wants. Now, before the invasion, very recently he said after what he did, which as you mentioned is an absolute violation of international law, UN Charter and even American law, because you cannot have a judicial process where somebody is declared a guilty person without giving a chance to that person to make his or her case. In the case of Maduro, there was some judicial process where an arrest warrant was issued. Okay. So he said it is because of oil. He wants oil, and he said billions of dollars will be invested in Venezuela by American companies. And he had a meeting with the CEOs of the oil majors. And what happened? Exxon Mobil president said Venezuela is not investable. Why? Because of political instability. And that's point number one. Point number two, yesterday we heard that America is advising its nationals to get out of Venezuela. So, if American nationals are going to get out of Venezuela on the one hand, how are American companies going to invest in Venezuela? So, this shows the incoherence of Trump's policy.
And sir, do you think this claim will be accepted by world leaders globally? Because he has posted it, he has put out a picture with that claim.
Well, you cannot, you can expect anything from Trump. But let me put it this way, let us sort of not take it too seriously. There is a government in Venezuela. Led by the acting president, who was vice president under Maduro, and that is that. I don't expect American troops invading Venezuela as they did Iraq and all that. So I think President Trump finds himself in a bind. Let us see how he gets out of it.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. We are shifting focus to some other news that's coming in. A large gas balloon, allegedly originating from Bangladesh, was recovered in Chachar's Barkola, which created panic among the locals. The school named on the balloon is Ghila Charadwi Mukhi High School in Sylhet, which according to some social media accounts recently celebrated its 65th anniversary of establishment. It was found in Subedar Basti area of Masimpur under Barkola in Chachar district on Sunday morning, January 11th, triggering panic and speculation among the locals. According to the locals, the unusually large balloon descended into an agricultural field, drawing immediate attention. Alarmed by its presence, villagers informed the village defense party, which subsequently alerted the police. Acting on the information, a police team reached the spot, followed by Partha Pratim Das, Senior Superintendent of Police, Chachar. By the time the police arrived, a large crowd had gathered at the site, with residents expressing concerns and drawing various conclusions about the balloon's origin and purpose. Preliminary observations reveal that the balloon carried the name and motif of a school from the Sylhet district of Bangladesh, along with photographs of 3 individuals and text written in Bengali. VDP Secretary Suman Dosh of Masimpur Barkola has said, and I quote here, "Locals started panicking after seeing the balloon as it was from Bangladesh, so they called me to inspect it. I informed the police, and in the presence of the SP, the balloon was taken into custody for investigation. It had writings in Bengali and photos of 3 people. Now, the police have seized the balloon and initiated an investigation to ascertain how it crossed the border and landed in the area and whether there are any security concerns linked to the incident." Joining us live on the broadcast is my colleague Nibir Dekka with more on this. Nibir, a very large gas balloon was in fact recovered in this village by the locals. It presumably reportedly belongs to Bangladesh, from a school in Bangladesh, and obviously it's spread a lot of panic in the area given the situation and unrest in Bangladesh.
Well, absolutely, a large gas balloon allegedly originating from Bangladesh was recovered in Barkola in Silchar, which created panic among the locals. The school named on the balloon is Khichalachara Duimukhi High School, Sylhet, and which according to some social media accounts recently celebrated its 65th anniversary of its establishment, and according to the locals, the large balloon had descended into an agricultural field, drawing immediate attention. And alarmed by its presence, the Village Defense Party (VDP) they alerted the police as well as the higher authorities, and the police has arrived. Already there was a large crowd when the police had come, but the police has now begun the preliminary observations and also has started the investigation whether there are any vested agenda linked to this issue. But since this border is very closer to Borkola area of Assam, what might be the vested agenda that can happen out of this issue is also into question. However, the police has urged the locals to maintain calm, and they have stated that the investigation is ongoing and further details will be given out as and when they secure total information of this matter.
All right, thank you so much, Ribir, for all those updates. We are turning our attention now towards some news that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. A massive fire broke out at a BSF-62 battalion camp in Madar area of Bandipora, North Kashmir. One constable, identified as Ramesh Kumar of Jalandhar, Punjab, tragically lost his life after being trapped inside the barrack. The structure was completely destroyed. The body has been shifted to DH Bandipora for legal formalities, and authorities have taken cognizance of the incident. Joining us on the broadcast is our Jammu and Kashmir Bureau Chief Ajay Jandyal with more on this. Ajay, unfortunately there was a very tragic incident, a large fire at one of the barracks of BSF-62 battalion camp. Please take us through the details of what happened, and unfortunately we've lost one life over there.
Yes, it was a tragic incident in which one of our BSF Jawan, he lost his life when our barrack caught fire. Immediately after this incident was reported, the other Jawan, they rushed spot and they tried to control the situation. But unfortunate incident happened when rooftop of that barrack that fell down, and which resulted into casualty of one Jawan. Now the investigation is also taking place that what exactly was the reason behind this fire. So investigation is going on, and BSF paid definitely. BSF says that it was a fateful incident which took place last late night. Now the investigation will reveal that whether there was any human fault or something else was there.
All right, thank you so much, Ajay, for all those inputs. In fact, a search operation by security forces is underway in Kanakach, Jammu. The search operation began yesterday evening after a signal from the terrorist satellite phone was detected in the area. Early this morning, security forces once again launched a search operation, and Kanachak is an area adjacent to the international border, and there have been several attempts at terrorist infiltration from this area in the past. Therefore, security forces actually want to ensure that if any terrorists are present in the area, they are neutralized immediately. My colleague Ajay Jandyal has filed a ground report. Let's take a look.
Major searches has been launched in Karnataka sector of Jammu, and this is our international border area where some suspected movement of terrorists was spotted. According to information, some signals of satellite phones was received in this location. After that, this massive searches have been launched. You can see that this is a area where some temporary shelter can be seen over here, and these are the temporary shelters of some Gujjar community people. And according to information, right after this input was received, they launched massive searches in that area. You can see that the BSF Jawans as well as Jammu Kashmir police personnel, they basically launched operation in this area to ensure that if any threat is there, that has to be decimated, because in the past as well, number of times it was seen that some suspected terrorist movement was spotted. Even it was a old infiltration route as well, so that's why this alert has been sounded. BSF BSF, who is guarding the international border area. Recently, they have captured a terrorist alive from this location in Pragwal. And when it comes to this area of Karnataka, when this information was received that there are possibility that some terrorists are, can be hiding over there in this location of Karnataka, immediately operation has been launched, and you can see that Indian Army, BSF, and the Jammu Kashmir Police Jawan, they are continuously doing searches, and every inch of this land has to be properly checked, so that if any threat is there, that threat has to be decimated, and that has to be ensured that terrorists, those who are hiding in this area, they has to be neutralized on time, because that is very important to ensure that if Pakistan want to disturb peace by pushing in terrorists over here in the Jammu and Kashmir, that threat has to be foiled, and for that purpose, massive anti-terror operation has been launched in this area of Karnataka in Jammu, and definitely BSF, Jammu Kashmir Police, and Indian Army, they are on the toes to ensure that Pakistan's nefarious plan has to be thwarted. Ajay Jandia, NewsX.
All right, in fact, after that balloon incident, we have another balloon incident. This time a balloon with PIA written on it was found in the fields of Chak Chaba under the jurisdiction of the Rajbagh police station. Police have seized the balloon and started an investigation. Let me in fact go across to my colleague Ajay Jandia with more on this. Ajay, a balloon with PIA written on it has been found in the fields of Chak Chaba. Take us through the details.
Yes, this is third such incident in last 2 weeks' time that indicates that something fishy is there, because if you see that yesterday, last night, number of drones were spotted in the different sectors of the international border and the line of control, and even these PIA balloons were spotted in different locations. Earlier it was in Araspura, in Rajouri district it was found, and this time it's in Kathua district. So immediately after this was reported, police rushed to the spot, and they took that balloon to the custody, and investigation is also launched by the authorities over there to see that what exactly is the reason why these balloons, PIA balloons, are coming to Jammu and Kashmir and spotted in the different borders of Jammu and Kashmir. So this is a matter of investigation, whether there is any plot of Pakistan or it's normal balloons which is coming with the wind.
Absolutely. Ajay, in fact, like you've been mentioning, this is an incident that has been repeated in the past as well. We are seeing, such instances happen often right now in the, international border area. We are also seeing it across the LOC. So, anything else that the authorities are saying on this matter?
See, authorities are simply saying that they are investigating this matter, because for last several months this has become a routine that these kind of PIA balloons are coming, from across the fence area from Pakistan side to this side. Even last time when one balloon was recovered, there was some letter or a piece of a paper as well, in which something was written in the Urdu. And even day before yesterday, one pigeon was also apprehended by the locals, which was handed over to the police, and it was also some coding on its wing. So that indicates that it cannot be a normal thing that drones are coming, pigeons are coming, and now balloons are also coming to Jammu and Kashmir, because there are possibilities that it could be some signals or something for which security forces are investigating this matter.
All right. Thank you so much, Ajay, for joining us on the broadcast. With that, we are shifting focus now to some other news. TVK chief actor Vijay has reached Delhi, as he will appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation in Delhi today for a probe into the Karur stampede. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Javed Hussain with more on this. जावेद, हमने देखा कि ये जो टीवीके के चीफ हैं और एक्टर विजय, वो आज दिल्ली पहुंच चुके हैं. उनका सीबीआई के सामने पेशी होगी और ये करूर स्टैम्पीड के रिगार्डिंग है. जावेद, अगर आपको हमारी आवाज़ पहुंच रही है, हम टीवी के चीफ विजय के बारे में बात करें, जो कि अभी दिल्ली में है. सीबीआई के सामने उनकी पेशी होगी करूर स्टैम्पीड केस में.
जी देखिए, करीब 11:30 बजे के आसपास बताया गया था कि वो जो है सीबीआई के हेडक्वार्टर पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए अपना बयान दर्ज कराने के लिए पहुंचेंगे, और जानकारी ये है कि वो दिल्ली पहुंच चुके हैं और थोड़ी देर में वो जो है सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर पहुंचेंगे। जिस तरीके से पिछले साल जो उनकी एक पार्टी थी टीवी के, जिसको लेकर जो वहाँ पे भगदड़ मचा था, और भगदड़ के बाद कुरू में जिस तरीके से 41 लोगों की मौत हुई थी, इस मामले में जो है सीबीआई जो इस पूरे मामले की इन्वेस्टिगेट करी, क्योंकि इस बाद में इसे सीबीआई को हैंड ओवर कर दिया गया था। और जो जानकारी मिल रही है, आपको हम बता दें कि सीबीआई के पास हेडक्वार्टर पहुंचकर वो अपने बयान को दर्ज कराएंगे इस पूरे मामले को लेकर। इसमें जो है क्रूर रैली की योजना बनाने या उसकी मंजूरी देने में उनकी क्या भूमिका थी, इस तरीके के जो सवाल हैं वो पूछे जा सकते हैं। कार्यक्रम जो था उससे पहले क्या विजय को इसकी जो भीड़ थी, जो भीड़ वहां पहुंचने की संभावना थी, क्या इसके बारे में किसी तरह की कोई जानकारी थी? रैली के लिए जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है या पुलिस है, उनके द्वारा जो कंडीशन रखी गई थी, क्या इसके बारे में उनको पूरी डिटेल की जानकारी बताई गई थी या उनको नॉलेज में था? जो भीड़ जो क्राउड को जो पूरी तरह से मैनेजमेंट करने की जो व्यवस्था थी वो किन के पास थी? टीवीके के जो कार्यकर्ता थे, समर्थक थे, वो क्या उन्होंने खुद संभाल रखा था या उन्होंने किसी निजी जो पर्सनल जो प्राइवेट एजेंसी उनको दे रखा था? इस तरीके के जो सवाल हैं वो जो हैं एक्टर विजय जो टीवीके के संस्थापक या नेता भी हैं, और इससे उनसे इस तरह की सवालें पूछी जा सकती है। अब ये देखना है कि जो है किस तरीके की चीजें कितनी देर तक ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलेगा, क्योंकि कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद ही जो ये पूरा मामला है, इस पूरे क्रूर मामले को लेकर जो ये पूरा हादसा हुआ था करूर में, वो सीबीआई को हैंडओवर किया गया। तो सीबीआई इसमें पहले भी कई लोगों के बयान दर्ज कर चुकी है, और अब जो एक्टर विजय हैं उनको जो है सीबीआई हेडक्वार्टर बुलाया गया। जी
धन्यवाद जावेद। We're looking at some other news now. The PSLV-C62 mission encountered an anomaly during the end of the PS3 stage. Detailed analysis has been initiated according to the Indian Space Research Organisation. ISRO Chief V. Narayanan has shared an update on the mission, and he said that close to the end of the third stage we are seeing more disturbance in the vehicle, and subsequently there is a deviation observed in the vehicle flight path. The PSLV vehicle is a 4-stage vehicle with 2 solid stages and 2 liquid stages. The performance of the vehicle close to the end of the third stage was as expected. Let's in fact listen in.
We had attempted the PSLV-C62 EOS-N1 mission. The PSLV vehicle is a 4-stage vehicle with 2 solid stages and 2 liquid stages. The performance of the vehicle up to the end of, close to the end of third stage was as expected. Close to the end of the third stage, we are seeing little more disturbance in the vehicle roll rates, and subsequently there is a deviation observed in the flight path. We are analyzing the data.
Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Belly Thomas with more on this. Belly, obviously we have encountered an anomaly during stage 3 of this mission. We have the ISRO chief actually spelling out the details for us as well.
Shivani, the ISRO's PSLV-C62 lifted from Sriharikota, and the launch took place exactly at 10:18 a.m. However, the rocket carrying this 15 satellites witnessed a deviation in its flight path, and ISRO chief had said that the agency is analyzing the situation, and the ISRO has also said in a statement that the PSLV-C62 mission encountered an anomaly during the end of the PS3 stage, and a detailed analysis has been initiated, and with the ISRO chief as such, V. Narayan says that today the ISRO have attempted the PSLV-C62 Earth Observation Satellite N1 mission, and the PSLV vehicle is a 4-stage vehicle with 2 solid stages and 2 liquid stages. The performance of the vehicle close to the end of the third stage was as expected. Close to the end of the third stage, the ISRO officials were observing more disturbance in the vehicle, and subsequently there was a deviation observed in the vehicle's flight path, and the ISRO is as of now analyzing the data. Shivan.
All right, thank you so much, Belly, for all those updates on that front. With that, we are wrapping up this bulletin. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial.
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Prime Minister Modi raises the sacred Trishul. 108 horses march. Chanted mantras echo across Gujarat. Drone shows light up the night. 10 iconic moments from Somnat Swabhiman Parv.
The atmosphere was electric as Prime Minister Modi arrived at Somnath for the Swabhiman Parv, greeted by a sea of jubilant citizens lining the streets in heartfelt celebration. From every corner came cheers, claps and echoes of Har Har Mahadev as people waved flags and mobile phones, capturing his, or rather the historic moment. Devotees, young and old, strained to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, their excitement and devotion palpable in the crisp air. A striking reminder of the deep cultural and emotional significance this event holds for the nation as it commemorates a millennium of faith and resilience. Hello and welcome to another episode of Explain, brought to you by NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra and today we will be going through the Somnath Swabhiman Parv and its iconic moments that were celebrated by the large crowd of people and Prime Minister Modi himself. One of the most talked about moments is definitely the mega drone show featuring Lord Shiva, a shivling and a 3D Somnath temple lit up the sky near the ancient shrine in Gujarat. Witnessed by Prime Minister Modi, the show, part of Somnath Swabhiman Parv, marked 1000 years since its invasion. It symbolized the temple's resilience, national pride and paid tribute to key figures. The drone show featured several planned thematic formations, including huge images of Lord Shiva and a shivling. The image of Lord Shiva was portrayed mid-air through a choreographed assembly of drones vertically spanned about 280 meters, while the shivling spanned 330 meters. Let's listen in to this show.
विशदेतिरम्ये ज्योतिर्मयं चन्द्रकलावतंसम्
भक्तिप्रदानाय कृपावतीर्णं तं सोमनाथं शरणं प्रपद्ये।
Well, the event, billed as one of the largest drone shows hosted in the proximity of a temple site in the country, also paid tribute to figures like Patel and Veer Hamirji Gohil by depicting their images in separate formations, besides that of Prime Minister Modi. Veer Hamirji Gohil was a 16th century Rajput warrior known for his sacrifice defending the Somnat temple against invaders. The main road leading to the temple from the Shankh circle to the Veer Hamirji Gohil circle, which bears a statue of Gohil, was decked up with hoardings, banners and posters to commemorate the occasion. Many huge banners put up in the city bore the festival's name and Akhand Somnath, Akhand Bharat inscribed on them. Veer Hamirji Gohil, also known as Hamir Singh Ji Gohil, was a legendary Rajput warrior and ruler from the Gohil dynasty in Saurashtra, Gujarat. He is celebrated for his extraordinary bravery in defending the Somnath temple against an invasion led by Zafar Khan, a governor under the Tughlaq dynasty. A statue of Hamirji stands inside the Somnath temple complex facing the Shivalingam, and another shrine honors Vegdaji outside. Hamirji Gohil, the 16th century Rajput ruler of the Gohil dynasty, is remembered for laying down his life in defense of the Somnath temple. Standing with him was Abhil, tribal chief, who allied with Hamirji Gohil and led 300 tribal warriors in a united resistance against the invading forces. The joint memorial statue was honored by Prime Minister Modi with floral tributes, symbolizing a powerful legacy of inter-community unity, shared sacrifice and collective courage in protecting a sacred civilizational site. During his visit, Prime Minister Modi attended the 72-hour-long Om chanting at the temple premises. In a post on X, the Prime Minister said he felt blessed to be at Somnath, calling it a symbol of India's civilizational courage. Omkarnath chanting took on added symbolic weight as part of the 4-day festival commemorating 1000 years of resilience at the Somnath temple. Organized by groups like the Gujarat Rajya Yoga Board, it featured a 72-hour continuous collective recitation, Omkar, Naad or Jap, led by Rishi Kumars, who are young sages in the temple premises, fostering an atmosphere of devotion and unity amongst thousands of participants. Prime Minister Modi personally joined the chanting, Omkarnath chanting, often referred to as Omkar Jap, or the recitation of the sacred sound Om in connection with Nath, which holds deep spiritual importance in Hinduism, particularly in devotion to Lord Shiva. As Somnath temple is dedicated to him, let's also listen into this. And as the sacred Omkarnath chanting continued uninterrupted, the Swabhiman Parv unfolded into a visual spectacle on the night of the 10th of January. Against the backdrop of the 72-hour non-stop mantra that began on the 8th of January and carried on till the 11th, the skies above Somnath lit up with a grand firework display. Even as colors illuminated the night, the rhythmic chants echoed across the temple complex, blending devotion with celebration and reinforcing the sense of spiritual continuity that defined the entire event. Let's have a look. And now let's take a look at the significance of Shaurya Yatra in Somnath, especially as observed during the Somnath Swabhiman Parv in January. While the Shaurya Yatra is a ceremonial procession especially organized to pay homage to the countless warriors and defenders who sacrificed their lives protecting the Somnath temple across centuries of invasions and challenges. The Yatra features a grand symbolic procession of 108 horses, where the number 108 is sacred in Hinduism, and the horses represent bravery, sacrifice, courage, and the indomitable warrior spirit of India's ancestors. The Yatra coincides with the 75th anniversary of the modern reconstruction of Somnath Temple, which was inaugurated in 1951, linking historical defense with post-independence revival. The Yatra portrays the Somnath as a victory of creativity over destruction, compassion over cruelty, and humanity over barbarity, making it a profound statement of India's enduring civilizational strength. Let's take a closer look. Well, from faith to fortitude, from chanting to celebration, Somnath Swabhiman Parv stood as a living testament to India's civilizational spirit. 1,000 years on, Somnath does not just remember history, it reasserts identity.
Prime Minister Modi raises the sacred Trishul. 108 horses march. Chanted mantras echo across Gujarat. Drone shows light up the night. 10 iconic moments from Somnath Swabhiman Parv.
टेक्नोलॉजी की नई उड़ान, नए उत्तर प्रदेश की पहचान। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के दृढ़ संकल्प से विकास का स्वर्णिम अध्याय लिख रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश। आज प्रदेश टेक्नोलॉजी, एआई एवं डेटा में अपनी निर्णायक उपस्थिति दर्ज कर रहा है। लखनऊ और नोएडा में एआई सिटी की स्थापना सुनिश्चित हो रही है। जेवर में 3,700 करोड़ रुपए की सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट निर्माणाधीन है। डेटा सेंटर पार्क एवं सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क की स्थापना से उत्तर प्रदेश डिजिटल पावर हाउस बनने की दिशा में अग्रसर है। एआई प्रज्ञा के माध्यम से युवाओं को एआई प्रशिक्षण मिल रहा है। रोबोट उत्पादन में भी अग्रणी भूमिका निभा रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश। तकनीक है, समृद्धि है, संस्कार है, ये डबल इंजन सरकार है।
An Iranian icon's forgotten song. It was Sanjay Dutt's entry song in Dhurandhar. Banned by the Islamic Revolution, this is the story of Kurosh Yagmei, the writer, composer and singer of Hawa Hawa.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX Explained. Dhurandhar has not just arrived, it has rewritten the record books. The film has surpassed every box office landmark set before it, with a staggering worldwide collection of 1,230 crores and 830 crores earned from India alone. In an era of fractured attention spans and unpredictable theatrical runs, Dhurandhar has emerged as a rare, undeniable phenomena. But this success cannot be credited only to powerful performances, a tightly written script, or its fast-paced, nail-biting narrative. There is another force working quietly yet powerfully beneath the surface, the film's music, that is. The album deserves equal recognition, not merely as background score, but as a storytelling device that taps into collective memory. It invokes nostalgia, but with a twist, resurrecting melodies that carry histories far deeper than their immediate cinematic impact. One of the most striking moments comes with Akshay Khanna's iconic entry, underscored by a track with Baluchi origins that immediately sets a grounded, raw tone. But it is another entry sequence that has truly exploded across social media. When Sanjay Dutt appears as SP Aslam, the moment is electric, not just because of Dutt's imposing screen presence, but because of a familiar melody slipping in, instantly transporting audiences back to decades. For millennials and Gen X viewers, the effect is visceral. The song is Hawa Hawa, a tune that has lived many lives across borders, languages and political upheavals. Nearly 4 decades after it first dominated cassette players, its reappearance in Dhurandhar has reopened a story far more layered and tragic than the song's breezy rhythm would suggest. The track's journey spans Pakistan and Iran. In 1987, Hawa Hawa turned a young Pakistani singer, Hassan Jahangir, into a cultural phenomenon. The song was omnipresent from wedding playlists to roadside radios, and Jahangir's fame soon spilled across borders. Such was the scale of the craze that he was dubbed the Michael Jackson of Pakistan. His album titled Hawa Hawa reportedly sold over 15 million cassettes in India alone, an extraordinary number in the pre-digital era. For millions of listeners, Hawa Hawa became shorthand for carefree romance and youthful exuberance, rarely raising questions about where the melody itself came from. To trace that origin, one must look towards Iran. The Hawa Hawa heard in Dhurandhar can be traced back to Havar Havar, a song composed in 1976 by Iranian musician Kouroush Yaghmai, widely regarded as the godfather of Iranian psychedelic rock. The lyrics of Havar Havar translate to an exultant cry, "Hail, hail, my beloved is coming," a song of longing, anticipation and emotional release. The track appeared on the same album as Gole Yak, Yaghmai's breakout single that became a nationwide hit in Iran in 1973, selling over 5 million copies domestically. While Gole Yak enjoyed instant acclaim, Havar Havar carried a subtler, hypnotic quality, one that quietly embedded itself into listeners' consciousness before resurfacing years later across South Asia in a transformated avatar. To understand how a melody born in pre-revolution Iran could travel this far, one must understand the man behind it. Born in 1946 in Shahrud, Iran, Kouroush Yaghmai discovered music early after his father gifted him a santoor at the age of 10. And by the 1960s, he had taught himself traditional Iranian music, picked up the electric guitar and formed his first band, the Raptures. Influenced by vinyl records from surf rock pioneers like the Ventures, the band covered tracks by the Ventures, the Kinks, the Beatles and the Monkees. As a songwriter, Yaghmai emerged as a rare cross-pollinator, fusing Persian classical melodies and poetry with Western psychedelic rock. He cited Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd as major influences and began blending distorted guitar riffs with Persian lyricism. In the early 1970s, he formed another band with his brothers Kamran and Kambiz, creating a sound that was revolutionary in Iran at that time. His music came to define a generation and cemented his place as one of the country's most original artistic voices. Let's understand the origins of his first breakout album, where Hawa Hawa came from. In 1973, while studying at Shahid Beheshti University in Tehran, Yaghmai released his debut single Gole Yak, written by Mehdi Khavan Langrudi, a close friend and one of Iran's most significant modern poets. Despite high sales, Yaghmai earned only modest royalties. Between 1975 and 79, he recorded 24 songs, 17 of which were released across two albums, Hajme Khali and Sarbeto. The remaining tracks were recorded during the politically volatile pre-revolution years. Then came the rupture, and after the 1979 Iranian Revolution, Western-influenced music was banned and Yaghmai's work was deemed unsuitable under the new regime. Unlike many artists who fled the country, he chose to stay. For 17 years, he was forbidden from performing publicly or releasing albums. His music, once celebrated, was effectively erased from the public sphere and memory. To survive creatively, Yaghmai turned to children's music and educational publishing, finding ways to keep music alive within rigid state boundaries. When he finally released his fourth album, Diyar, in 1987, it had to be stripped of guitars, drums and bass to comply with government regulations. In the 1990s, restrictions eased marginally and Yaghmai was permitted to perform concerts abroad and released albums. Even then, censorship followed him. He was not allowed to feature his own portrait on the album cover. His last album, legally published in Iran, came in 2001. And between 2003 and 2006, he worked on Malik Jamshed, but after years of seeking approval, the album was denied release and later banned in Iran despite being released internationally. Today, Kouroush Yaghmai lives in Tehran, runs a music school and mentors younger musicians. In late 2025, he announced his retirement with his final album, number 44, marking the end of a career shaped as much by resistance as creativity. Artists like Yaghmai do more than create music. They become conduits through which culture survives repression. His unique blend of Iranian psychedelic rock and blues, often using keyboards instead of guitars for rhythm, broke conventions and inspired generations long after his voice was silenced at home. That endurance is perhaps best captured in the journey of Havar Havar itself. The melody has been repeated, reborn in Bollywood, and tracks like Aya Aya Wo Aya from Aag Ka Gola, Jawan Jawan Ishq and from Billu Badshah, and later remakes in Chalis Chorasi and Mubarka, and now decades later it returns yet again in Dhurandhar. A song that began in 1970s Iran, survived censorship, crossed borders and outlived regimes, has once again found its moment. And in doing so, it reminds us of a simple truth. Authoritarian systems may silence artists, but art itself never truly disappears. It waits, it travels, it transforms and returns. Jagmei's life mirrors the deeper struggle driving Iran's protest today and the fight for voice, dignity and freedom under an authoritarian system. And after the 1979 revolution, his music was banned and he was silenced for nearly 2 decades. Not because his songs called for rebellion, but because free artistic expression itself was seen as a threat. Forced to strip his work of instruments, denied the right to perform, and pushed to the cultural margins, Jagmei's quiet refusal to abandon his art became an act of resistance. Today's protesters, demanding space to live, speak and create without fear, are pushing back against the same system of control that once tried to erase his music. In that sense, Jagmei's journey is not just a personal story from the past, it is a part of a longer continuum of Iranian resistance, where art, identity and protest remain inseparably linked.
An Iranian icon's forgotten song. It was Sanjay Dutt's entry song in Dhurandhar. Banned by the Islamic Revolution, this is the story of Kourosh Jagmei, the writer, composer and singer of Hawa Hawa.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर।
A very good afternoon. You're watching NewsX and I'm Shivani Singh. We are looking at the top headlines at this hour. Human rights organizations report 496 deaths and over 10,000 arrests in the past 15 days in Iran as massive protests continue to rage on. 48 officials have also reportedly died. U-Haul truck crashes into pro-monarchy anti-regime protesters in California, injuring several people as Iranian diaspora protests across the globe. US President Donald Trump declares himself as the acting president of Venezuela, posts edited picture on social media. Lashkar-e-Taiba Deputy Chief Saifullah Qasuri praises Pakistan-Bangladesh ties, signalling strategic terror interests and renewed closeness between Islamabad and Dhaka. All right, protesters perform haka disrupt a Sikh Nagar Kirtan in New Zealand for second time in 3 weeks. Slogan reading, "This is not India." Indian Army fires at Pakistani drone in Jammu and Kashmir. Multiple drone intrusion attempts reported near the line of control. ISRO successfully launches the Anvesha satellite on board the PSLV-C62, confirms the mission faced an anomaly after launch during the rocket's third stage. TVK Chief Vijay reaches Delhi to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation today for probe into the Karur stampede case. Well, the top story that we're getting for you right now comes in from Gujarat, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz visited the Sabarmati Ashram in Ahmedabad on Monday, January 12th, and paid homage to Mahatma Gandhi. After paying tributes to the father of the nation at the historic ashram, both the leaders reached the Sabarmati riverfront to inaugurate the International Kite Festival. This is followed by bilateral engagements at Mahatma Mandir Convention Centre in Gandhinagar, where both the leaders will review the progress made in the India-Germany strategic partnership, which has recently completed 25 years. The timing reflects Berlin's growing focus on India as global trade and security dynamics continue to shift. Officials familiar with the discussions said that the two leaders are expected to review cooperation across several sectors. Let's in fact take a look at the key agenda of the Modi-Mertz bilateral talks. This is very important because, like we've been mentioning, India and Germany are completing 25 years of their strategic partnership. So what was on the agenda when both the leaders met at the Mahatma Mandir? So let's look at agenda number 1. India-Germany strategic partnership marks 25 years with deepened cooperation across multiple sectors discussed. So across multiple sectors, they have discussed deepening their ties. Agenda number 2, trade and investment intensification forms core agenda to boost bilateral economic ties significantly. So trade and investment obviously form a very important part of this discussion. Number 3, defense and security roadmap to be unveiled, strengthening India's manufacturing base and collaboration. So with India pushing forward for Make in India, India can act as a manufacturing hub in the defense sector as well. Technology transfer and science innovation along with research partnerships feature prominently in the bilateral talks. So obviously India is also looking at technology transfer, scientific information exchange, and this will feature in the talks as well. Agenda number 5 is the critical minerals, semiconductors and green sustainable development agreements on the table for signing. This is one of the most important need of the hours. We need sustainable development, we need green energy, and hence that's where all these deals will come into the picture. Number 6, education, skilling, mobility and people-to-people exchanges to receive major focus and advancement. So education and skilling of people and mobility of people between both the countries will also feature in the talks. Agenda number 7 looks at EU-India Free Trade Agreement negotiations, accelerations expected as key priority is being discussed. So even in the FTAs or the free trade agreements that we are signing with the EU, most of these agreements will see discussions. Indo-Pacific regional developments and global issues including Ukraine war to be addressed. So obviously the Ukraine war will also be addressed. It's a global issue that affecting all the nations in the region. Number 9, business leaders engagement with delegation of German CEOs to explore investment opportunities. Apart from trade and commerce, we are also talking about investment opportunities in both the nations, and hence there will also be a meeting of business leaders with the CEOs and others to make sure that we have more investment opportunities in this. So clearly this is something that we all are looking forward to. Both the leaders are at Mahatma Mandir. They are looking to discuss all these various points that we have developed and we have talked about, from trade, commerce to defense. We are also looking at mobility and people to people communication and people to people contact between both the nations. We are also looking at education and skilling of people in both these nations. We are also in fact looking at one of the agendas that might be discussed, which is a manufacturing base in defense. So this is also something that's on the table. It's very important. We're looking at free trade agreements as well. We're looking at development of the Indo-Pacific region with the help of Germany and EU. So this is something that will be discussed and will feature in the talks. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Brian Thomas, who's joining us for more on this. Brian, could you help us take us through those details, those topics that might be discussed when the two leaders are meeting?
Well, very importantly, this is going to be a very crucial meeting. Moving on from the Sabarmati Ashram, they indulge in a light-hearted moment also at the International Kite Festival at Sabarmati Riverfront in the western city of Ahmedabad. Clearly itself, this tour is very important. He even went, Chancellor Frederick Merz also visited the Sabarmati Ashram, Mahatma Gandhi's residence during the Indian independence movement itself. And even they are scheduled to meet bilateral in the coming hours, and then a press conference will also be held itself. So clearly there's the chief political editor, they've been all there itself, clearly speaking about the development. And this is going to be very important. They are going to talk about issues from tricky subjects, Greenland, Russia, China, US and trade. So clearly there would be many such conversations. Not only that, India and Germany are also on the verge of signing €8 billion of submarine deal itself, which has been confirmed, and this is going to be a central focus of the visit, as the 25 delegation of CEOs traveling with Merz includes CEO also of ThyssenKrupp Maritime Systems, Oliver Buchard. There is Sherry Malhotra, Deputy Director at the Observer Research Foundation in New Delhi. So they are there, and this deal is very crucial for both India and Germany. This submarine deal is very crucial because it not only supports India's defense modernization, but also indigenization goals, because it will also involve tech transfers for submarine productions as well. Yes.
Brian, when we are looking at these two leaders meeting, we saw that they visited the Sabarmati Ashram as well. It's historic in itself. We also saw both the leaders participate in the International Kite Festival. So a lot of cultural exchange as well. In fact, Brian, I'll come back to you, but first, US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, is holding an address in New Delhi. Let's cut across to that.
This is the intersection of the world's oldest democracy and the world's largest democracy. My first visit to India was in 2013, and it left an impression on me unlike any other place. I remember visiting some of the incredible places this nation has. Of course, the Taj Mahal, Jaipur, Ranthambore. We even went up to Punjab and many other places. The friendly people, the colors, the incredible history, the innovation, and the spirit that I met on that trip over a decade ago, I've never forgotten, and I've always wanted to come back. And what an incredible way to be back in this incredible nation as your next US ambassador. When President Trump asked me to come here, I was thrilled. I remember President Trump remembers his last visit here. I was with the president last week, and as we had dinner right after New Year's, he recounted his incredible experience visiting here and also his great friendship with the great Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi. I also hope that the president will be visiting us soon, hopefully in the next year or two. I want to thank President Trump for once again putting his trust and confidence in me. I consider the president a dear friend. America has never had a commander-in-chief like President Trump. When I first got this position, somebody at the White House asked me, how are you going to keep in touch with the president? And the interesting thing is that a lot of people don't know is the president has a habit of calling you at 2 in the morning. And so with the time difference in New Delhi, it might actually work out pretty well. The president outworked all of us at the White House, and I hope that we'll be able to keep up with his pace and his expectations. When President Trump was elected in 2024, he asked me to be the director of the Office of Presidential Personnel. That meant hiring thousands of individuals across our entire federal government, from U.S. attorneys to ambassadors, and every political hire across every department in the United States government, including the State Department. In our first year, we broke every record and filled over 95% of those positions. So in this new year, I once again thank President Donald Trump for putting his trust in me in what is a very important relationship for both of our nations. I spoke with President Trump just yesterday, and I bring his warm wishes to all the people of India, especially his dear friend, the incredible Prime Minister, His Excellency, Prime Minister Modi. As many of you might have heard, the President is quite busy, not only around the world, but also redecorating and renovating Washington, D.C. And when I spoke to the President, I shared with him that I had just driven past the beautiful India Gate. The President has embarked on building a ballroom at the White House, but one of the additional projects that's on his list is building something similar to the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. And no offense to the French, but I think what we have here in Delhi might have even surpassed that. I've traveled all over the world with President Trump, and I can attest that his friendship with Prime Minister Modi is real. The United States and India are bound not just by shared interest, but by a relationship anchored at the highest levels. Real friends can disagree, but always resolve their differences in the end. Last week, our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, powerfully stated that this year will be a year of reciprocity. We are raising the standard for diplomacy itself. That means fair trade, mutual respect, and shared security. Many of you have asked me for an update on the ongoing trade deal negotiations. Both sides continue to actively engage. In fact, the next call on trade will occur tomorrow. Remember, India is the world's largest nation, so it's not an easy task to get this across the finish line, but we are determined to get there. And while trade is very important for our relationship, we will continue to work closely together on other very important areas, such as security, counterterrorism, energy, technology, education, and health. I also want to share with you today a new initiative that the United States launched just last month, called PAX Silica. PAX Silica is a US-led strategic initiative to build a secure, prosperous, and innovation-driven silicon supply chain, from critical minerals and energy inputs to advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, AI development, and logistics. Nations that joined last month include Japan, South Korea, the United Kingdom, and Israel. Today, I'm pleased to announce that India will be invited to join this group of nations as a full member next month. As the world adopts new technology, it is essential that India and the United States work hand in hand from the very start of this initiative. I thank the people of India for a very warm welcome. You are resilient people. You're innovative. You are spiritual. I look forward to meeting many of you as I travel across this incredible nation. To the staff here at the embassy, I'm excited to work with you. You and I have an incredible once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to redefine diplomacy, what it can accomplish. What it can accomplish could be the most consequential global partnership of this century. No partner is more essential than India. In the months and years ahead, it is my goal as ambassador to pursue a very ambitious agenda. We will do this as true strategic partners, each bringing strength, respect, and leadership to the table. Thank you, and may God bless the enduring friendship between our two nations.
All right, so that was the US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, who held an address in New Delhi, and he's spoken about a lot of aspects. He is, he has recalled Trump's meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he has also stated that US has not seen a commander-in-chief like Trump. He has also said that he brings Trump's warm wishes to India and especially his dear friend Prime Minister Modi. All right, with that we are moving on to some other stories. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on January the 12th held delegation level talks with German Chancellor Friedrich and Mertz in Ahmedabad as part of the latter's first official visit to India. The German Chancellor is on a 2-day official visit to the country, which also coincides with the celebrations marking 75 years of diplomatic relations and 25 years of the India-Germany strategic partnership, and is aimed at strengthening bilateral ties between India and Germany. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri were also present at the meeting. The meeting was held at the Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar. So, this is something that is currently being discussed, the Mertz-Modi meet. Remember that we have completed 25 years of our strategic partnership with Germany. Joining us via the phone line is my colleague Brian Thomas with more on this. Brian, we see delegation level talks being held over there at Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar. The Prime Minister was there, the External Affairs Minister was there, Foreign Secretary as well as the National Security Advisor.
Clearly as of now important development is taking place ahead of with the meeting with German Chancellor Mertz that begins for his first state visit. Very importantly, it is becoming extremely important. They have been speaking about the multiple roles that India and Germany will be undertaking at this point of time, and how important it is becoming for the two very nations to develop a very strong agenda in between them. And this is again his first Asia visit since taking charge itself. Again, visuals of the Prime Minister, German Chancellor flying Kite depicting Lord Hanuman together in Gujarat is also being surfaced. German Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul is in Washington DC, and this is also again ahead of the two-nation visit that Germany is undertaking at this very point of time. And this is very important because we are discussing array of conversations, array of topics. This is even it has been stating by the German handles. They've been saying that it is a focus to expand official talks on US, on trade, on Russia, on China, and other important industries. India and Germany are also on the verge of signing a very important submarine deal itself. So clearly this is also becoming very important, and in Ahmedabad itself, which lies in the western state of Gujarat on the banks of Sabarmati river, where they are seeing together, talking about array of topics, flying kites together. And this is also becoming extremely important for both the nations to build a stronger partnership.
Right, Brian, stay on with us. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and German Chancellor Friedrich Mertz met with CEOs from both the countries at the India-Germany CEOs Forum in Ahmedabad. The leaders reviewed ongoing cooperation in trade, investment, technology, education, skilling and mobility, and explored collaboration in defense, security, science, innovation, research and sustainable development. So, Brian, during that meeting, obviously we also saw both the leaders meeting CEOs from the countries at the India-Germany CEOs Forum.
Well, yes. As we are speaking in the run-up to the German Chancellor Friedrich Mertz visit, there is a 25-member German business delegation, including top executives from major companies such as Siemens, DHL Group, Infineon Technologies, Juniper, and even Airbus Defence and Space. They are accompanying Chancellor Mertz to India. These CEOs are also holding high-level discussions with Indian counterparts and policymakers on expanding trade, investment, technology, partnerships, and defense collaboration. Even itself, German's ambassador to India, Philip Ackermann, also highlighted German business interest in the comprehensive India-European Union free trade agreement and even deeper economic ties, and said that German companies are eagerly looking forward to having this FTA, and that the timing of Chancellor Merz's trip 2 weeks before the planned European Union-India summit underscores the importance Berlin places on stronger trade and industrial relations, and even this partnership, these engagements are being closely linked to the broader India-Germany strategic partnership, now marking 25 years also, which is expected to also lay the groundwork for cooperation in advanced technology sectors, supply chains and defense production.
Absolutely, Brian. In fact, when we look at defense as well, that's a particularly important sector that both the countries are looking at to signing deals and agreements regarding.
Well, yes, just a while back we've been talking about it, and I clearly mentioned the fact that it is, in terms of defense, if we talk about, they are signing they are on the verge of signing an 8 billion euro submarine deal. So that is going to be very crucial itself, and this is crucial not because it only supports India's defense modernization, but also some and on the way it also supports the indigenization goals, and it will involve tech transfers for submarine productions itself, which is very important itself. And for Germany also, the deal is extremely important because it helps wean India of its traditional dependence on Russian military equipment, while also enabling Germany to tap into India's lucrative defense market. Yes.
Right, Brian. Thank you so much for all those updates on that story. We are turning our attention now towards some other stories. Petrol pumps in and around Imphal Valley remain closed for the second consecutive day after talks with the state government failed to address the concerns raised by the Manipur Petroleum Dealers Fraternity. The state government sources have said and it has convened another meeting on Monday morning, as the impact of the closure is expected to be more severe on weekdays than on weekends. The MPDF had announced an indefinite closure of petrol pumps from Saturday in a protest against a bomb attack and over security concerns of petrol pump owners and their staff after unidentified miscreants carried out a bomb blast at a filling station at Moirang in Bishnupur district on Thursday night. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Nibir Dekha with more on this. Nibir, could you take us through what the situation on the ground is like? We saw that one of the meetings yielded no results. There was another meeting today morning. Any information on that front? Nibir, if you can hear us, we wanted to know.
The situation has become quite intense in Manipur due to the closure of the petrol pumps, as you know, and that is the reason the essential supplies costs have increased. If you see, there are places where the petrol is being sold over rupees 150, 200 rupees per litre. That is the situation in the state because of the closure of the petrol pumps and the indefinite strike. There are also allegations that extortion and demands have been made to petrol pump owners, leading to this prevalent situation. Although the government is trying its best to defuse the situation, but overall on ground it looks very difficult for the people of Manipur.
Nibir, please do stay on with us. According to sources, fuel outlets across the valley suspended operations after dealers expressed fears over the safety of staff and infrastructure. The shutdown has disrupted normal life, forcing commuters, transport operators and emergency service users to depend on black market fuel supplies, where petrol and diesel are being sold at inflated prices. Local residents said that the scarcity has affected daily commuting, commercial activities and essential services. There is no fuel available at pumps and people are left with no option but to buy from illegal sellers at very high rates, a resident has in fact said. Let me go across back to Nibir. Nibir, obviously daily life is affected over here. We are seeing a lot of people dealing in the black market oil supply as well now.
Yes, absolutely. That is the fallout of the closure of the petrol pumps, is that the rise of the black market increases, and that is what we have observed today as well, that because of which the black market has intensified and people are selling petrol at very high rates, that is a very sad situation to see, because Manipur has already been suffering quite a lot ever since the violent clashes broke out. And again, yet currently the situation is such that due to the indefinite strike, all these problems have emerged for the common public as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Nibir, for all those updates on that front. With that, we are wrapping up this bulletin and slipping into a short commercial.
सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिल के जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. Let's look at the headlines. Human rights organizations report 496 deaths and over 10,000 arrests in the past 15 days in Iran as massive protests continue to rage on. 48 officials have also reportedly died. U-Haul truck crashes into pro-monarchy, anti-regime protesters in California, injuring several people as Iranian diaspora protests continue across the globe. US President Donald Trump responds to Iran's threat amid deadly protests in Iran, claims the US will hit them at the levels that they've never seen before. US President Donald Trump declares himself as the acting president of Venezuela, posts edited picture on social media. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Ahmedabad, holds key bilateral meet. Lashkar-e-Taiba Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri praises Pakistan-Bangladesh ties, signalling strategic terror interests and renewed closeness between Islamabad and Dhaka. ISRO successfully launches the Anvesha satellite on board the PSLV-2, confirms the mission faced an anomaly after launch during the rocket's third stage. TVK Chief Vijay reaches Delhi to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation today for probe into the Karur stampede case. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz are holding a joint press briefing. Let's in fact cut across to that. All right, so we are expecting a host of agreements and a lot of MOUs to be signed between both the nations. We have Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz in the background over there, and you can look at those agreements that are being in fact exchanged between the officials of both the countries. Remember that it is now 25 years of India and German strategic partnership, and we are completing in fact 75 years of friendship with the German nation. And in fact these are what are coming in right now. These are the fresh visuals that are coming in for you right now. So this is Friedrich Merz in Gandhinagar. He is with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They met at Mahatma Gandhi Mandir, and over there held discussion on a range of issues, and you have these officials exchanging those signed agreements. We are expecting agreements in a lot of fields, but most importantly in the field of defense, because there is a submarine deal that might have been signed between both the nations, and it not only supports India's modernization but also its Indianization goals. In fact, let's cut across to the joint press briefing right now.
And the Deutsche Post. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the exchange ceremony. I now request the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the rest of the proceedings.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mr. Friedrich Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers, members of both delegations, distinguished guests, and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I now request Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency,
Your Excellency, my friend Chancellor Frederick Merz,
That is Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
मेरे लिए विशेष प्रसन्नता का विषय है। ये एक सुखद संयोग है कि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने ही भारत और जर्मनी के बीच दर्शन, ज्ञान और आत्मा का सेतु बनाया था। आज चांसलर मर्ज की यह यात्रा उसी सेतु को नई ऊर्जा, नया विश्वास और नया विस्तार प्रदान कर रही है। चांसलर के रूप में यह उनकी भारत ही नहीं बल्कि एशिया की पहली यात्रा है। यह इस बात का सशक्त प्रमाण है कि वे भारत के साथ संबंधों को कितना गहरा महत्व देते हैं। उनके पर्सनल अटेंशन और कमिटमेंट के लिए मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। भारत जर्मनी के साथ अपनी मित्रता और साझेदारी और सुदृढ़ करने के लिए पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है। गुजरात में हम कहते हैं, आवकारो मीठो आपजे रे, यानी स्नेह और आत्मीयता से स्वागत करना। इसी भावना के साथ हम चांसलर मर्ज का भारत में हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, चांसलर मर्ज की ये यात्रा एक विशेष समय हो रही है। पिछले वर्ष हमने अपने रणनीतिक साझेदारी के 25 वर्ष पूरे किए और इस वर्ष हम अपने राजनयिक संबंधों के 75 वर्ष भी मना रहे हैं। ये माइलस्टोन्स केवल समय की उपलब्धियां नहीं है, ये हमारी साझा महत्वाकांक्षाओं, परस्पर विश्वास और निरंतर सशक्त होते सहयोग के प्रतीक है। भारत और जर्मनी जैसे देशों की अर्थव्यवस्थाओं के बीच करीबी सहयोग पूरी मानवता के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। बढ़ते व्यापार और निवेश संबंधों ने हमारे स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को नई ऊर्जा दी है। हमारा द्विपक्षीय व्यापार अब तक के अपने सर्वोच्च स्तर पर पहुंच चुका है और $50 बिलियन के आंकड़े को पार कर गया है। 2000 से अधिक जर्मन कंपनियां लंबे समय से भारत में मौजूद है। ये भारत के प्रति उनके अटूट विश्वास और यहां मौजूद अनंत संभावनाओं को दर्शाता है। आज सुबह भारत जर्मनी सीईओ फोरम में इसकी जीवंत झलक दिखाई दी। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और जर्मनी के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी सहयोग प्रति वर्ष मजबूत हुआ है और आज इसका प्रभाव ग्राउंड पर स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई देता है। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में भारत और जर्मनी की प्राथमिकताएं समान है। इसमें सहयोग को बढ़ाने के लिए हमने इंडिया जर्मनी सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस स्थापित करने का निर्णय लिया है। ये नॉलेज, टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इनोवेशन का साझा मंच बनेगा। हम क्लाइमेट, एनर्जी, अर्बन डेवलपमेंट और अर्बन मोबिलिटी जैसे क्षेत्रों में मिलकर नई परियोजनाओं को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन में दोनों देशों की कंपनियों का नया मेगा प्रोजेक्ट भविष्य की ऊर्जा के लिए एक गेम चेंजर साबित होगा। भारत और जर्मनी सिक्योर, ट्रस्टेड और रेजिलिएंट सप्लाई चेन के निर्माण के लिए मिलकर के काम कर रहे हैं। इन सभी विषयों पर आज किए जा रहे एमओयू से हमारे सहयोग को नई गति और मजबूती मिलेगी। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा में बढ़ता सहयोग हमारे आपसी भरोसे और साझी सोच का प्रतीक है। रक्षा व्यापार से जुड़ी प्राथमिकताओं को सरल बनाने के लिए मैं चांसलर मर्ज का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हम रक्षा उद्योगों के बीच सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए एक रोडमैप उस पर भी काम करेंगे, जिससे को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। फ्रेंड, भारत और जर्मनी के बीच ऐतिहासिक और गहरे पीपल टू पीपल टाइज हैं। रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर की रचनाओं ने जर्मनी के बौद्धिक जगत को नई दृष्टि दी। स्वामी विवेकानंद की विचारधारा ने जर्मनी सहित पूरे यूरोप को प्रेरित किया और मैडम कामा ने जर्मनी में पहली बार भारत की आजादी का ध्वज फहराकर हमारी स्वतंत्रता की आकांक्षाओं को वैश्विक पहचान दी। आज हम इस ऐतिहासिक जुड़ाव को आधुनिक साझेदारी का रूप दे रहे हैं। माइग्रेशन, मोबिलिटी और स्किलिंग बढ़ाने पर विशेष बल दिया गया है। भारत की टैलेंटेड युवा शक्ति जर्मनी की अर्थव्यवस्था में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रही है। आज ग्लोबल स्किल्स पार्टनरशिप पर जारी जॉइंट डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ इंटेंट इसी भरोसे का प्रतीक है। इससे खास तौर पर हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स की आवाजाही आसान होगी। आज हमने खेलों के क्षेत्र में भी सहयोग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए ठोस कदम उठाए हैं। यह युवाओं को जोड़ने का एक प्रभावी माध्यम बनेगा। आज हायर एजुकेशन पर बना कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रोडमैप शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमारी साझेदारी को नई दिशा देगा। मैं जर्मन विश्वविद्यालयों को भारत में अपने कैंपस खोलने के लिए आमंत्रण देता हूं। भारतीय नागरिकों के लिए वीजा फ्री ट्रांजिट की घोषणा के लिए मैं चांसलर मर्ज का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इससे दोनों देशों के लोगों के बीच नजदीकियां और बढ़ेगी। मुझे खुशी है कि गुजरात के लोथल में बनाए जा रहे नेशनल मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स से जर्मन मैरीटाइम म्यूजियम जुड़ रहा है। यह दोनों देशों की मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री को जोड़ने वाला ऐतिहासिक कदम है। ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन के क्षेत्र में गुजरात आयुर्वेद यूनिवर्सिटी का जर्मनी के साथ करीबी सहयोग रहा है। इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज किए जा रहे एमओयू से हमारा सहयोग को और अधिक बल मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और जर्मनी की हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर हम चलते रहे हैं। हमारी दोस्ती का प्रभाव ग्लोबल स्टेज पर भी दिखाई देता है। घाना, कैमरून और मलावी जैसे देशों में ज्वाइंट प्रोजेक्ट से हमारी ट्राइलेटरल विकास साझेदारी दुनिया के लिए एक सफल मॉडल है। हम ग्लोबल साउथ के देशों के विकास के लिए अपने साझा प्रयासों को आगे भी निरंतर जारी रखेंगे। इंडो पैसिफिक दोनों देशों के लिए हाई प्रायोरिटी है। इस क्षेत्र में हमारे तालमेल को बढ़ाने के लिए हम एक कंसल्टेशन मैकेनिज्म की शुरुआत करने जा रहे हैं। आज हमने यूक्रेन और गाजा सहित कई वैश्विक और क्षेत्रीय मुद्दों पर विस्तार से चर्चा की। भारत सभी समस्याओं और विवादों के शांतिपूर्ण समाधान का पक्षधर रहा है और इस दिशा में किए जा रहे सभी प्रयासों का समर्थन करता है। हम एकमत है कि आतंकवाद पूरी मानवता के लिए एक गंभीर खतरा है। भारत और जर्मनी इसके विरुद्ध एकजुट होकर पूरी दृढ़ता से लड़ाई जारी रखेंगे। भारत और जर्मनी सहमत है कि ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस से निपटने के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में सुधार अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में सुधार के लिए G4 के माध्यम से हमारा संयुक्त प्रयास इसी सोच का प्रमाण है। एक्सेलेंसी, 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं एक बार फिर आपका भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि आज की चर्चा भारत जर्मनी साझेदारी को नई ऊर्जा और स्पष्ट दिशा देगी। आपकी यात्रा, आपके व्यक्तिगत जुड़ाव और भारत के प्रति आपकी गहरी मित्रता के लिए मैं आपको हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। दांके शोन।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency, Mr. Friedrich-Merz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, to give his remarks to the media.
Exzellenz, sehr geehrter Herr Premierminister, lieber Narendra Modi, meine Damen und Herren, die erste Reise in diesem Jahr führt mich in der Tat nach Indien. Es ist auch zugleich die erste Reise nach Südostasien, die ich als Bundeskanzler unternehme. Und ich will damit ein Zeichen setzen für die strategische Partnerschaft mit Indien. Diese strategische Partnerschaft mit Indien hat für Deutschland, hat auch für mich eine hohe Priorität. Sie haben es bereits gesagt, 75 Jahre diplomatische
years of diplomatic relations. We share 75 years, and 75 years after establishing diplomatic relations, this holds true more than ever before. Our two countries are seeking to intensify and deepen our cooperation. This morning I had the opportunity to visit the birthplace of Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi is ascribed the following sentence: be the change which you hope for the world. We want to take heed of that together, dear Narendra Modi. We want to elevate the relations between India and Germany to an even higher and a new level. You invited me to visit your home state of Gujarat, and I would like to express my gratitude and express my heartfelt gratitude for this special gesture. It's a sign for the very deep ties between our two countries, but it's also a testament to the friendship towards me. Thank you very much. The city we're visiting today, Ahmedabad, in a certain way is the cradle of modern India. This is where Gandhi started his non-violent struggle and fight for freedom, self-determination and democracy. And the region, this part of India, Gujarat, represents an impressive economic dynamic. A dynamic of India ranging from textile industry via highly modern smart industrial parks and to a very lively startup scene. Furthermore, the region is a pulsating location for universities, for engineering, and for applied sciences. Here in Gujarat, it becomes tangible what's important to both of us when it comes to this visit. The fundamental political values that we share, the tremendous economic potential that we see, and our ever closer interconnections with a view to skilled labor and education. And especially amid the profound geopolitical changes and upheavals in the world, we share a fundamental interest in deepening our strategic partnership.
Europe and transatlantic relations remain important to us. Today, we need to forge a broader network of partnerships, and we need to do so swiftly and with a long breath at the same time. India is a desired partner, a partner of choice for Germany, and the preconditions for a renewed and deepened and intensified partnership couldn't be more favorable. Germany, as the most populous state and the state in the European Union, which is the most economically strong state in the European Union, and India is the biggest democracy of the world, we share fundamental values. The highly dynamic India and the highly technological Germany, we share essential interests, and this is what we build upon. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to focus on 3 priorities. First, we advocate for an international order in which we can live freely and securely. Because the world order is changing. The moment we are meeting here, it is increasingly marked by great power politics and thinking in spheres of influence. Rough winds are blowing, and we have to brace ourselves against these rough winds. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is probably the most drastic expression of these changes and this upheaval. Together, we are going to assert these values and interests that we share in this new world together. No, we don't always agree in all matters, and that holds true for our European partners as well, but the overlaps we're seeing are very big indeed. And this is why we want to cooperate more closely in the field of security policy. We host joint exercises of our Navy and our Air Force, and we have joint port visits, military joint visits, and we have forms of consultations. And we want to deepen our defense industries and the cooperation of our defense industries, and this has strategic significance. That strengthens both, and that leads to the fact that India is less dependent on Russia. You saw it. We signed groundbreaking memoranda of declaration. One memorandum stipulates the closer cooperation of our defense industries in the field of development and production, and the promotion of innovation and strengthening global supply chains. But not only do we intensify our defense industrial cooperation, but we also intensify our economic relations. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we're seeing a renaissance of protectionism. It's directed against the principles of free trade and open markets. And countries like India and Germany have been focusing on the principles of free trade and open markets, and we continue to focus on these principles in future. We're experiencing that great powers, big powers, use supply chains and raw materials increasingly as instruments of power. Together, we want to oppose this. We reduce unilateral dependencies of our supply chains, and that makes both of our economies more resilient. India, as the fastest growing economy of the G20, is a pivotal partner in the Indo-Pacific. You mentioned it, Prime Minister, more than 2,000 German companies are active in India, and ever more Indian companies are investing in Germany, with a bilateral trade volume to the tune of almost $50 billion in goods and services. At a record high, Germany is India's most important partner in the European Union. German and Indian companies are moving closer together in future technologies. And this is why we agreed to deepen cooperation in pivotal areas such as critical minerals, AI, digitalization and telecommunications, hydrogen, and battery storage. we want to deepen and intensify cooperation because innovation creates growth and requires academia, science, and research. We also foster and promote our cooperation in this field by way of the Indo-German Science and Technology Center. We are also working on establishing a joint center of excellence for technological innovations. And ladies and gentlemen, the fact that I'm accompanied by a large delegation of German top companies illustrates this dynamics impressively. We want to continue to remove obstacles and use and tap into potential. We discussed this together with Prime Minister Modi and leading CEOs at a round table, and I look forward to continuing this CEO forum to fully tap into full potential of our economic relations. We need to conclude the negotiations on a free trade agreement between India and the European Union. We need to use this opportunity. The President of the Commission are going to travel to India toward the end of this month and are going to sign this agreement. After it's concluded, they are going to undertake more progress and to bring this free trade agreement about. Allow me to say this also against the backdrop of the decisions of last Friday that the European Union concluded the Mercosur agreement finally is an encouraging sign on the path to continue down the road of forging and concluding free trade agreements. And thirdly, Prime Minister Modi said it, we want to continue to work in the field of education and skilled workers. Well-educated, skilled workers secure our prosperity. They're motivated, they're creative and innovative. Germany needs qualified professionals in the field of industry, in trade, nursing, IT, and in engineering. India has excellent young people who are well trained. It's an opportunity for both sides. We are opening up paths for legal and orderly migration from dual vocational training, studies, targeted visa and fast-track procedures and partnerships between universities and companies. 60,000 young people from India are studying in Germany. They account for the largest group of foreign students in Germany. The number of urgently needed, highly qualified, skilled workers from India in Germany is increasing rapidly. And as of now, Indians are among the most successful group of immigrants in Germany. And we want to continue and promote this in the future. We want to enhance this trend, for instance, by promoting and expanding a digital office for German language acquisition in India. And finally, with the Global Skills Partnership, we're creating a framework for Indian skilled workers in the field of the healthcare sector. Mr. Modi, Narendra Modi, Germany and India are two large democracies and strong economies that have many things in common. We want to build upon this, and we want to deepen our partnership and our security partnership. Indeed, we want to strengthen our economic relations, and together we want to promote talents in India and in Germany. We do this for the benefit of both sides. We do this for a world order which preserves our values and our interests, and we do so because we trust each other and because we want to get to know each other better via the many meetings. I'm very happy to be you in your home state today. I look forward to welcoming you towards the end of this year in Germany on the occasion of the German-Indian intergovernmental consultation, and we're hosting these consultations. And allow me to also address the developments in the not-so-far neighborhood in Iran. We're seeing for 2 weeks how people from all sectors of society are taking to the streets. They're protesting peacefully for freedom and a better life in their country. Not only is it their right to do that, I pay tribute to the courage with which they confront the a proportionate amount of violence, and I call upon the Iranian government and leadership to protect their citizens instead of threatening them. The violence directed at the Iranian people is something we condemn in the strongest of terms. This violence is not a testament an expression of strength but a weakness, and this violence needs to stop. Allow me to say this in conclusion, because the news coming out of Iran are accompanying us while we're here on a visit to India. Once again, Honorable Prime Minister, dear Mr. Modi, thank you so much for the warm hospitality, for the amicable reception here in India. I'm delighted to continue our good cooperation between Germany and India, and also look forward to continuing our amicable cooperation on a personal level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the press statements. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence.
Right, so those were the visuals coming in from the joint press statement between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Education, trade, research, a lot of MOUs have been signed between both the nations. A lot of key agreements have also been spoken about. They are also trying to establish centers of excellence between both the countries, and they are in fact going to undertake more developments. In fact, trade was also on the agenda, and both the countries want to make the economies resilient. They also spoke about geopolitical issues like Iran, where protesters are out on the streets working for a change in the regime. All right, so this is the latest that's coming in regarding the Modi and German Chancellor Merz meeting. We have to understand that a lot of key agreements have been signed between both the nations right now. A lot of key MOUs also. They are looking at MOUs in the sector of education. They are looking at MOUs on making the economy resilient, and this is one of the most important ties that will actually make a strategic partnership between both the countries even better. Remember that it's now 25 years of strategic partnership with Germany and 75 years of friendship with the nation. We've seen some talk and discussions on defense. We have seen discussions being held on establishing joint centers between both the countries, with many Indians actually studying in Germany and working over there. So the German Chancellor has stated that they are going to undertake a lot of development on that front. The German Chancellor has also stated that they are working towards making the economy more resilient, and India and Germany in fact are the third and the fourth largest economy, and both of them are coming together speaking on trade and commerce issues. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also spoke about the CEOs forum that was in fact held between both the nations in order to attract more investment in this matter. And when we talk about investment, both the countries are looking for more resilience on this. All right, joining us on the broadcast is Ambassador Yogesh Gupta, former diplomat, with us right now. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us on the broadcast.
एक सीमलेस पार्टनरशिप है जिसकी नींव साझा मूल्यों और आपसी विश्वास पर टिकी है। हर सेक्टर में हमारे बीच म्यूचुअली बेनिफिशियल अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। हमारी एमएसएमईज और जर्मनी की मिटलस्टैंड के बीच जारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सहयोग, आईटी और सर्विस में तेजी से बढ़ता सहयोग, ऑटोमोटिव, एनर्जी, मशीनरी व केमिकल सेक्टर्स में जॉइंट वेंचर्स और रिसर्च कोलैबोरेशन से उभरती नई टेक्नोलॉजी और इन मजबूत लिंकेजेस का सीधा लाभ हमारे व्यापार को मिला है, जो आज लगभग $50 बिलियन के आंकड़े को पार कर चुका है। फ्रेंड्स, दुनिया तेजी से बदल रही है। हम देख रहे हैं कि कैसे क्रिटिकल टेक्नोलॉजीज और कैपिटल मशीनरी पर निर्भरता को आज वेपनाइज किया जा रहा है। आज स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की जयंती के पावन अवसर पर हमें उनके विचारों और संदेश से प्रेरणा लेनी चाहिए। उनका संदेश स्पष्ट था कि एक सशक्त राष्ट्र वही होता है जो आत्मबल, आत्मनिर्भरता और जिम्मेदारी के साथ दुनिया से जुड़ता है। आज के वैश्विक संदर्भ में यह संदेश और भी प्रासंगिक है। इसी सोच के अनुरूप हमारा साझा दायित्व है कि हम दुनिया के लिए ट्रस्टेड और रेजिलिएंट सप्लाई चेन्स को मजबूत करें और इस प्रयास से भारत और जर्मनी जैसे भरोसेमंद साझेदारों की पार्टनरशिप निर्णायक भूमिका निभाती है। फ्रेंड, अपनी पहली एशिया यात्रा के लिए चांसलर मर्ज ने भारत को डेस्टिनेशन बनाया। यह जर्मनी की डाइवर्सिफिकेशन स्ट्रेटजी में भारत की केंद्रीय भूमिका को दर्शाता है और यह भारत के प्रति जर्मनी के भरोसे का स्पष्ट संकेत है। इसी भरोसे के अनुरूप आज हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए हैं। सबसे पहले हमने तय किया है कि इस सीमलेस इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप को लिमिटलेस बनाया जाए, यानी ट्रेडिशनल इकोनॉमिक सेक्टर्स के साथ साथ अब स्ट्रेटेजिक सेक्टर्स को भी गहरा सहयोग होगा। डिफेंस क्षेत्र में आज हम ज्वाइंट डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ इंटेंट का एक्सचेंज कर रहे हैं। इससे डिफेंस में को इनोवेशन और को प्रोडक्शन के लिए हमारी कंपनियों को स्पष्ट पॉलिसी सपोर्ट मिलेगा। स्पेस सेक्टर में भी अब सहयोग के नए अवसर खुलेंगे। दूसरा, हम इस बात पर भी सहमत है कि ट्रस्टेड पार्टनरशिप को अब टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप का रूप दिया जाए। दुनिया की दो बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक अर्थव्यवस्थाएं क्रिटिकल और इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज में सहयोग और गहरा करेगी। सेमीकंडक्टर्स में हम म्यूचुअल पार्टनर्स हैं। इसके साथ पावर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, बायोटेक, फिनटेक, फार्मा, क्वांटम और साइबर ऐसे क्षेत्रों में भी अपार संभावनाएं हैं। तीसरा, हम सबको इस बात पर पूरी क्लैरिटी है कि इंडिया जर्मनी पार्टनरशिप न केवल म्यूचुअल बेनिफिशियल है, बल्कि यह दुनिया के लिए भी बेहतर है। भारत ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, सोलर, विंड और बायोफ्यूल में वर्ल्ड लीडर बनने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इसमें जर्मन कंपनीज के लिए सोलर सेल्स, इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर्स, बैटरीज और विंड टर्बाइन्स जैसे क्षेत्रों में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। हम मिलकर ई मोबिलिटी से लेकर फूड और हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी तक दुनिया के लिए सॉल्यूशंस विकसित कर सकते हैं। एआई को लेकर भारत का ऑल इंक्लूसिव विजन है। जब जर्मनी का एआई इकोसिस्टम इससे जुड़ता है तो हम एक ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक डिजिटल फ्यूचर सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत का टैलेंट पूल जर्मन इंडस्ट्री की इनोवेशन और प्रोडक्टिविटी को आगे बढ़ाने में सक्षम है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में खासकर हाईटेक सेक्टर में स्किल मोबिलिटी में तेजी से बढ़ोतरी हुई है। हम जर्मन कंपनीज को आग्रह करते हैं कि वे भारत की प्रतिभा का पूरा उपयोग करें और स्किल, इनोवेशन तथा इंडस्ट्रियल लिंकेज को और मजबूत करें। फ्रेंड, आज के चुनौतीपूर्ण वैश्विक माहौल में भारत 8% अधिक ग्रोथ से साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। इसके पीछे कोई एक वजह नहीं, बल्कि सतत और व्यापक रिफॉर्म्स हैं। हर क्षेत्र में प्राइवेट सेक्टर को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है, चाहे वो डिफेंस हो या स्पेस, माइनिंग हो या न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी। कंप्लायंसेस लगातार कम हो रहे हैं, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस बढ़ रहा है। इन्हीं प्रयासों ने भारत को आज दुनिया के लिए ग्रोथ और ऑप्टिमिज्म का सिंबल बना दिया है। इंडिया EU फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट भी जल्द साकार होने जा रहा है। यह हमारे व्यापार, निवेश और साझेदारी के लिए एक नया अध्याय खोलने वाला है। यानी आपके लिए रास्ता क्लियर है। मैं जर्मन प्रिसिशन और इनोवेशन को भारत के स्केल और स्पीड के साथ जुड़ने का आमंत्रण देता हूं। आप भारत में मैन्युफैक्चर कर सकते हैं, डोमेस्टिक डिमांड का पूरा लाभ उठा सकते हैं और बिना किसी बाधा से एक्सपोर्ट भी कर सकते हैं। फ्रेंड, सरकार की ओर से मैं आपको यह भरोसा दिलाता हूं कि भारत जर्मनी के साथ सहयोग को स्टेबल पॉलिसीज, म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट और लॉन्ग टर्म विजन के साथ आगे बढ़ाएगा। मेरा संदेश संक्षेप में यही है, इंडिया इज रेडी, विलिंग एंड एबल। आइए हम मिलकर इनोवेट करें, इन्वेस्ट करें और ग्रो करें। भारत और जर्मनी के लिए ही नहीं, वैश्विक भविष्य के लिए सस्टेनेबल सॉल्यूशंस तैयार करें। दाके शॉन्ग, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you.
The invitation to this CEO forum and for the valuable opportunity to meet and to exchange ideas with you in person today and with the Indian government and the Indian and German business leaders. I'm really happy to have the opportunity to see you all and to meet with you and to speak. Before I come to our business opportunities, let me thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for your warm hospitality and for your invitation to come to India and to welcome my delegation and to have this warm welcome even late in the night or early in the morning when we arrived here in this place, which is your home state, which is something we really find valuable and we really appreciate. Now, dear business leaders, it's no coincidence that India is the first Asian country I'm visiting as Chancellor. It comes at a time where profound global changes are challenging us. Technological transformation and geopolitical uncertainty affect the way our economies operate and compete. Against this backdrop, the partnership between Germany and India is a strategic asset, economically, politically, and in a global context. I want to share with you 3 brief observations. First, India's and Germany's trade and investment relationship. India is an important trading partner for Germany, and the trade volume between the EU and India is at a record high. I believe we can benefit even more from mutual trade based on open markets and rules-based cooperation. Germany and India share long-standing trust, political principles, and strong democratic institutions. These principles provide orientation and predictability for our economic partnership. Success is also a question of speed, the right investment climate, investor confidence, and room for maneuver. Innovation cycles are becoming shorter, markets more demanding, and competition more global. Those who succeed are able to invest early, move fast, and bring solutions to market at scale. Governments have a responsibility to provide reliable, predictable, and enabling framework conditions for trade and investment. This creates space for business to invest, to innovate, to expand, and cooperate across borders. My government, and I'm in person, we are working tirelessly to make Germany even more attractive for foreign investments. We are tackling overburdening bureaucracy, eliminating obsolete or stifling regulations, simplifying procedures, and accelerating the digitization of public administration. Under my government, ladies and gentlemen, Germany is open for business and open for business cooperation. At the same time, we are strongly interested in further opportunities for German business in India. A second key topic is innovation. Germany and India are strong markets. We are innovation-driven economies with complementary strength in research, engineering, manufacturing, and entrepreneurship. Innovation fosters growth, and our businesses are key drivers for innovation. There are significant opportunities for cooperation across industries and across technologies. Looking ahead, the full economic potential of our partnership is yet to be exploited. Unlocking it requires ambition, reliability, and close cooperation between businesses and government, and a shared commitment to innovation and future-oriented business models. And finally, there is the changing geopolitical landscape, which brings opportunities, but also challenges for government and business. If we want to remain competitive in this world and sustain long-term economic growth, we must strengthen our resilience. This means partnering with trusted actors, promoting openness and fair competition, and protecting our economic base against one-sided dependencies and their weaponization. Diversification and rules-based frameworks is how to put this approach into practice. For this reason, Germany supports an ambitious and economically meaningful EU-India free trade agreement as a central pillar for stable and future-oriented economic engagement. We cannot let this chance go by. And we are pursuing more diversification by way of strengthening our supply chains, for example, in the field of critical resources. For governments, the role is clear, not to direct business decisions. That's not our way to work, but to ensure solid, reliable, and favorable conditions for trade and investment, nationally, bilaterally, and at the international level. In this case, between the European Union and India, in terms of bringing our free trade agreement forward. Now, political dialogue and business exchange go hand in hand. This forum brings together those who shape political frameworks and those who take business decisions. It underscores once more the depth and breadth of the economic relationship between Germany and India. I'm therefore glad, dear Mr. Prime Minister, that our two governments have agreed on a memorandum of understanding to put this CEO forum on a new elevated footing. I'm looking forward to sharing this forum again in the future. Finally, let us carry the spirit forward with determination, ambition, and a shared focus on implementation. I'm really thankful, I'm glad to be here, and many thanks to you sharing this forum, doing the work, and many thanks again, Mr. Prime Minister, for our close cooperation, which has not only begun today, we met before, but this is now a meeting which is really opening a new page in our cooperation between India and Germany. Many thanks for your kind hospitality.
Right, so that was the joint press conference, and then the CEO's Forum meet address by both the leaders. Joining us on the broadcast is Arvind Singh Tejawat, Foreign Affairs expert. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. So, when we're looking at this strategic partnership, we've completed 25 years of it, and we're looking forward to some very new avenues as well, and strengthening those old lanes that we have been talking about earlier, sir.
Absolutely right, Shivani. But it's not only the strategic partnership we are running from last 75 years, but now I suppose that the European Union is also feeling that Europe is not having that strategic freedom what the India is having. So most of the European economic and even the foreign policy is dependent on a United States. And that's why the United States recently claimed on a Greenland. So now the major country of the European Union is feeling that they must search new friends in the world. And I suppose that the India, since as mentioned, the Chancellor Frederick already mentioned that the India and Germany is sharing a common practices of a democracies and to grow together in a very democratic way. So India and Germany is having a large scope to move together and to get benefit for their own people. So that's why I suppose, and particularly in a defense sector, the India's Arjun tank is dependent on a selling of engine, which is manufactured by the Germany. So this partnership will go long, and I suppose this visit of Chancellor Frederick will open a new ways to go for a free trade treaty with the European Union. Shivani.
Absolutely, sir. In fact, when we are talking about people-to-people contact as well, sir, that's something that both the leaders have spoken about. They've spoken about mobility, wherein Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about free visa movement between both the countries. We have a lot of young Indians studying in Germany as well as working over there, and Germany has in fact stated that they do want to strengthen this, development that's there.
Right, Shivani. Though Britain is not a part of European Union, but still, if we keep the Britain away, then I suppose the Germany is the biggest partner in Europe. Even if we compare with the France, then the German universities, especially in Heidelberg University, is having the biggest Indian Studies department, and there are lots of any other sector where you can find the Indian presence, especially in our automobile sector. The India is having a larger scope there, but at the same time, the India is having a competition with the German companies also. So we need to be a bit careful, and at the same time, if the German universities is opening the gate for the Indian students, and the visa process becomes a bit less complicated, then I suppose the especially the Indian students are having a great opportunity over there. So Germany is very keen to go for a partnership with the Indian counterpart, and I suppose that this meeting will definitely give a fruitful result.
Also joining us on the broadcast is Ambassador Yogesh Gupta, former diplomat. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador, if I can come to you with the importance of the various deals that the various MOUs that have been signed. We are talking about education, we are talking about development, we are talking about trade and commerce, we are talking about visa free transit for Indians as well. So a lot of topics were discussed between both the leaders, sir.
Yes, Shivani, what is happening is that the changes in the global, order, the way the situation is, changing, let's say versus the United States or Europe versus China. I think all that has brought India and Germany together. Germany is not happy with the US, the way the US has reacted in the case of Greenland. They are not happy with the US military intervention in Venezuela, and the German president has been saying that this is not the same old US, but this is a more aggressive, a more capricious, and a more a more very selfish, self-centered US. So, and their experience with China has been equally disappointing, because they used to sell a lot of cars, and they used to sell a lot of trains and other things in engineering items in China. All of that has changed. Now China has become a big exporter of these items itself, and there is not much scope left for cooperation between Germany and China in these items. So India is the next biggest market, and we are a rapidly growing economy, and we need the German technology, we need the German investments. We are open to cooperation with Germany in political, in economic, trade, industrial, technological, defense areas. We will need a lot of submarines, we will need a lot of defense items, and Germany is, it looks upon India as a friendly country with whom it can cooperate on a long-term basis. So all that is bringing us together, and I think this visit will give a spurt to the bilateral cooperation between the two countries.
So apart from the bilateral cooperation, one thing that the German Chancellor in fact has been stressing on was global peace. He spoke about Ukraine, he spoke about Iran, and he said India and Germany both share the same views of open, free global markets, of peace throughout the world, and that's something that both the countries, hold as their morals.
Yes, on issues like Venezuela, issues like Greenland, issues like Iran, issues like Gaza, what has happened in Gaza, the views of Germany and India are very close, and I think that helps us in fostering a more rapid and closer cooperation between the two countries. So yes, that is a very, very important driver also.
Right. Thank you so much, Ambassador, and Mr. Teshawat, for joining us on the broadcast for your expert opinion on this subject. With that, we are wrapping up this bulletin and slipping into a short commercial.
सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम भी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिलके जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच NDH
मेले की भव्यता और पवित्रता का एक बार फिर विश्व देखेगा नया स्वरूप। करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए परंपराएं वही और सुविधाएं नई, जहां पग पग पर आस्था और दिव्यता की मिलेगी अनुभूति। जब संगम की रेती पर संत महात्माओं की होगी उपस्थिति, 6 पावन पर्व स्नानों में अखाड़ों के संतों का समागम, पूरे विश्व में माघ मेले की महानता का होगा वर्णन। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में माघ मेला 2026, आस्था की लहराती पताका, विकास की नई गाथा, काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Well, the death toll from the ongoing unrest has now mounted to 203 in Iran, according to activists and rights groups, including both protesters and security forces. Demonstrations that were sparked by severe economic hardships and demands for regime change have spread across major cities, with chants of death to Khamenei echoing through the streets despite intense crackdowns. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has invoked the harshest measures, vowing no retreat and accusing protesters of being tools of foreign powers, including the United States. A public prosecutor has threatened the death penalty charges for those deemed enemies of God, signaling a potential escalation in repression. Compounding the chaos, Iran remains under a nationwide internet blackout that has now exceeded 60 hours, severely limiting information flow, communications and independent verification of events. Rights organizations warn that this blackout could enable further violence, with reports of live ammunition, mass arrests and injuries continuing to emerge through limited channels. We'll continue to talk about this with our guests. And on the international front, US President Donald Trump has also repeatedly signaled America's readiness to intervene, stating that the US stands ready to help the Iranian people achieve their freedom. He has warned of severe consequences, including potential military strikes if the regime continues killing peaceful protesters. Reports indicate Trump has been briefed on options for targeted airstrikes on Iranian military sites, though officials stress no final decision has been made and no action is imminent. Meanwhile, Iran's leadership has hit back, warning that any US strike would target American troops and interests in the region, raising fears of broader conflict as well. We'll talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the show is Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev, former diplomat, Major General G.G. Dwivedi, Global and Strategic Defense Expert, also with us. Mr. Sumit Peet, Senior Political Commentator, joins us on the show as well. And last but by no means the least, Professor Madhav Nalapat, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian, joins us on the show as well. All right, Professor Nalapat, sir, I'll begin with you. This is obviously an evolving situation at this point in time, but how evolving is the situation is something that we may never know. There's a blackout in Iran because of the internet being suspended in most parts. We've also heard that Starlink is in fact trying to help media agencies to put out the truth over there. But how do you see this conflict going further, sir? And once again, to put a caveat in there have been protests in Iran in the past as well, but none of them have had the intensity and the the kind of graphic details in terms of the destruction going on ever before. Professor Nalapat.
Look, I will tell you very honestly, the clerical regime is hated even more than the Shah was hated up to his overthrow in 79. You remember Shah was removed in a popular uprising, and my view is the clerics are going to be removed in a popular uprising. Now you may say that they have got the army and the IRGC and all that. I mean, the Shah had a very formidable army and security forces. It didn't help him. Why? Because at the higher levels, of course, they may be linked to the regime, in this case, the clerical regime. At the lower levels, they find their uncles and aunts, they find their brothers and sisters, they find their sons and daughters demonstrating on the street. When that happens, they lose the incentive of firing on them. And as a consequence, the army and other instruments of coercion that are there with the clerics will be valueless. So in my view, Vinny, the reality of the situation is that Iran has gone over the brink, and the clerical regime has made a terrible mistake. It says that there should be death to a Jewish state. Mar bar Iran, death to a Jewish state. I mean, how can you do that and expect the Israelis and the US and other countries not to respond? And let me tell you, they are deadly serious about that threat. Deadly serious. They have conducted a large number of terror strikes. We saw one on October 7, 2023, in which a bunch of terrorists came into an Israeli village, all harmless people there, and they abducted them, they killed them. The most unspeakable horrors were done to them. So in that situation of extreme hostility, how on earth can the lower ranks be expected to follow orders for much longer? So in my view, very soon, in a matter of weeks possibly, the clerical regime will also have to collapse, because you can't be so hated by the public and survive as a regime. A regime has to have some minimum degree of goodwill among the population, and the clerical regime, as I said before, is even more hated now than the Shah of Iran's regime was hated in 79. And at that time, none of his soldiers and security, as I said, saved him. And none of them are going to save the clerical regime, because the lower levels, my information is that they absolutely loathe the clerical regime. Their own family members are taking part in these protests. They are being shot at, and after some time, they're going to decide, we are not going to shoot at our kith and kin, our friends, people like us any longer. Thank you.
All right. Sumit Peer, you've been following this space. You've discussed this space in the past as well. Iran as a country needs to be understood, before we, come to any conclusions as to whether what's happening there is right or wrong. We know that it's a sponsor of, massive terrorist infrastructure and ecosystem throughout the world. We also know that they hate Israel. We also know that human rights do not matter when it comes to this clerical setup. We also know that before 1979, Iran, pretty much had a very liberal flair, as much as Afghanistan did at one point in time. But, it's this invocation of theocracy and this religious hegemony that has destroyed this once bustling country into this, chaotic, in fact, land of confusion at this point in time. Do you think the Americans coming in and taking control of Iran rather than Venezuela would have been a better option?
Vinny, thank you very much for having me on your show, and a very good question to begin with. Look, we know what Iran is. To give you an example, all the terror organizations, Shia, Sunni, all Muslim terror organizations in the world by default are funded by Iran. 7th October 2023, Ismail Haniyeh went and met Khamenei. It is documented. He agreed for some $100 million for the project which he was going to execute, which he executed on 7th October 2023. And Khamenei gave him some money, and every month he used to send him an installment. for genocide of Jews, what they did on 7th October 2023. Khamenei has spoken against us in Kashmir. Khamenei has been all over the place, and he has devastated the great Persian civilization, the great Iranian people. What is the logic? What is the proof? If I look at 1979, 70 riyals, Irani riyals were $1. And if I talk to you yesterday, Vineet, kal ki baat, 14,50,000, 14.5 lakh Irani riyals is equal to $1. That is what the mullah regime has given to the Iran. That is how beautifully Iran has progressed. Look at the other parameters. You have $38 billion in your foreign exchange reserves, which are going to last for 4 months of imports. So 4 months you are Pakistan, 5th month you are Afghanistan. Your oil is not selling, your factories are being devastated, and anything and everything which can make money is gone. We are looking at a 72% inflation month by month up to few days back. Now we are talking of hourly inflation. We are talking of 62% tax on income with 72% inflation. The things are so bad that you and me, if we're living there, thank God we are not. We could not afford a loaf of bread. That is how it is. There are people who are on the streets on each and every town of Iran, 300 places, including Marsad, the holiest place. We have in Shiraz, we have in Qom. That was where the mullahs got all the legitimacy from. And these, by the way, these are all the sites where you had nuclear assets which were taken down by Americans. So you have this, it's not a protest, Vineet. It's a revolution which is happening. And as per some sources, I'm against some sources, we know officially, as per the media which is being reported, they have killed 25 people yesterday. Now, as some sources are claiming that 250 people got slaughtered yesterday because a fatwa was converted into a judicial degree saying anybody who's protesting, you might be a peaceful protester, no gun, nothing. You are against Allah, you are against the Rasul, and you are against Iran. So if I, with a gun, go and kill you, it is legitimate. So manslaughter, genocide is being legally permitted by the mullah regime. To best of our knowledge, my knowledge, his children and his people are out. He's living there with a couple of men. He's trying to do as much as he can. Look, the Americans have been warning him, we are going to come for you. We need, as we talk, it is evident that we know Marco Rubio spoke to Benjamin Netanyahu today morning. We know they are planning something. And I would be very candid to say, yes, Mossad is involved. I will be very candid to say, yes, CIA is involved. And yes, Delta Force is parked in a base in Iraq, which is very near. And yes, sir, CIA paramilitary, the most elitist and the most secret service or group of American people will be in Iran as we talk. So if Americans or if Israelis get him covertly, they will eliminate him. The Khamenei, there's no doubt around it. But what they want to do with the minimum collateral damage. They want to channelize the anger of the people because people genuinely cannot survive. Debt to Khamenei, debt to Islam, debt to mullah regime. Bring back the Shah, bring back the monarchy. These 5 things were punishable by death. I don't want Syria. I don't want Lebanon. My life is for Iran. These are the slogans of there. From, Marsad to Sinjan, Balochistan, you have everywhere the protests are happening. Everybody is on the streets. You have killed so many people. Officially, what the media claims, there are more than 100 people dead and there are a few thousand which have been arrested and a few thousand who are possibly injured. Now, people are saying mortuaries are filled. People are saying hospitals are filled. It's a complete genocide happening. What are you doing? You're cutting the phone. You're cutting the internet. Then you're letting your Islamic Revolutionary Guard, it is not the police or the paramilitary now, Islamic Revolutionary Guard come and slaughter people. Mohammad Pazishkian is on record saying, be nice with the people, you cannot use force, you cannot use live ammunition. But the regime under Khamenei, IRGC and the judiciary has clearly said, try to eliminate as many of them you can. Now the world cannot look at this genocide where the people have 72% of the inflation and 62% of the tax. And I told you where the real is and where the real is today. If they are coming peacefully, so do they become enemies of the God? Do they become enemies of the Prophet? And do they become enemies of the religion? Does a peaceful protester need to die because he's protesting? I cannot have life, I cannot have a loaf of bread, my family is starving. That is where the position is. Okay. And this man is trying to control the country as if it's his fiefdom. Sorry, it is not your fiefdom. You don't own Iran, you don't own Persian culture. You people of Iran are not your servants. And I'm giving you all the factual accounts. We don't know last night what kind of a genocide he did.
All right, fair enough. Good points there, Sumit. General Dwivedi, how do you look at the situation, and do you think there is also, a probability that if the Americans do get into Iran to, to liberate the people or defend the human rights of the people who have been suffering at the hands of the clerical regime, it could, spiral into a global conflict? Because there are countries like Russia and China that have supported Iran implicitly?
Well, Vineet, as a student of Middle East, I have my own perceptions, and I like to put across a couple of points. Firstly, the playbook which Khomeini's regime had followed earlier, especially in 2019, when there were protests against the increase of price of gasoline, and again in 2022, when the women-led protests were there due to the custodial death of Masa Amini. Now that playbook is not going to work because couple of factors which are not going to ensure that Khomeini actually survives this time. Point number one, in 1979 when the revolution took place, it was the students who supported the revolution, and today it is the students who are opposing the Khomeini regime. Secondly, the economic situation is absolutely very dire, and there is in fact likelihood that even there may be a famine, because economically I think Khomeini regime has run out of steam. The third very important point is what role America, Israel, others are playing. In June last year, Israel had launched Operation Rising Line, and America had pitched in with the Operation Midnight Hammer. So they already tested the waters, and Iranian reaction was very subdued. So therefore, it's quite likely that this time America and Israel would most likely come in, because without their support, the genocide will continue, and only that is the restraining factor that which Khomeini regime may not actually go for bloodbath, because there is a very high chances that President Trump and Israeli put together may this time pitch in. Also, when you see the allies of Iranian allies, Russia did not do much during the last June airstrikes, and so also China also just kept themselves away. So therefore, I don't think they are going to come in a big way. And the last sector which Iranian actually had a trump card were the non-state actors. Today Hamas is weakened, the Hezbollah is no match, and Houthis also are not forced to reckon with. So therefore, Iranian reaction, whether through the IRG, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, or whether through the non-state actors, is going to be very subdued. So most likely what is going to happen is that this regime is on the brink of collapse, and little bit of push from the American and Israeli will ensure that it happens earlier than later. And the last point is, yes, there is going to be a turmoil in the Middle East. Why? Because the whole balance of power is going to be disrupted. The Saudis, whose arch enemy is Iran, would quite like that this, there is a regime change, and also for Israel. And my last point is that most likely the regime would collapse, but for that some bit of help from America or Israel would be needed. Otherwise, there will be a bloodbath, and the revolution that is going on, it will be very costly for the Iranian people. Vineet.
All right, fair point, sir. Ambassador Dev, how are you looking at this situation? Of course, at this point in time, there's no amount of diplomatic pressure or exertion or any overtures related of that sort can stop Iran from trying to quell these protests as much as possible.
Thank you, Vineet. I have a nuanced view which is at variance with most of the other honorable panelists. I believe that on the whole, while the situation is serious, it is the fall of Khomeini regime is not imminent, at least not for the foreseeable future. There are 2 or 3 reasons I have for this. Firstly, why the situation is more serious than before. Many factors have been mentioned, but to me the most important factor is the merchant class standing up in protest. Iran has historically, at least for past 200 years, very powerful Tehran merchant class. Even in the 19th century, Shah had to take back his budget, his taxation, because Iranian merchants did not like that to happen. Even in 79, student protests were there, but only when the merchants decided to ditch Shah Pahlavi, then the die was cast. So far, for first 30 years of the revolution following Islamic Republic, merchant class and the clergy had a good thing going, and the merchant class profited from the variable exchange rates. They imported at one exchange rate and sold to public goods at another exchange rate, pocketed the money. What happened subsequently is that Pasdaran, the Revolutionary Guard, or Bunyads, the various foundations, went into the business due to sanction busting and other areas. So the merchant have felt squeezed by the Republican Guards getting into import-export business, getting into various manufacturing and distribution networks. Bunyads or foundations for orphans, for widows, for martyrs, etc. have also been active. And this has squeezed the merchant class, the Bazar Ghanis as they are called, and capital with the issue of exchange rate variations. 43,000 is the official exchange rate of a real to dollar, and the going rate is 1.43 million to a dollar. Now, that you import at one rate, and then the rate changes and you suffer in your profit. So all that has made merchants restive, and the compact between clergy and business private business has become a bit weak and fragile. Second issue, why it is not going to be an overnight kick against the Ayatollahs and the Islamic Republic. I think if Trump and Israel do intervene and bomb places, they would do great deal of service to
he can do. There's nothing I can do to fix the economy. I am not a magician. My hands are tied. There's nothing on me. I am not a magician. My hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. And they announced a Mehengai Bhatta for the poor. You know how much it was? It was $7 for a family of 5, 7, 8 for a month. That is what the Mehengai Bhatta is going to be. 500 rupees ka Mehengai Bhatta, where you will feed your family of 5, 6 or 8 for a month. That is how dire the situation is. And today Americans and Israelis are looking for this opportunity. They have softened the target. It is for them now or never. As far as why Trump went for Maduro, because when you got Maduro in Venezuela, you got $25 billion of oil. If you get Iran, you decimate all the proxy groups of Islamic terror in the world. You let the Middle East get into a turmoil, and you make Israel the Daroga of the Middle East.
Fair enough, Somnat. Fair enough. We've run out of time. Appreciate everybody who joined in.
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिलके जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
very good afternoon. You're watching NewsX and I'm Shivani Singh. We're looking at the top headlines at this hour. United States Ambassador to India, Gore, takes charge in New Delhi, says India to be invited to the Pax Silica initiative. India and Germany signed key MOUs amid German Chancellor Mertz's first state visit to India. Key focus on Indian youth, education and green energy. Human rights organizations report 496 deaths and over 10,000 arrests in the past 15 days in Iran as massive protests continue to rage on. 48 officials have also reportedly died. US President Donald Trump responds to Iran's threat amid deadly protests in Iran, claims that the US will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. US President Donald Trump also declares himself as the acting president of Venezuela, posts edited picture on social media. ISRO successfully launches the Anvesha satellite on board the PSLV-C62, confirms the mission faced an anomaly after launch during the rocket's third stage. TVK Chief Vijay reaches Delhi to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation today for probe into the Karur stampede case. Enforcement Directorate files petition against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the Supreme Court, alleges disruption of raid at the IPAC office. All right, the top story that we are getting for you is between India and US trade ties. US Ambassador to India, Gore, has announced that India will be invited to join the Pax Silica, a US-led strategic initiative aimed at securing critical supply chains spanning silicon, advanced manufacturing and artificial intelligence, reiterating the United States' intent to move forward on economic negotiations. Gore announced India's inclusion in Pax Silica, describing it as a key US-led initiative spanning the entire high technology ecosystem. This signals a major expansion of India-US cooperation in semiconductors, in AI and critical supplies. Describing the India-US ties as the most consequential global partnership of this century, he also said that trade negotiators from both sides will talk on Tuesday, which is January the 13th. Let's in fact take a look at what Pax Silica initiative really is, because the US Ambassador to India has introduced this concept of including India into this US-led initiative. So what exactly is Pax Silica? It's a US-led strategic initiative to build secure and resilient silicon supply chains for advanced technologies. So we are trying to secure the supply chain for silicon and also advanced technologies like AI. This program focuses on securing critical minerals, energy inputs and advanced manufacturing for semiconductors and AI development. So semiconductors is also a field that India is looking to develop further, and this initiative, being part of this initiative, will actually help boost that development. It had been launched in December 2025. Pax Silica aims to reduce coercive dependencies in global technology ecosystems worldwide. So we all have been talking about manufacturing hubs, and this initiative was launched last year to reduce the dependence on such hubs. It promotes innovation-driven cooperation among trusted allies to protect foundational materials for artificial intelligence infrastructure. So, AI forms a big part of this entire initiative, and this will give a boost to building AI infrastructure. India was left out at the first from the initial group of PAC Silica members nations, which was announced in late 2025. So, these were the initial founding members of the PAC Silica. There was South Korea, there was US, there was in fact the UK as well. India could not join at that time. So, initial members include Japan, South Korea, the United Kingdom, Israel and other close US partners joining recently. So, like we have been mentioning, these are some of the key members of the PAC Silica initiative. So, PAC Silica spans the entire value chain from critical minerals extraction to logistics for semiconductor production. So, this is important because it will look at the entire process from extraction to processing it to the entirety. The initiative ensures aligned nations can develop and deploy transformative technologies at scale without vulnerabilities. So, this is so that the member nations can actually help develop their supply chains as well. It represents the US Department of State's flagship effort on AI supply chain security and economic resilience. So, we have been seeing that US has been talking about economic resilience, and this will actually help it. India will be invited as a full member next month to strengthen high-tech collaboration with the United States. So, next month India will be in fact invited to join PAC Silica as an initiative, and this will be very important for India as well, because we are also looking to grow our semiconductor industry and the AI hub as well. Well, to discuss this further, joining us on the broadcast are Ambassador Shashank Shekhar, former Foreign Secretary, and Yogendra Kapoor, who is an economist and market expert. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. A very good afternoon to you. If I can go across to Ambassador first, Ambassador Shekhar, thank you so much for joining us. When we look at this entire PAC Silica initiative, India was first left out in the beginning, but now we are seeing an open invitation from the US ambassador. India has been formally invited to join this initiative next month. How do you look at India benefiting from this initiative, sir? Sir, if you could unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, actually you got my name wrong. I don't have Shekhar as my name. It's only Shashank.
Okay.
And anyway, I think that is
I apologize for the error, Ambassador Shashank.
Yeah, so it's really for India to take a decision, because I think you just do not receive an invitation suddenly and are asked to give a reply within a day or so. So I'm quite sure that India will look at the proposal and see what are the advantages to India joining this initiative. I'm quite sure that India is keen to become an artificial intelligence hub, and for that all partnerships are important. We have important partnerships with the USA, with other countries, but the way things have moved in some of the trade relationships by United States with its partner countries, I think that gives rise to a certain feeling that it is a one-sided initiative sometimes, and the other countries are supposed to follow and follow the diktats given by the US, whether it is in their interest or not. So I think India will have to see how it develops. I have no doubt at all that the relationship has been developed over a long period of time, over several decades, and we should not allow it to wither away simply because the international scenario has changed considerably. And I'm quite sure that the present US ambassador to India, he will settle down in India, and he would be able to then give proper advice to his government on the basis of the requirements of Indian partnership and the directions in which this partnership should be taken.
So, if we talk about India, this will be very important, this initiative, because India does want to position itself as an alternative to production base for global technology hubs. In fact, it's expanding its semiconductor ecosystem, it's boosting its electronics manufacturing as well. So, how much do you think this being part of this initiative will help India?
Yes, of course, this initiative will definitely help, because all these countries which are partners are important in the artificial intelligence sector, in the semiconductor sector. So therefore, they are important players. There is no doubt about it. But the point is that to what extent India can benefit from these partnerships with these countries, and how much manufacturing can be had in India of these latest technologies. I think that will be great, because we really need to firstly have our own skill development and manufacturing centers and whatever prerequisites are required, because in the past we have seen that there was some slow progress in this area and the other countries were not that keen to come into India. There is lately some initiatives taken by countries like Japan, Taiwan and others, but I think we'll have to see how it all develops. Because really the international scenario doesn't seem to be very, very suitable at this stage to take long-term decisions.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Shashank, for joining us on the broadcast with that valuable perspective. We are turning our attention now towards some other news that's coming in. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is in India for a visit to bolster economic and security ties between the world's third and fourth largest economies. During the visit, Merz met Prime Minister Narendra Modi and signed key MOUs between India and Germany to boost economic, energy and defence ties. Merz's visit, his first to an Asian country since he took office last May, comes 2 weeks ahead of a planned EU-India summit, and as India and the bloc are working on a free trade agreement. During Merz's 2-day visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is hosting him in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, before Merz travels to the southern technology hub of Bengaluru. Let's in fact take a look at the MOUs that have been signed between the two nations. So we saw earlier in the day today that both the nations signed MOUs on a lot of issues. They range from education to trade to green energy. So let's look at some of the key MOUs that have been signed. Efforts to firm up defense ties and develop a defense roadmap. So defense forms a key sector between both the nations, and there has been an MOU signed on that front as well. Number 2 is aligning Germany's labor needs with India's skilled workforce pipeline. So they are, in fact, we all have been talking about how there are many young Indians in Germany studying and working. So they are trying to realign Germany's requirements with the workforce and the skills that India actually provides. Number 3, strengthening year-on-year cooperation in technology and innovation. So number 3 is technology and innovation, where both the country wants to strengthen their cooperation in these sectors. Establishment of an all India and Germany Center of Excellence as a joint platform for innovation and on-ground projects. So joint centers will now be established, and they will actually be helping in developing these platforms further. Number 5 is advancing projects in clean energy, climate and urban development and urban mobility as well. So like we've spoken about clean energy, that forms a basis of discussion for both these countries. They've also signed MOUs in this sector also. Number 6 is a pact to deepen collaboration in semiconductors and critical minerals. Remember that semiconductors and critical minerals are very important right now, because they form parts of things that are gaining global prominence, and hence this cooperation is necessary. a new large-scale green hydrogen mega initiative involving companies from both the countries. So, green hydrogen is also something that both the countries are looking at, and this will be a new initiative that both the nations will actually be looking at as well. So, those were some of the 7 key MOUs that have been signed. Let me go across to my colleague Aditya Dhawan with more on this. Aditya, a lot of MOUs have been signed in various areas of education, human people-to-people contact, urban mobility and clean energy as well.
Definitely, Shivani, if you see, many MOUs have been signed in these particular and very crucial domains. If you see, if you talk about these MOUs, and definitely, if you talk particularly, if we talk about the people-to-people connect and clean energy, this is something which India and Germany have been collaborating for quite some time, and definitely, if you see, this is very, very essential, and it needs to be seen from here on that we could expect in the times to come a robust energy partnership between India and Germany in the times to come. Shivani.
Right, Aditya. And when we look at these MOUs as well, Aditya, we have been talking about the CEO forum meet that has also taken place. That was also very important. Both the countries talked about trade, they talked about investment as well.
Well, definitely, if you talk about the CEO forum, definitely, several investments pacts have been also signed between India and Germany, and definitely, if you see, Shivani, in the days to come, we could expect a robust collaboration as far as the entire these partnerships, investment partnerships are concerned, and definitely in the times to come, there could be several breakthrough as far as the diplomatic relations between India and Germany is concerned, and definitely these investment opportunities are galore, and a lot of opportunities exist for both India and Germany, and we could expect a major breakthrough as far as this is concerned. Shivani.
All right. Thank you so much, Aditya, for all those details on that front. With that, we are shifting focus now. A suspected case of asphyxiation due to smoke from fire in a Bengaluru flat took a dramatic turn when post-mortem report revealed arson in the Sharmila DK, a 34-year-old software engineer's death. Police investigation has led to the arrest of an 18-year-old man for murdering Sharmila after she rejected his sexual advances. The man has been identified as Karnal Kurai, a PUC student and Sharmila's neighbor. He is from the Kodagu district and lives with his single mother in Bengaluru. Sharmila hailed from the Dakshin Kannada region and worked for a prominent tech company in Bengaluru. She lived in a 2-bedroom flat with her roommate at Sankapura Nilaya in Subramanya layout. Let's in fact take a look at what happened exactly in the case, because this has taken a very dramatic turn. This entire case that was first listed as a case of asphyxiation, but then it turned out in the post-mortem that this was a case of murder. So, what do we know so far? This Bengaluru techie murder case, a 34-year-old techie was found dead in her flat on January the 3rd after a fire broke out over there. So, this is what we know so far. This is the first instance we get to know that there was a fire in her flat. Initially, the police suspected death due to suffocation from the smoke in what seemed like an accidental fire. So, initially when the police actually came to the spot, their investigation pointed out to death due to suffocation. But post-mortem reports then revealed that she was smothered to death, not killed by the blaze itself. So, this is the big turning point, the dramatic turn that has taken place, because earlier the police was suspecting it was an accidental fire and that due to the smoke inhalation she died. But the post-mortem report revealed that in fact she was smothered to death. Then the police arrested the woman's 18-year-old neighbor named Karnal Kurai for the murder. So, there was a neighbor who has now been taken into custody by the police. The teen allegedly entered her flat through a sliding window around 9 p.m. demanding sexual favors. So, this is what the police investigation is pointing towards, that he slid in through a window and since he was her neighbor. Then Sharmila resisted his sexual advances, which then led to him smothering her in a premeditated attack. So, when Sharmila refused his advances, he actually smothered her to death. And this 18-year-old is set to set the flat on fire also to destroy the evidence and make the crime look like an accident. So, not only did he murder Sharmila, but he also tried to destroy evidence, and he tried to set the entire flat on fire to make it look like an accidental death. So, this is what we know so far regarding the Bengaluru techie murder case. And Karnal Kurai has now been arrested for murder, for rape and destruction of evidence sections under the BNS or the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. So, these are the sections that have now been applied in this entire case. It's a very the tragic case that has taken a dramatic turn given the circumstances and given the evidence that has now appeared in front of the police in this entire case. So, what we know so far is, first the police were stating that the techie died due to inhaling smoke because of suffocation in a fire that might have been accidental in her flat. However, now upon investigation, it has been revealed that it was the neighbor, the 18-year-old neighbor, who in fact was responsible for smothering her to death, and then he tried to destroy evidence as well. He in fact set the entire flat on fire to destroy the evidence and make the crime look like an accident. To discuss this further, joining us on the broadcast is Bhaskar Rao, former IPS officer. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. A very good afternoon to you. So, when we are looking at such type of crimes, we are seeing an 18-year-old boy here. He in fact, smothered a 34-year-old to death because she rejected his sexual advances and then tried to destroy evidence, sir, of the crime that he had committed. Mr. Rao, if you can hear us. All right, I believe there is some connection issues with that line, but we will try to reconnect with Mr. Rao on this issue. It's a really tragic murder case that has now come to light from Bengaluru. This has obviously taken a dramatic turn with the post-mortem report revealing arson. In this case, the post-mortem report also reveals that she was smothered to death, she was not suffocated. All right, I believe Mr. Rao is back on the line with us. Mr. Rao, if I can get your opinion on such type of crimes that are being committed by 18-year-olds, and then they are also trying to destroy evidence to make it look like accidental crime.
See, this is a crime of passion, and I'm surprised that an 18-year-old has committed this along with destruction of the crime scene also. So we don't know whether he has spoken about his desire, illegal desire, or has he been prompted by somebody, etc. Now, whatever we have in front of us is a confession statement. The police have to now carry out a systematic investigation of his entry into the whole, into the deceased lady's apartment, as well as how he went about through circumstantial evidence. What you are hearing and what is there in the public domain is only a confession statement. So they have a huge responsibility of piecing the evidence together to ensure that the crime and the criminal are connected. Because the defense will take the plea that there is no eyewitness, etc., etc. But circumstantial evidence has to be very strong in ensuring that the criminal is not allowed to go scot-free.
Absolutely, sir. And you spoke of a crime of passion. But so we have an 18-year-old here who is, as per the police reports now, wanting sexual relations with a 34-year-old lady, and when she refuses, he actually smothers her to death. He has been charged with sections of rape, also with arson. So those are very serious charges, sir.
And destruction of evidence, 201 IPC. And also destruction. See, now what we have in front of us is a confession statement. So we have to now connect the whole crime and the criminal together with the technical evidence as well as circumstantial evidence. Then only we can ensure that this fellow is arrested or denied the bail, and then prosecution is launched against him over there. Because who is it that he has only said all these things about the sequence of the crime, because that lady was not there to tell us all these things.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast with that perspective. I now have my colleague Rumi Mishra, who will take you through the press note that has been released regarding this case.
Yes, well, Shivani, on my screen I can see the press note that was released by the government of Karnataka's police department. The press note, of course, mentioned that they're looking for arresting the accused who committed murder and went absconding. So the 18-year-old man is currently absconding. The statement reads here, at complainant residing at Kalkere under the limits of Ramamurthy Nagar police station had lodged a complaint on 4th of January 2026. In the complaint, the complainant expressed suspicion regarding the death of a friend who was residing at SP Naidu layout, Duravani Nagar, within the jurisdiction of Ramamurthy Nagar police station. The friend had died under suspicious circumstances in a fire incident on the night of 3rd of January 2026. Based on this, a case was registered at the Ramamurthy Nagar police station. While continuing the investigation of the case, the police traced technical evidence, gathered information about the accused, and on 10th of January 2026 apprehended one person from his residence at Subramanya layout within the station limits. During interrogation, the apprehended person confessed to having committed the murder in the case. However, on 10th of January 2026, the accused was produced before the Honorable Court and was remanded to 3 days of police custody. Further investigation, of course, is still in progress. This successful operation was carried out under the guidance of Mr. Vikram Amate, IPS, Deputy Commissioner of the Police in Bengaluru City's East Division, and Mr. Umar Shankar, ANH, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Bansawadi Subdivision. Over to you, Shivani.
Thank you so much, Rumi, for all those details on that story. With that, we are shifting our focus now to some other news that's coming in. A horrific incident has come to light earlier from Sambal district of Uttar Pradesh. A pack of dogs attacked a young girl returning from the fields. We have in fact a statement from her mother, Mamta, and I quote here, "My eldest daughter was returning from the farms and approaching the house. She was attacked and mauled by dogs. My relatives hit the dogs who started following me, and my daughter lost her arm in this attack." Let's in fact listen in.
मेरी लड़की थी सबसे बड़ी।
क्या नाम था?
रिया।
हाँ, क्या हुआ?
मैं खेत पे जा रही हरा लेने, सासू माँ ने उखेड़ लिया हरा खेत पे, उनके साथ ही जा रही है अपनी अम्मा की। वहाँ से खेत पे से अकेली आ गई पापा की सुन के। सोचा कि पापा आ गए घर, मैं पापा से मिलने जा रही हूँ। इतने घर तक आई नहीं, इतने वहीं पे कुत्तों ने घेर लिया। रास्ते में मुझे टोपा मिला और कुट्टी लेकर आ रही थोड़ी सी, कट्टा में कुट्टी मिली, और फिर गेहूं बहुत बीच के बिखरे पड़े। तो मुझे जर्सी दिख गई उसकी, तो मैं कह रही आज तो मेरी रिया ने जर्सी भी फेंक दी निकाल के कुत्तों को देख के। जब मैंने जर्सी देखी तो भाई ये मेरी लड़की पड़ी, तो मैंने जर्सी न उठाई, मैं अपनी लड़की को उठा ली कुत्तों के बीच में से। मेरे पीछे पीछे देवर जा रहे, मेरे चचेरे, उन्होंने मुझे बचाया। फिर कुत्ता मेरे पीछे पीछे भाग पड़े, एकदम लड़की उठाई तो मैंने, फिर उन्होंने कुहाड़ी मारी कुत्तों के, तो फिर मुझे बचा कर घर तक लेकर आए।
All right, joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Abhishek Singh with more on this. Abhishek, a very horrific incident coming to light over there from the Sambal district where a 9-year-old girl was attacked by dogs.
Yes, this horrifying incident occurred in Sambal. A young girl was mauled to death by stray dogs in Sambal, and Mamta, the mother of the deceased girl Riya, was telling the story as elder daughter on her return from the farm was approaching the house, and she was being attacked by, molted by the street dogs, and the relatives has also attacked the dogs. They have started following them also, and the daughter has lost her arms in this attack. Also, the administration of the Sambal, you can say the SDM, have stated they have said that as per rules, help will be extended to the girl's family, and also the investigation will be done. And the awareness program will also be led by the administration of the Sambal for the incident and the incident related to these stray dogs and their attack.
All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for all those details. With that, we are shifting focus now. ED has filed a petition in the Supreme Court making serious allegations against Mamata Banerjee and others. The ED has accused Mamata of obstructing searches related to the coal scam. ED claims that Mamata Banerjee, DGP Rajiv Kumar and CP Manoj Verma stopped the raids, allegations of forcibly entering and disrupting proceedings during the January 8 searches. ED also alleges planned disruption through WhatsApp groups before the hearing. ED also claimed that Mamata Banerjee arrived at Prateek Jain's house with over 100 police officers and accused her of forcibly taking away seized laptops, mobile phones and documents. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Sambhav Sharma with more on this. Sambhav, the ED has now approached the High Court, the Supreme Court, in fact, regarding the Mamata Banerjee case. Take us through those details, please.
Well, there are two petitions. One earlier, a caveat was filed by Mamata Banerjee in the Supreme Court, saying that if Supreme Court hears enforcement directorate's petition, then they should also be made party to it. And later on, enforcement directorate moved the Supreme Court, and as per the enforcement directorate, there was serious obstruction in the searches involving West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and others. Enforcement Directorate has also sought registration of the CBI FIR, an FIR by Central Bureau of Investigation, over alleged interference during search linked to the alleged multi-crore coal scam, a 2022 case, 2020 rather case, which has been, probed by the Enforcement Directorate. And here, the Enforcement Directorate in the Supreme Court has said through its petition that serious obstruction in the searches took place, and which involves West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, so an action should be taken. Also, agencies claim that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, police officials stopped Enforcement Directorate forcibly.
Sambhav, please do stay on with us. In fact, I need your inputs on this other story that we are also tracking from the Supreme Court. The producer of the Tamil film Jana Nayagan, starring actor Vijay, KVN Productions LLP, has filed a plea in the Supreme Court challenging the Madras High Court's decision to stay the film's certification. A single judge bench of the High Court had earlier approved the film's certification by directing the censor board to grant a UA 16+ certificate. The decision was, however, later overturned by a division bench of the High Court on the censor board's appeal. The makers of the Vijay Starer have moved the apex court, challenging the division bench's decision, staying the film's certification. So, Sambhav, if you could give us the latest updates on this front as well, please.
Well, there is this petition by the producer of the Tamil film Jana Nayagan, starring actor Vijay, which is the KVN Productions LLP. As a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court challenging the earlier Madras High Court decision of staying the film certification. Now, what happened in the Madras High Court, a single judge bench of the High Court had earlier approved this particular film certification and also directed the censor board to grant UA 16+ certification. Now, this the particular decision was later overturned by the division bench of the Madras High Court, after censor board appealed in the Madras High Court before the division bench. Now, the makers of this film has moved the top court challenging this particular division bench of the Madras High Court's decision, saying the film certification. Now, it is to be seen what the top court says in this particular case.
All right. Thank you so much, Samba, for all those updates. With that, we are wrapping up this bulletin. We'll see you after this commercial.
माघ मेले की भव्यता और पवित्रता का एक बार फिर विश्व देखेगा नया स्वरूप। करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए परंपराएं वही और सुविधाएं नई, जहां पग पग पर आस्था और दिव्यता की मिलेगी अनुभूति। जब संगम की रेती पर संत महात्माओं की होगी उपस्थिति, 6 पावन पर्व स्नानों में अखाड़ों के संतों का समागम, पूरे विश्व में माघ मेले की महानता का होगा वर्णन। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में माघ मेला 2026 आस्था की लहराती पताका, विकास की नई गाथा, काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Right, the top story that we are getting for you is between India and US trade ties. US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, has announced that India will be invited to join the Pax Silica, a US-led strategic initiative aimed at securing critical supply chains spanning silicon, advanced manufacturing and artificial intelligence, reiterating the United States' intent to move forward on economic negotiations. Gore announced India's inclusion in Pax Silica, describing it as a key US-led initiative spanning the entire high technology ecosystem. This signals a major expansion of India-US cooperation in semiconductors, in AI and critical supplies. Describing the India-US ties as the most consequential global partnership of this century, he also said that trade negotiators from both sides will talk on Tuesday, which is January the 13th. Let's in fact take a look at what Pax Silica initiative really is, because the US Ambassador to India has introduced this concept of including India into this US-led initiative. So what exactly is Pax Silica? It's a US-led strategic initiative to build secure and resilient silicon supply chains for advanced technologies. So we are trying to secure the supply chain for silicon and also advanced technologies like AI. This program focuses on securing critical minerals, energy inputs and advanced manufacturing for semiconductors and AI development. So, semiconductors is also a field that India is looking to develop further, and this initiative, being part of this initiative, will actually help boost that development. It had been launched in December 2025. PAC Silica aims to reduce coercive dependencies in global technology ecosystems worldwide. So, we all have been talking about manufacturing hubs, and this initiative was launched last year to reduce the dependence on such hubs. It promotes innovation-driven cooperation among trusted allies to protect foundational materials for artificial intelligence infrastructure. So, AI forms a big part of this entire initiative, and this will give a boost to building AI infrastructure. India was left out at the first from the initial group of PAC Silica members nations, which was announced in late 2025. So, these were the initial founding members of the PAC Silica. There was South Korea, there was US, there was in fact the UK as well. India could not join at that time. So, initial members include Japan, South Korea, the United Kingdom, Israel and other close US partners joining recently. So, like we have been mentioning, these are some of the key members of the PAC Silica initiative. So, PAC Silica spans the entire value chain from critical minerals extraction to logistics for semiconductor production. So, this is important because it will look at the entire process from extraction to processing it to the entirety. The initiative ensures aligned nations can develop and deploy transformative technologies at scale without vulnerabilities. So, this is so that the member nations can actually help develop their supply chains as well. It represents the US Department of State's flagship effort on AI supply chain security and economic resilience. So, we have been seeing that US has been talking about economic resilience, and this will actually help it. India will be invited as a full member next month to strengthen high-tech collaboration with the United States. So, next month India will be in fact invited to join PAC Silica as an initiative, and this will be very important for India as well, because we are also looking to grow our semiconductor industry and the AI hub as well. Well, to discuss this further, joining us on the broadcast are Ambassador Shashank Shekhar, former Foreign Secretary, and Yogendra Kapoor, who is an economist and market expert. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. A very good afternoon to you. If I can go across to Ambassador first, Ambassador Shekhar, thank you so much for joining us. When we look at this entire PAC Silica initiative, India was first left out in the beginning, but now we are seeing an open invitation from the US ambassador. India has been formally invited to join this initiative next month. How do you look?
With us, please, when we open the floor, please raise your hand, and thereafter we'll ask you to put forth your question. So with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Randir. Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Friedrich Merz, is on his first official visit to India after taking over as Chancellor. Notably, this is also his first visit to Asia after taking office last year. He arrived in Ahmedabad very early this morning, around 2 o'clock in the morning, and was warmly received at the airport by the Honorable Governor, the Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. The Chancellor is accompanied by a high-powered official delegation as well as a large business delegation, which reflects the importance that both sides place on the trade, business and investment side of the relationship. The timing of this visit is also particularly significant. It's taking place in the Silver Jubilee year, 25 years after the establishment of the strategic partnership between India and Germany. And it is also taking place in the Platinum Jubilee year, the 75th year after the establishment of diplomatic relations between India and the Federal Republic of Germany. And the visit, therefore, provides an opportunity to take stock of this very rich, very important partnership, and more importantly, to set an ambitious agenda and target for the future. The Chancellor had a busy program on the first day of the visit. In fact, he's still in the process of completing his engagements for the day. This morning, he was welcomed by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi at Sabarmati Ashram. The two leaders visited the ashram and paid tribute to the memory of Mahatma Gandhi. They visited Hriday Kunj, where the Chancellor was given a demonstration of the charkha. And thereafter, at the Sabarmati riverfront, Chancellor Mertz and Prime Minister Modi participated in the famous Kite festival of Ahmedabad, which sees participants and visitors from around the world. Following that, the Chancellor and the Prime Minister held wide-ranging discussions in restricted as well as delegation-level formats, covering the entire spectrum of the bilateral relationship, as well as regional and global developments. And let me just give you a flavor of the discussions that took place between the two leaders. The Chancellor, for instance, remarked on the changing world order, the instability that global order is facing, and why in this context it is ever more important for India and Germany to take their relationship to a new level and to do more, to do much more, in fact, in his words. And in this context, he laid particular emphasis on Germany's very strong support for the early conclusion of the India-EU FTA. As you are all aware, in another fortnight's time, the EC President and the European Council President both will be visiting New Delhi, where we hope to take these discussions forward towards a favorable conclusion. Chancellor Merz also emphasized repeatedly the strategic approach that Germany was bringing to its relationship with India, that it regarded the relationship with India as an asset in these uncertain times. And in particular, again, there was a considerable amount of discussion on the defense side of the relationship, which is seeing good and very promising progress. One of the things that has been a high point in the relationship in recent years is the people-to-people relationship. The growing Indian expatriate community in Germany, including students. There are today nearly 60,000 students in Germany and nearly 300,000 people of Indian origin in Germany, a number that has grown quite significantly in just the last half a dozen years or so. And it was heartening to hear Chancellor Merz extend a hearty welcome to this expatriate community, to Indian students, to skilled workers from India, given the fact that they complement the needs that German society, German business and the German economy have at this point in time. And this is now important enough for the German authorities to consider putting dedicated institutional arrangements in place to look at issues related to the community. As you are aware, the two leaders also addressed the CEOs Forum after their talks, and there too, again, the Chancellor emphasized that it was not a coincidence that India was his first destination in Asia after taking over as Chancellor. He referred to the fact that India and Germany share a relationship of long-standing trust, of political principles and democratic institutions, and that in these times it was particularly important to strengthen resilience, to protect our respective economic bases, especially against dangerous one-sided dependency on external actors. And therefore, it was important to diversify our supply chains, increase the linkages that we have between our trade, business and investment communities, and testimony of that was the very strong business delegation that was accompanying him. In his remarks, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi pointed to the strong growth that had taken place in trade between India and Germany, which has now crossed nearly $51 billion. And that represents a quarter of all of India's trade with the European Union. And the Honorable Prime Minister emphasized on the need to draw up a vision for taking this development forward. He also referred to the trend that we are seeing in terms of control and weaponization of technologies, and therefore the need for India and Germany to cooperate in this regard. And therefore some of the agreements that are being or that were signed during this visit and announced during this visit, such as those related to semiconductors, to critical minerals, etc., were also referred to by the Prime Minister. A special mention was also made by the Prime Minister of the flagship India-Germany cooperation program, the Green and Sustainable Development Program, under which Germany extends assistance to green energy infrastructure programs in India. And I should say that two of those programs are in this state itself, in the form of the assistance that has been extended to the Ahmedabad Metro and to the Surat Metro project. In addition, the Prime Minister also welcomed the ongoing cooperation between India and Germany on green hydrogen, as well as the agreement that was signed, again announced during this visit, on the offtake of green ammonia from an Indian company by a German company. Prime Minister also referred, in keeping with the focus on technology cooperation between the two countries, on the need to expand our defense cooperation, the potential that was there for space cooperation. Germany has recently set up a dedicated ministry for research and development in space, so that offers new opportunities, and how science and technology has been an area of long-standing engagement between India and Germany. And finally, as did the Chancellor, the Prime Minister as well emphasized on the Indian expatriate community in Germany as a constructive force, as one that brought in complementarity between Indian skills and German manufacturing, and the fact that Germany was increasingly emerging as a preferred education destination for Indian students. So these were amongst the key subjects that the leaders touched on. As I said, the two sides also exchanged a number of important agreements and understandings. This has been a very outcome-rich visit. 19 MOUs were signed and exchanged during this visit, and a further 8 announcements related to different areas and understandings were made. So total of about 27 outcomes during this very, very short visit that is taking place. A list of these announcements, these agreements and undertakings will be available on our website very soon after this briefing, together with the joint statement that has also been released by the two sides on the occasion of this visit. The Chancellor is currently visiting the world-famous Adlej stepwell in Ahmedabad, and he will tomorrow travel to Bengaluru, where he will visit the premises of the German company Bosch and the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru. Again, these engagements highlight the strong technology, innovation and industry linkages between the two countries. I'll just refer briefly to some of the key outcomes of the visit. I won't go through all of them. As I said, there are about 27 elements in this, but mainly I would refer and highlight the joint declaration of intent for the India-Germany CEOs Forum and the holding of the CEOs Forum meeting. There were understandings adopted in the areas of semiconductors, critical minerals, telecommunications, artificial intelligence, and the digital domain. The two sides also launched a new bilateral R&D program in bioeconomy and concluded an MOU in traditional medicine between the All India Institute of Ayurveda and the Sharita University. They also, as I said, witnessed the announcement of an offtake agreement between AM Green and Uniper Global Commodities for the initial supply of 125 kilotons of green ammonia per annum, scaling up to over 500 kilotons per annum over 15 years to Germany. The two leaders have also announced their intention to develop a defense industrial cooperation roadmap, and insofar as the key area of mobility, education and skilling is concerned, in this too there are some important understandings that were reached, notably the adoption of the higher education roadmap. An MOU was also signed between the German Maritime Museum in Bremerhaven and the National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal. There is, as you can see, a growing convergence between India and Germany, not just on these important bilateral matters, but also on issues in the international arena. Both the leaders had the opportunity to discuss at length regional and global issues of mutual interest, including the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the situation in West Asia, developments in the Indo-Pacific, especially where the two countries are closely collaborating. So in conclusion, I would say that Chancellor Merz's visit, though short, has imparted strong momentum to the India-Germany strategic partnership across all of its key pillars. As Prime Minister Modi noted, in an uncertain global environment, both India and Germany value reliable and trusted partnerships, and we are sure that the outcomes of this visit would reinforce the depth, ambition and long-term vision of our partnership for shared prosperity and stability. The Chancellor extended an invitation to Prime Minister Modi for the regular institutional mechanism that exists at the highest level between the two leaders, which is the India-Germany Intergovernmental Cooperation mechanism, which will be held this year in Berlin, in Germany, and the Prime Minister said that he looked forward to visiting Germany for that purpose. So let me stop here, and I'd be happy to take a few questions. Thank you.
आप प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं. प्रश्न पूछने से पहले मैं आपकी तरफ इशारा करूंगा, तो उसके बाद आप अपना प्रश्न आगे रखें. इधर से शुरू करते हैं, प्लीज.
सर नमस्कार, मेरा नाम मनीष झा है, मैं टीवी 9 से हूँ. अभी आपने भी बताया कि दोनों लीडर ने ग्लोबल इश्यूज पर डिस्कस किया है, और प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी यूक्रेन और गजा की बात कही थी, जर्मन चांसलर ने ईरान के बारे में कहा. तो अगर आप बता सकें कि ईरान और ग्रीनलैंड को लेकर दोनों लीडर के बीच में क्या बातचीत हुई, कितना कुछ आप उस पर शेयर कर सकते हैं. और जो दूसरा कि आपने भी बताया कि डिफेंस कॉपरेशन को लेकर दोनों देशों में MOU भी है, हुए हैं, काफ़ी अंडरस्टैंडिंग भी हुई है. तो थोड़ा अगर आप उसका डिटेल दे सके कि क्या सबमरीन को लेकर दोनों देशों में सहमति बन गई है ज्वाइंट प्रोडक्शन को लेकर. थैंक यू.
प्लीज प्रणय.
फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी प्रणय उपाध्याय, इंडिया टुडे आज तक से. बेबी अरीहा का मामला बहुत समय से भारत और जर्मनी के बीच में चर्चा में चल रहा है, तो अगर आप बता सकें क्या प्रधानमंत्री ने इस मुद्दे को जर्मन चांसलर के साथ उठाया था और उस पर क्या आश्वासन मिल पाया है, और इसके अलावा माइग्रेशन और मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट को लेकर क्या नेक्स्ट फेज को लेकर कोई चर्चा हुई है, जिसमें हम जो वीज़ाज हैं उसको और कैसे लिबरल कर सकते हैं और क्या चीज़ें इंश्योर की जा सकती हैं ताकि भारतीय प्रोफेशनल लीगल तरीके से जर्मनी और जा सकें.
आदित्य.
Foreign Secretary Aditya Raj Kaul from NDTV. I want to ask about Chancellor Mertz's statement about the security policy and the defense production. He says that this needs to increase between India and Germany, but he also said that this is to decrease the dependence of India on Russia. How do you react to that statement, and particularly on the submarine that perhaps is being clinched very soon between India and Germany? Secondly, on the visa issue, the free transit facility that has been announced, this clearly means that the travelers will be obviously inside the airport and cannot exit, but this is coming as a big relief. So how beneficial will this be for the Indian travelers? Thank you very much.
You have a question there?
सर, हम अप्रिशिएट करते हैं कि भारत के जो व्यापारी हैं ट्रेड के बारे में आप इतना इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हैं. साथ साथ मेरी रजूआत है, मैं टीवी18 नेटवर्क से हूँ, गीता मेहता मेरा नाम है. हम चाहते हैं कि लोगों की संवेदनाओं के प्रति भी आप ज़्यादा टेक केयर करें. मैं वही सवाल फिर से दोहराना चाहूँगी अरीहा शाह के बारे में. सर, अरीहा शाह के जो पेरेंट्स हैं वो गुजरात ओरिजिन से हैं. 4 साल से वो बच्ची अनाथालय में पल रही है. जो जर्मन हॉस्पिटल था उन्हें एब्यूजिंग का आरोप लगाया था, जो बाद में कोर्ट में फेक साबित हुआ है. इवन मेडिकल टेस्ट में भी फेक साबित हुआ है. एक MP है राज्यसभा के, उन्होंने भी इसके बारे में रजूआत की है. तो अगर ये चांसलर यहाँ पे आए हैं तो इसके बारे में श्रीमान जयशंकर जी बात करेंगे, क्योंकि श्रीमान जयशंकर को लेटर लिखा गया है और गुजरात ओरिजिन से ये दंपति हैं जो काफ़ी पीड़ित हैं और उनकी जो बच्ची है वो भी उसी अवस्था में होगी. तो वो सवाल पूरे टीवी18 नेटवर्क की तरफ से हमारे लिए बहुत प्रायोरिटी है, क्योंकि ये संवेदनाओं की बात है. थैंक यू.
Yes, question.
Good afternoon. I am Chintan Acharya from Divya Bhaskar.
नमस्कार, मैं केतन जोशी CNBC आवाज से. सर, अभी जो आपने 27 MOU की बात की, तो अगर उनकी साइज आप बता पाए. दूसरी ओर ये कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि एक तरफ US की डील होते होते अटक जाती है और अभी उनके एम्बेसडर ने एक स्टेटमेंट भी दिया कि हम कल से इसके ऊपर और बात करने वाले हैं. तो क्या इसको जोड़कर भी अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? एक तरफ US डील अटकी है, दूसरी तरफ जर्मनी के 27 MOU, कितने मायने?
So we can take these questions and come back.
Okay. तो मेरे विचार में सबसे पहले आप में से कई मित्रों ने बेबी अरीहा का जो मामला है उसके बारे में प्रश्न पूछे हैं, और जाहिर है कि ये एक बहुत ही संवेदनशील विषय है. इसको लेके काफ़ी समय से जर्मन सरकार के साथ, जर्मनी की जितनी भी अथॉरिटीज़ हैं, यहाँ दिल्ली में उनके राजदूतावास के साथ और बर्लिन में जर्मन सरकार के साथ और उनकी सभी जो एजेंसीज़ हैं जो इससे जुड़ी हुई हैं, उनके साथ हमारी बातचीत चल रही है। जैसा कि आपको ध्यान है, ये मामला एक तरह से एक समय पे लीगल मामला था, लेकिन हमारा मानना है कि ये मामला अंततः एक ह्यूमैनिटेरियन इश्यूज को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये इस तरह से इसको अप्रोच किया जाना चाहिए। जो परिवार की व्यथा है, जो उनकी मुश्किलें हैं, मैं ये तो नहीं कह सकता कि हम उनको समझते हैं, क्योंकि सिर्फ वही उसको अच्छी तरह से समझ सकते हैं, लेकिन हमें पूरी जानकारी है इसके बारे में और हर समय पे जितना हमसे बन पड़ रहा है हम उनकी मदद करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि बेबी अरिहा को जितनी उसकी परवरिश एक तरह से एक भारतीय माहौल में हो सके, चाहे वो भारतीय लोगों के साथ उठना बैठना हो, भारतीय त्योहार जो वहाँ जर्मनी में मनाए जा रहे हों वहाँ पे वो आके उनमें भाग ले सके और उसे हिंदी सीखने का इंतज़ाम करना, इन सभी चीज़ों पे हमारी कोशिश चल रही है। कुछ और चीज़ों को लेके भी अभी हाल ही में हमने कोशिश की है। मैं अभी इस समय पे उसमें ज़्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाना चाहता, लेकिन आप सबको ये आश्वासन देना चाहता हूँ कि हम जर्मन सरकार के साथ प्रतिबद्ध हैं इसको पूरी तरह से और हर स्टेज पे इसके बारे में बात करने का। और हाँ, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी इसके बारे में चांसलर मर्ज से इस चीज़ का जिक्र किया, तो हम इसके साथ इस इशू को लेके जर्मन सरकार के साथ इसको फॉलो अप करते रहेंगे और हमेशा हर कदम पे हम परिवार के साथ रहेंगे। ये आप मान के चलिए कि हम इस इशू को, जो हमारे बाकी इश्यूज हैं, बाकी मुद्दे हैं जो जर्मनी के साथ हमारे रिश्ते हैं, उनसे अलग हट के नहीं देखते। ये इसकी भी उतनी ही प्रायोरिटी है जितनी बाकी इश्यूज की प्रायोरिटी है। और मेरे साथ मेरे साथी बैठे हुए हैं, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी यूरोप, जो काफ़ी फ्रीक्वेंटली इनकी परिवार से बात होती है और जब भी उनका यहाँ पे आना होता है उनसे मुलाकात होती है और जो कुछ हम कर सकते हैं हम अपनी तरफ से करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और आपको समय समय पे हम अपडेट करते रहेंगे इसके बारे में। थिंक कुछ आप में से कुछ मित्रों ने डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन और जर्मनी के साथ जो सबमरीन को लेके बातचीत चल रही है उसके बारे में कुछ सवाल उठाए हैं। तो देखिए, जहाँ तक डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन का संबंध है, पिछले कुछ सालों में हमने देखा है कि जो जर्मनी की नीतियां हैं डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन को लेके, उनमें भारत को लेके साफ बदलाव देखने में आया है। जो पहले स्थिति थी जहाँ पे जो निर्यात के लिए क्लियरेंसेस वगैरह चाहिए होती थी, जिनमें बहुत समय लगता था, या वो निर्यात के लिए जो क्लियरेंसेस चाहिए होती थी वो मिलती नहीं थी आसानी से, वो हमने देखा है कि वो अब काफ़ी जल्दी, काफ़ी तेज़ी से होने लगी हैं और अब जो बैकलॉग है वो करीब करीब पूरी तरह से क्लियर हो गया है। और एक तरह से आपने सबमरीन को लेके जो सवाल उठाया, आई थिंक आदित्य, यू हैड आल्सो रेज दिस पॉइंट अबाउट द सबमरीन डील. As you are probably aware, there are technical, financial, commercial discussions that are involved in a deal of this kind. These discussions are continuing. All I can say is that the discussions have maintained a positive momentum, but at this point in time, since these have not concluded, it's difficult for me to say where we are exactly. I think the Defense Ministry would have a better sense of that, but what I can say is that the discussions are proceeding positively and we hope to see a positive income. outcome. You also mentioned about the security policy related remarks that the German Chancellor had made, and some other related remarks on the decrease in our sourcing from other sources. I think insofar as the security policy aspect is concerned, he was pointing to what I was talking about earlier, which is the change in the approach that Germany has taken with regard to defense and security policy insofar as India is concerned. But look, our approach on defense sourcing is driven entirely by our national interests. There are a lot of factors involved in that, and it is certainly not ideological. It is entirely driven by our interests. So I would not say that sourcing from one is linked to sourcing from the other. We have a process in place that sets the requirements that we have at any given time, and we look at where in the world, if we are going to source it from outside, if we are not going to manufacture it domestically, then where can we source it from in the most convenient manner. But I don't think one is influenced by the other. A number of questions I think were posed related to migration, mobility, and this transit visa related issue. Now on migration and mobility, as I said, we've seen very positive developments in the last few years. There is a migration and mobility partnership agreement between India and Germany. As a result of that, we've seen a healthy flow of skilled individuals from India to Germany, students from here. And even during the course of the discussions today, the German Chancellor pointed to specific areas such as caregivers and nurses, in which there is a very large demand in Germany. So the outlook on that is very good. And I referred in my earlier remarks to the fact that this is important enough now for German authorities to consider dedicated institutional arrangements, and we will be discussing those issues with them. On the visa transit related issue, I believe that this is something the German government and German authorities have been paying a considerable amount of attention to recently. And I can tell you that there is, in principle, a decision to exempt Indian nationals from the need for a separate transit visa for travel to other countries from Germany. But I do want to use this opportunity to inform all of you, and through all of you to those who are listening to this or will read about this, that this is something that is in progress. So we should wait for the paperwork in this regard to be completed, for the official announcement to be made, because there are a certain number of internal legal and other processes in Germany that are involved. But we do believe that this decision has in principle been taken, and once it is implemented, it will considerably ease and facilitate the travel of our people and promote people-to-people contact. केतन जी, आपका सवाल था जो 27 MOU हैं उनको लेके, और जो US एम्बेसडर ने बात की है डील के बारे में, तो US एम्बेसडर ने जो कहा है मुझे अभी देखने का मौका नहीं मिला है, क्योंकि मैं सवेरे से यहाँ पे हूँ, लेकिन जो ये 27 MOU हैं ये सभी काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट हैं, अलग अलग एरियाज़ में हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी के एरिया में है, स्किलिंग के एरिया में है, ट्रेड के एरिया में है, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स के एरियाज़ में है। और एक तरह से अगर हम अपनी सारी अर्थव्यवस्था को देखें तो ये बहुत ही एक तरह से सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है, मेरा मानना है। तो इनका एज सच US डील से कोई लेना देना है नहीं। ये दो अलग अलग रिलेशनशिप्स हैं और हमें दोनों रिलेशनशिप्स में देखना पड़ेगा कि हम दोनों अपने जो सहयोगी देश हैं उनके साथ क्या क्या कर सकते हैं. हाँ, look, on Iran and Greenland, these are, I mean, I won't be able to go into the details of what the two leaders discussed, but insofar as the situation in Iran is concerned, I mean, it's a country that we have a very close relationship with, so we are watching the developments that are taking place there, the disturbances that one can see on the streets over there. We have a significant community of expatriate Indians and also students from India in Iran. Our embassy, despite the restrictions that are in place on information, etc., has been able to reach out to the student community and has managed to find out that they are all good, they are doing well, and they have not faced any difficulties thus far. We have advised all of our compatriots there to rest in place, to not venture out or find themselves in the middle of the disturbances that are going on, and we continue to watch the situation very, very carefully. And on Greenland, I think we have as much information as you have, and we are continuing to watch these developments related to that. Thank you.
We have more questions. A question here first.
Sir, I'm Chintan Acharya from Dainik Bhaskar, Divya Bhaskar group. I would like to ask you that free trade agreement that is going to be signed between EU and India, is it going to ease the burden on India post-tariff regime by US, and India is seeking other markets across the globe? And if so, how much of burden would be decreased from India post this FTA?
We have a question there behind. Yeah, please.
Good evening, sir. This is Aparna Khun from Akashvani News. So you just mentioned about the increasing cooperation between the two countries with respect to green hydrogen and green mobility. And you also mentioned regarding the Surat and Ahmedabad project, I guess. So can you please elaborate on that? And because Gujarat being the emerging hub of green hydrogen and Germany being the one of the largest producer of green hydrogen in the world, so how will it benefit to India and particularly Gujarat? And
Any more questions? Sir,
Okay.
there's a question there.
सर मेरा नाम ब्रिजेश है, मैं आज तक से हूँ. मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि जर्मन चांसलर ने भी अपने स्टेटमेंट में कहा था कि भारतीय छात्रों का एक बड़ा समूह जर्मनी में पढ़ता है और पिछले महीने ही दिसंबर महीने में वीज़ा इश्यूज और फीस को लेकर छात्रों को निकालने की एक बात हुई थी जर्मनी में. क्या उस पर कोई बातचीत हुई और क्या उसमें कोई रिलैक्सेशंस मिलने वाले हैं भारतीय छात्रों को? एक बड़ा हिस्सा वहाँ पे पढ़ाई करता है और जर्मन चांसलर कह रहे थे कि वहाँ पे उनको ज़रूरत भी है भारतीय छात्रों की जॉब के लिए भी, तो क्या उस पर कुछ निकला है?
All right, of course, that was the press conference that we were listening to well amid German Chancellor Friedrich Merz's first state visit to India. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has spoken on India's efforts for repatriation of Ariha Shah. He has confirmed that the MEA has been in talks with the German authorities to ensure that the child is being brought up with Indian cultural ways, and that PM Modi has also spoken to German Chancellor on this issue. That's the update that we're tracking very closely. My colleague Aditya Wadhawan with us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Aditya, help us understand the details that we're tracking as far as this case is concerned.
Well, definitely, Sabri, I just see, definitely accusing the German government of violating the human rights and cultural rights of the 5-year-old Ariha Shah, who was seized from her parents on allegations of abuse 4 years ago. Activists demanded that Prime Minister Narendra Modi take up the matter with German Chancellor Frederick Merz when they meet on Monday. And despite several pleas from the New Delhi, the German government has not agreed to India's request that Ms. Shah, an Indian citizen, be allowed to return to India and to be brought up in foster care. So definitely, this is one of the bone of contention that has arisen just during the visit of German Chancellor Frederick Merz. Asagri, back to you.
Right, absolutely. Of course, it's a very high-profile case that we're talking about. Of course, Ariha was taken into custody by German Child Service in Berlin when she was 7 months old. This was followed by allegations of physical abuse after her parents took her to the hospital due to an injury, and of course we're tracking those developments very, very closely as far as of course what the Foreign Secretary has said with regards to Ariha Shah's case. In fact, Aditya continues to be with us on the broadcast. Aditya, if you could help us understand what exactly is the process going to look like in the future as well. What are the next steps? Okay, all right. Aditya will be joining us momentarily, but for now, the updates that we're tracking very closely. Like I said earlier, Ariha Shah is a 5-year-old Indian citizen who was, of course, it's a high-profile case that dates back to 2021. She was taken into custody by the German Child Service in Berlin when she was exactly 7 months old. Of course, it follows the allegations of physical abuse after her parents, Dhara and Bhavesh Shah, took her to the hospital for an injury. Aditya is back with us on the broadcast. Aditya, if you could help us understand what exactly, are the steps that are going to be implemented now that this conversation has taken place?
Well, definitely, after this demand has been, made, definitely, we could expect certain developments as far as this is concerned. One mentioned from the Indian side, because currently German Chancellor is on the 2-day official visit to India, and definitely this has come at a point of time, when things are, already we know that diplomatic relations between India and Germany are on the very high, and definitely at this juncture, it is a very, very welcome move, and it needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario. Asabri.
All right, Aditya, also help our viewers understand, because it's an old incident that has taken place. Help our viewers also understand about this case at large.
Well, definitely, if you see this case, definitely this has been, going between the two countries for long, definitely, Asabri, if you see, there have been several, requests made by the Indian side, but however, there's been no response so far from the German government regarding this. So considerably, now since talks, Indo-German relations are definitely on a high track, and definitely, we could expect some major breakthrough as far as this is concerned, because this case has now gone on for several years. So indeed, we could expect the same in the times to come. Sabri.
All right. So, of course, that was my colleague Aditya Vadwan giving us the updates over there.
Has imparted strong momentum to the India-Germany strategic partnership across all of its key pillars. As Prime Minister Modi noted, in an uncertain global environment, both India and Germany value reliable and trusted partnerships, and we are sure that the outcomes of this visit would reinforce the depth, ambition, and long-term vision of our partnership for shared prosperity and stability. The Chancellor extended an invitation to Prime Minister Modi.
All right, Aditya is back with us on the broadcast. Aditya also, gave us an understanding on what it is that the Foreign Secretary has said with regards to Ariha's return to India. what exactly are the steps, the measures that are going to be implemented to facilitate that?
Well, definitely, we could expect now in a staggered manner, we could expect the steps to bring her back, to India, definitely, because, both India and Germany on several issues, both India and Germany are on the same front, Savri, and definitely we could expect a diplomatic success, as far as the Ariha's entire case is concerned, and definitely, from here we could expect some major breakthrough as far as this is concerned, because since now it's a very welcome step that has happened, and now it needs to be seen what the.
All right, Aditya, stay on with us. We're being joined by Ambassador Aanchal Malhotra, former diplomat, with us on the broadcast. Thank you for your time speaking to us on NewsX. I'd like to understand from you, what exactly do you make of the decision that has been made to make sure that there are some efforts that are implemented, put in place as far as this case of Ariha Shah is concerned?
I beg your pardon because I couldn't hear you properly. I'm on the road.
Right, absolutely. I'll just quickly repeat myself. We're talking about the case of Ariha Shah, who has been stuck in Germany. The MEA has said that the Prime Minister has spoken to the German Chancellor, and there are efforts that are underway based on what the Foreign Secretary has just said. What do you make of it?
So, well, good if he's sent back to India. This would be a very positive thing to happen, and also it will be in tune with the, our relations with Germany in the current context. And I think Germany is an important partner. German's Chancellor has given a lot of priority to his visit because this is his first visit outside EU and NATO to India, and that shows the importance he's attaching. And this would reflect further that the Germany is equally interested in collaborating and cooperating with us. There are a number of areas we are already doing. Also, this is to be seen in the larger context of, a little bit of uneasiness between Europe and the United States of America at this point of time, when our own relations with the US are also on the trade matters slightly do not reflect the strategic close global partnership that we have built over the 20 years. Although the US ambassador immediately after joining has spoken very optimistically about India being an essential partner and his ambitions to take the visit to next level. So in the overall context, when the West Europe, European Union are looking towards India, we are going to have the European Commission President and Council President for 26th January, Republic Day chief guest. February we are having the French President here for the Artificial Intelligence Summit. So let's see. I think it's the overall context, the willingness of Europe to engage India. With UK, we have already signed the trade agreement. And so there's this kind of decisions, they fit into the current trend of the Germans and the French and the major Europeans trying to engage India. Over to you.
Right, so absolutely. I also want to understand from you, though yes, it is a legal matter, but what perhaps can then be done in order to make this a swifter move in terms of bringing back Ariha to India?
The legal, it's always a part of, whenever there is a deportation, extradition, the legal aspects are always there. And I really don't know what are the complexities in Germany. In UK, we have faced it's a very, very complex process. And we have seen over a period of time, Vijay Mala, and even for smaller countries where Modi's and others have gone, it has been very, very difficult to get.
Right.
What I was saying, what is important is the political will and the political willingness to respond positively to our request, and then everything falls in line.
If there is no political will, everything can be slowed down, and unnecessary hurdles can be created in the legal processes.
Right,
So,
absolutely.
So it may not be tomorrow, it may not be day after tomorrow. So.
Absolutely, sir. With that, I'd like to thank you for joining us on the broadcast, sharing your perspectives with us on NewsX. On that note, a quick short break.
ਲੱਖ ਲੱਖ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
All right, welcome back. High-stakes diplomatic balancing act is unfolding in New Delhi. Just as new U.S. Ambassador Sergio Gore arrives, promising incredible opportunities and a positive spin on bilateral ties, India is quietly activating its Plan B. With Washington imposing heavy tariffs, New Delhi is plowing through a massive trade diversification. Deals with the UK and New Zealand are now moving to implementation, while active negotiations are being fast-tracked with Mexico, Chile and the EU. What's the goal? Well, a trade pact with every major global economy except the United States. In fact, EU chief Ursula von der Leyen is also set to arrive on the 26th of January with a massive delegation, raising a critical question. As India builds this new global trade network, is Donald Trump's trade policy effectively isolating the US economy? Let's talk about that. Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, President of the CDPR, with us on the broadcast. Mr. Gautam Mukherjee, Senior Journalist, with us on the show as well. Ambassador Bhaswati Mukherjee, former diplomat, joins us on the show as well. Pramit Pal Chaudhary, South Asia Head, Eurasia Group, is also with us on the broadcast. Thank you everyone for being a part of this conversation. Ambassador Mukherjee, I'll begin with you. Well, you know, like they say, one man's loss is another man's gain. One man's martyr is another man's terrorist. But in this case, it's Donald Trump who's turning out to be the loser. What do you make of, what's also coming out of the woodworks, whereby some of the closest people associated with Donald Trump have gone out to say that there was a trade deal that was offered to India, but the Prime Minister just did not call Donald Trump, and that's why they had to let it go. Is this what diplomacy and trade negotiations have been reduced to under Donald Trump? And is India being absolutely prudent when it comes to making sure that, if plan A doesn't work out for us, we have other options, and why not?
Thank you, Vineet, for having me on your show. Actually, as the MAS spokesperson pointed out 2 days ago, in the 2025 itself, there have been at least 15 to 17 phone calls, one-to-one, between our Prime Minister and Trump. The FTA actually was approved on both sides, at one level below Trump, and on our side, up to Prime Minister's level, it was approved. It was a done deal. This refusal by Trump to sign the deal was based on several factors, it is conjectured. One is that we denied, correctly so, in my opinion, that we stopped Operation Sindoor because he told us to stop Operation Sindoor. We clarified this matter in Parliament also, because being a democracy, everybody wanted to know, and also the media. He was also miffed at us for failing to be sufficiently like a supplicant, like the great and powerful European Union did. And his view of India is that we are not yet economically or militarily powerful enough as the Chinese or the Russians, and therefore he wants to put as much pressure as he can, including on paragraphs, I'm told, in the FTA, which have been agreed to by the American side, on how much we can take of genetically modified corn for our poultry industry or for making ethanol, etc., etc. He wanted to use this period to put pressure on us, and he hoped during this period of pressure, the economy, Indian economy, and our rate of growth would fall, which it has not yet fallen. The rate of growth, in fact, is 1% marginally higher, and India's exports to United States are 15% higher for the year ending 2025 than the year before, when tariffs were not weaponized. So I am not saying if it continues in this manner, the economy will not get impacted. It will get impacted, but we have so far been able to divert and to make trade deals with other very important developed countries. The most important will be the BTIA, which is now called the FTA, on both sides with the European Union. Earlier it was a slightly more complicated deal, precisely because the Brits were there at that time. Now we have a deal, ironically, first with the Brits, and the Brit model, I'm told, is acceptable to the EU. So we should, hopefully, when van der Leyen, German, comes here for 26 January, and we have the India-EU summit, the buzz is that we would announce the trade deal as a press statement at the end of the India-EU summit. If that happens, then we would have resolved the issue at least 70%, because European Union by itself, its economic strength alone is combined in as much as the US, and we have a robust relationship with them. If we are able to do that, and in the meantime, if President Trump relents because he realizes that he is damaging a very important strategic partnership for no rhyme or reason, and hopefully the new American ambassador has arrived and is getting ready for his meetings, etc. Maybe we can also depend on him to put a little bit of pressure on the Trump administration and on President Trump. So accept the FTA. Once the FTA is accepted on both sides, Vineet, there would be an end to this constant irritant, in my opinion, and continuously trying to finger India in so many different ways, One day he says PM called him sir. One day the Commerce Secretary said that the Trump didn't sign because PM didn't call him and say, please sir, can you please sign the FTA? We are all dying in India because of lack of FTA. We need your generosity, sir. We need you to have mercy on India, sir. If that thing is going to come from us, I can assure you, over the dead body of 1.4 billion Indians, are we ever going to use that kind of language with President Trump? He wants to starve. So be it. We are not going to starve. We'll survive very well without it.
I get your point. Dr. Bhattacharya, well, we have a new envoy, but the big question is this really going to thaw the tension that has come about between these two countries? And, are these tariffs, is this disposition which is being displayed by the American president really a path to prosperity for the Americans? I was watching Fareed Zakaria's podcast the other day, and the last time they decided to impose tariffs on other countries was way back in 1929, and that's exactly when the depression in the United States took place.
You're absolutely right. That set of tariffs led to the Great Depression, which in fact also was a trigger for World War II eventually, because it completely pulled down Germany. and therefore it unveiled a set of political events in Germany, which led to the Nazi Party coming in, and they did what they did. So really, at that point in time, the tariffs were at the core of the matter. If you look at what's really happening between US and India, for that matter, again, is what the ambassador designate is saying versus what the US administration is actually doing, and they don't seem to be in sync. They seem to be completely out of sync. And also, when the ambassador is talking about incredible opportunities, one wonders how those opportunities will really be monetized, because for whom are these opportunities? Is it opportunity for the US or is it mutual opportunity? And why there is a differentiation in this current post-rule-based order is because for US, what is an opportunity, they will go and take it. So if they are short of goods, they are short of services, they will simply go ahead and take it. And is that the opportunity they're talking about? Or is there an opportunity where there will be a negotiation in terms of equal partners? One of the things that the ambassador also mentioned currently, who's on the panel, is that India will not be sacrificing its strategic independence, and that will continue no matter what. So it'll be quite interesting to see how the US ambassador manages the optics and the actions versus what the US is actually doing. Now, in the post rule-based order that the US has unveiled, what we basically see is that trade agreements are being done in a manner which is lopsided, which is in favor of the US. If you take a look at the EU trade agreement, all goods of US will be allowed in EU at zero tariff, but the goods from EU to Europe or to US will face a 15% tariff. Now, that's not really a fair trade. And the same format is getting repeated across the world between US and other trading partners. And wherever the US thinks that it needs something which it can't get through goods, for example, oil, it's simply going and getting the oil, like what happened with Venezuela. And therefore, it's very unnerving as to what kind of agreement we will be signing in, and if that agreement will ever be held up in either its letter or its spirit, because we already have an agreement. There is a WTO agreement in place where all the signatories are there, and all the actions in terms of trade, including the usurious tariffs that have been put in by US, are actually in violation of the WTO agreement. So what is the point in even having an agreement? I'm really wondering, we have been talking about the BTA, the bilateral trade agreement, the historic partnership, the energy for deal. Well, what is it that we're going to sign, and what does it mean? If it's not going to be upheld and there is no court of law globally where it can be brought up, then what's the point of signing any of this? Now, it's also very ironic to hear the word historic partnership. Well, the US and India did have a historic partnership, especially since 2000 onwards, when the US did put a tremendous amount of effort and energy in bringing up and shoring up its relationship with India. That has been trashed very, very quickly. And we see the US actually going around supporting stolen elections in the border areas of the border countries of India. We are seeing them propping up undemocratic governments. Now, what kind of partnership is that? And therefore, there are a lot of question marks that comes up, that what is it that the US ambassador is really trying to hint at, because none of his words are getting matched with the actions from the US side. From an Indian perspective, clearly we are working towards a plan B. In fact, it's not even the plan B, it's really plan A, where we wanted to have a free trade agreement with most of the world. And we already have an agreement with UK. We are pretty close to having an agreement with EU, with New Zealand, and so on and so forth, including Mexico, which is really the NAFTA area. And at the end of it, what we will really see is that India has got a trade agreement with most of the key economies except the US and China. And it'll be very interesting to see how that pans out. And that's going to mirror what every other major economy is doing, because some of these agreements with US is really a non-agreement, where it's a one-sided agreement. So it's going to be very, very interesting. It's a very challenging scenario that the US ambassador is going to walk into. And I think all of us will be watching what happens from here onwards.
All right, Gautam, what's been your observation about what's been going on for the past few days? Mr. Lutnick, in fact, went on to say that Prime Minister Modi did not call Donald Trump, and that is why there is no deal now. But it's hard to digest that this is the standard that we have descended to when it comes to all these deals. In fact, Donald Trump continues to mock India. He continues to mock the system, and he continues to mortify us in one way or the other when he talks about any kind of a trade deal. Now the question is, should we even be getting into a trade agreement with the Americans? Because even if we do, I'm sure it's going to be riddled with complexities.
Well, Vineet, one of the things we have to bear in mind is, for example, take defense. Now in defense, Russia may be offering us the moon, but they are hard-pressed to deliver because they are suffering sanctions that may make their value chain, defunct. They cannot complete a project because they can't get the component parts. France is pressing, breathing down our necks to buy the Rafale, but they won't give over any of the technology. The ones that we can get technology from are not exactly a good fit. France could be, but France is not handing over. They want to do a joint development of an engine that will take a long time. So we are in some ways constrained to play ball with the Americans, particularly with regard to our fighter program. Now, as far as this Lutnick business, my guess is that they had agreed to what they want, and they put it in the agreement and said, yeah, this is good for us. Now, if Mr. Modi didn't call Mr. Trump, it is because there was something in that final agreement which did not go with what India wanted, and they have ignored what India wanted and want to somehow put the blame on us. Now, eventually we will get an agreement. I have no doubt about it. But if we continue with what you've called Plan B and succeed more and more with multiple countries in North America, South America, Europe, Africa, the Far East, and so on, then we are making the best out of our present circumstances. At the moment, the other thing to remember is that I think in addition to Venezuela, both Greenland and Iran are on the attack map. Now, so to a certain extent, the American attention has shifted to taking over these two countries and arranging. In Greenland's case, it's an outright takeover. I think they'll be attacking it any day now. Never mind NATO, never mind Denmark. As far as Iran goes, I think they're proceeding very well with the protest movement, which America is probably financing. Now, it isn't really about America needing any of this oil from Iran or Venezuela, but it is very much about keeping the oil not reaching China, because China is not only buying extensively from both these countries, but it is paying for it in yuan, which is threatening the global dollar, the dollar trade, and so things of that order. India is under pressure to not buy Russian oil. This 500% tariff is about the Ukraine war. So we will have to mosey along, playing as much diplomacy with America as possible, because our other alternatives are not perfect. They are all contributory to our keeping our head above water, but they are not a substitute, and Trump will not be there forever. Vineet.
Well, that's a good, very introspective sign of Gautam, that Trump will not be there forever. Pramit?
He's outclassed him. It's Somnat temple again.
But J.D. Vance is going to be there. Marco Rubio is
but
going
he
to
won't
be
be
there.
the same without Trump breathing down his neck.
Well,
J.D. Vance is not a madman like Trump.
well, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree now, does it? Pramit, what are your thoughts on whatever you've heard so far?
Switched his views more than once. Let's remember that. And he's a young man. And he's got a long way to go. And he's good for 2 terms. He can't do a Trump.
Okay, all right. Well, there's hope in what you have said. Finally, Pramit, how do you respond to what you've heard and this, this evolving scenario?
So we have to differentiate. I think there are schools within, I think correctly view that there's a schools within the MAGA system in America. They both basically agree on being an isolationist foreign policy, a more transactional foreign policy. But after that, you can see very clear disagreements. J.D. Vance, and you see his speech in Jaipur, but also from what I've heard he's privately told people, he believes that India is actually a country that America needs a relationship with because his school is very anti-Chinese. And therefore India fits in. It doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't believe India is an excessively protectionist nation. But he is not concerned, obviously, about winning a Nobel Peace Prize. He is not concerned about our relationship with Pakistan. And the school that he's from is basically of that, remains reasonably clear that some form of a strategic relationship, though a more transactional one, with India remains important. Trump obviously has a much more personalized way of looking at these things, and a lot of what he does, his broad foreign policy has, should we say, these strange personal bits and pieces which are often don't necessarily make a coherent strategy. One is his obsession with the Nobel Peace Prize. But it's also very clear, I would argue, that one of the problems we have now with Trump and our FTA, from what I understand, we've actually concluded an FTA with America 4 times. Our negotiators have completed. The American negotiators said this is perfectly fine and sent it up to Trump. And Trump has come back and said, no, I want something more, often not related to the trade agreement at all. Right, including Modi should ring me up, Modi should endorse me for a Nobel Peace Prize, and additional things which have nothing to do with anything at all. So that type of whimsy I don't see any other previous US president will do in the future or has in the recent past. So that is something that is specific to President Trump. So to some degree we have to, yes, ride him out if you wish. And much of what we're doing with the FTA, India, unlike other countries, has negotiated a full legal text. It is not a simple, 6-line outline, which is what a lot of other countries have done. We have done it on the assumption that this will be the text that even future US governments will, for the most part, define our relationship with the United States in terms of trade, technology, and investment. And that's one of the reasons we're prepared to be tough about this. Because we believe it will survive beyond Trump. So yes, we have that, but keep in mind, America will be more isolationist, it will be more transactional, but to some degree, because we were never an American treaty ally, and because we were never part of an FTA structure, like, let's say, the Europeans with the Americans, or a tight economic relationship, we have a degree of leeway on this. But I would tend to agree, yes, we cannot walk away from the United States. It is our largest source, not just trade, it is our largest source of FDI, our largest source of foreign portfolio investment, our largest source of service exports. I mean, the real story in Indian trade is not goods, it has been service exports. And it is our largest source of remittances. Our economy is very deeply tied in with the United States. But keep in mind, Trump has not hit us on service exports. I mean, forget about goods. We are by far a huge $60–70 billion trade surplus with America in services. Trump has completely ignored that. So it's pretty clear that he may have problems with India, and I think a lot of that, as I said, is highly personalized about Modi rather than anything else. But he has not really pulled out the biggest cannons that he can fire at the Indian economy. And what is also more interesting, I would argue, that in the midst of all this, the biggest US companies are announcing massive investments in India. They simply don't care. You've seen Google, you've seen Microsoft, you've seen Amazon, $60–80 billion of investments that we announced for India. What FTA? Who cares? And I would argue they're looking at the President Trump and saying he's not going to be around. Potentially even after November, he will be effectively a lame duck president if he loses the House. So you can see a lot of the other parts of the United States system just functioning as if their president is not a matter of concern. And to some degree, India is doing the same thing. And from what I've heard, we've now told the Americans, we've given you a final offer. Take it or leave it, and we'll see what we happen. And that's what the new U.S. ambassador's job is going to be, is to bridge that last gap, which a lot of it is going to be about the personality issues rather than the actual trade agreement.
All right. That also, in fact, instills hope that, there is not much to worry about. Ambassador Mukherjee, would you like to respond to what Pramit has said, that regardless of an FTA, the investment in India by the Americans continues? The GCC ecosystem, which is the Global Capability Center ecosystem, also is being facilitated to a large extent. In fact, that space has gotten busier than ever before after Trump announced these tariffs. So obviously the market is in no mood to exclude India.
I fully agree with Pramit. I always do, actually, because he speaks so much of sense and he has so much knowledge about the US. I'd just like to add one more thing, which is that the statistics that I read this morning, it seems that although we have kept our growth pattern and our exports have increased to USA, the American economy is not doing well. And now I can understand the linkage, thanks to Dr. Bhattacharya, which is that he may be responsible ultimately for pushing the United States into depression, because another famous economist told me, Vineet, that the tariffs which he has introduced may make the American corporate sector lazy and uncompetitive, and they may want this to continue for a while, because if you put so much of tariffs on your trading partners and have no tariffs for yourself, which means it's a totally unfair world, 0% versus 100%, totally ignoring the WTO as if it doesn't exist at all, pushing America into isolationism in this way is not going to make the American economy great. And in fact, even with Venezuelan oil, the major oil companies whom he met yesterday, they told him that they don't want to invest in Venezuela. Right now, one of the biggest company CEOs told him to his face, very brave man, I must say. I wonder whether he's of Indian origin. He said that, Mr. President, he didn't use the word sir, Mr. President, Venezuela right now is uninvestable. I'm not sure whether that's good English, but we all understood that. They can't afford to go into Venezuela right now and spend billions of dollars to repair the infrastructure over 3 years, after which Trump is gone, and the Venezuelans can tell them to go to hell. Or in the meantime, some Americans can get kidnapped and murdered in Venezuela, and then what happens to his MAGA base? They'll be furious. There's one thing which both sides of the MAGA base agree on, which is America does not like body bags. That's not a problem India has, or China has, or Russia has. Americans have never liked body bags. That has always affected the popularity rating of a president. So I think that we have to continue with take it or leave it kind of policy. The American side, I was told, was quite content with what we had finally agreed upon. Trump is holding it up. In the meantime, we should conclude as many deals as we can with others and continue our multi-dimensional relationship with United States because of the huge diaspora. As far as Vance is concerned, while I agree with my co-panelist that he's not as mad as Trump, some of the statements he's made make me very uneasy. Like he has said that United States is a white Christian country. That's amazing coming from him when he has a Hindu wife and 3 children from her. He may be white. The 3 children will not be fully white. They have also their mother's DNA. So it's amazing that he can make such a statement just to get votes and win the election. After he wins the election, his wife is better qualified than him. She studied in Ivy League colleges. She is a very, very smart Indian. He is much less smart than her. We have to watch and wait and see what will be his attitude towards India. Will it be personalized because he has a problem with his wife being smarter than him? Will it be personalized because he refuses to convert to Christianity? So I'm not so sure that J.D. Vance will be so good for us, but I agree with my co-panelists that whatever he is, he will be better than Trump. So as far as I am concerned, let anybody come. Whoever is that person, man or woman, cannot be for India like Trump. That's my final word on this subject, Vineet. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, good points and good prospects have been discussed on this conversation. And the situation is obviously not as bad as a number of naysayers make it out to be. India and America, of course, have had their differences, but their equation still holds a lot of metal, and I'm sure both the countries realize that. We'll take a short break now. We'll be right back.
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिलके जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
Welcome back from the break. You're watching NewsX and I'm Asavri Jindal. The headlines first.
Today, I'm pleased to announce that India will be invited to join this group of nations as a full member next month.
United States Ambassador to India Sergio Gore takes charge in New Delhi, says India is to be invited to PAC Cilia initiative. India and Germany sign key MOUs amid German Chancellor Friedrich Merz's first state visit to India. Key focus on Indian youth, education and green energy. Human Rights Organization reports 496 deaths and over 10,000 arrests in the past 15 days in Iran as massive protests continue to rage on. 48 officials have been reportedly killed. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has responded to President Trump, stating that they are ready for war but also for dialogue. ISRO launches the Anvesha satellite on board PSLV-C62, confirms the mission faced an anomaly after launch during the rocket's third stage.
जैसा कि आपको ध्यान है ये मामला एक तरह से एक समय पे लीगल मामला था जैसा कि
Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said that Ariha Shah's case was at one point a legal matter and the authorities have been discussing the case. TVK chief Vijay reaches Delhi to appear before the Central Bureau of Investigation today for probe into the Karur stampede case. Enforcement Directorate files petition against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in Supreme Court, alleges disruptions of raid at IPAC office. And we start with some breaking news coming in from sharing rides with Russian President Vladimir Putin and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Prime Minister Narendra Modi continued the tradition today by riding with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in recent times used informal car rides as a form of diplomacy, signalling warmth and friendship with visited world leaders. PM Modi welcomed Merz to India today as a part of his first official visit to the country. The two leaders attended a traditional Kite festival and visited the Sabarmati Ashram. Meanwhile, on Platform X, he stated, and I quote, "The friendship between India and Germany continues to go through shared values, extensive cooperation and mutual understanding." My colleague Aditya Vadhavan with us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Aditya, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has now taken to social media platform X, speaking about India and Germany and the ties that the two nations hold. We're also talking about the car diplomacy that the Prime Minister has now made almost like a new normal. What more can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. Well, absolutely, Sabri. Definitely,
All right, we're facing some troubles over there with my colleague Aditya Vadhavan. But of course, viewers, the visuals there on your screens of what exactly we're talking about as far as car diplomacy is concerned. It all, of course, started with the visual on the left side of your screens, where you can, of course, see Russian President Vladimir Putin with Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the car. And now it seems to have become a new normal for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who can now, of course, today be seen in a car with the German Chancellor. And this is what is essentially being looked at as a warm gesture, welcoming all the world leaders who are coming to India. There was, of course, a Kite festival that was also held. And of course, many developments have taken place as far as the German Chancellor's visit to India is concerned. Like I told you earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken to social media platform X. He has said that the friendship between India and Germany continues to grow through shared values, extensive cooperation and mutual understanding. My reporter is going to be joining us very shortly to give us more details on this. But for now, of course, diplomatic ties, many developments have taken place. Many MOUs have been signed as far as cooperation in defense is concerned, as far as cooperation in green energy, semiconductors, AI is concerned. But right now, what you see on your screens is a warm gesture the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has encouraged. He's done it. It's, of course, sitting in the car and having a conversation and welcoming the world leaders who are coming to India. All right. Aditya is back with us on the broadcast. Aditya, help us, in fact, give us an understanding of what's happened over here, the car diplomacy that we're looking at.
Well, absolutely, Sabri. If you see, the car diplomacy is now absolutely trending. Whenever Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets very close foreign dignitaries, this car diplomacy is at the forefront. We have seen, how during the SCO summit, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with Russian President Vladimir Putin, then also from the SCO venue to his hotel, he went with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in the car. And now today also, when he has met with the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, definitely the same car diplomacy as at the forefront. And indeed, at this juncture, there are, we already, it's a well-known established fact that, that the diplomatic relations between India and Germany are excellent. And definitely, now since these several MOUs in the domain of AI technology have been, and people-to-people connect have been signed between India and Germany. We could expect a robust collaboration between the two countries in the times to come, and definitely there is a larger scope for both countries to collaborate. As the economic priorities are also as theme of both the countries, considering the fact that the geopolitical trade tensions are going on. So definitely it's a win-win situation for both India and Germany. Asabri, back to you.
All right, absolutely. Aditya, stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz has held wide-ranging talks on expanding the overall trajectory of bilateral engagement. The latter took to X and wrote, Germany as the largest member state of the European Union and India as the world's largest democracy are united by fundamental values. A highly dynamic India and a highly technological Germany share key strategic interests. This is the foundation on which we build. That's, of course, a statement that has been issued by the German Chancellor. Aditya continues to be with us on the broadcast. Aditya, we're, of course, now talking about the statements that have been issued by the German Chancellor, who's spoken about India, the parallels that he's put together, whether he's talking about Germany being the largest a member of European Union or India being the world's largest democracy. Help us understand the big statements that he's issued.
This statement, is very, very essential, considering the diplomatic ties between Germany and India. And definitely, if you see, Sabri, there is a lot for both the countries to collaborate in several domains, be it in artificial domain. And, also, when we, at one point of time, when I interacted with the German ambassador to India, Philip Ackerman, he talked about the extensive semiconductor, collaboration between India and Germany and how both the countries have been working to, produce the semiconductor chips. So as to, not rely on the sole Taiwanese, dominance over the semiconductor chips. So there are definitely, many key common points, where both India and Germany have a lot to collaborate, and, this is what the two governments are doing, if we see, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is looking forward to, many areas in domains to collaborate with Germany in the times to come. Asabri.
All right, Aditya, thank you for sharing all those details. Moving on to some more breaking news that we're tracking very closely. Defence Research and Development Organisation has successfully flight tested third generation fire and forget man portable anti-tank guided missile, which has a top attack capability against a moving target. A video released from a desert test range shows a successful missile firing during a weapon trial conducted in the KK ranges at Ahilyanagar in Maharashtra. The footage opened with a side rear camera view of the two-member crew positioned behind a tripod mounted launcher, which was already elevated and locked onto the target. Brian Thomas joins us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Brian, if you could give us the details of this development that has taken place as far as the successful launch of this flight tested third generation fire and forget man portable anti-tank guided missile is concerned.
Well, as of now, DRDO successfully tested man-portable anti-tank missile with top attack capabilities. India flight tests also indigenous MPA-TGM against moving target, which marks a major defense milestone. And this is DRDO's third-gen fire and forget anti-tank missile that cleared a key air flight test. Now, this very indigenous MPA-TGM with top attack capability successfully tested in Maharashtra, and this focused clearly on the strengthening of India's anti-tank warfare capabilities, top attack, fire and forget, and this is also DRDO's move to closer to army induction. Not only that, this talks about advanced indigenous mechanism that clears moving target trial and even boosts army firepower. Not only that, this is also a major push towards Atmanirbhar, Atmanirbhar Bharat, where the DRDO has been testing flight test indigenous itself, self-reliance in defense, and also indigenous tank missile passed the critical trial. And this started from lab to battlefield itself, where DRDO's this very mechanism achieved successful test flight itself. Yes.
All right, Brian, thank you for sharing all those details with us. Moving on to some more news that we're tracking very closely. The Enforcement Directorate has moved the Supreme Court seeking directions for the registration of a first information report, an FIR against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. The Director General of Police of the state and the Kolkata Police Commissioner alleging obstruction of a money laundering probe launched to political consultancy firm Indian Political Action Committee. In its petition filed on Monday, the ED alleged that senior constitutional and police authorities in West Bengal actively interfered with and sabotaged a lawful investigation, turning protectors of the law into perpetrators of serious offences. That's the update that we're tracking at this point in time from West Bengal. My reporter is going to be joining us very shortly, but for now, the ED has moved the Supreme Court seeking directions for a registration of an FIR against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Renik Datta joins us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Renik, if you could give us the details as far as this case is concerned.
देखिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से भी ये पूरा मामले पर तृणमूल कांग्रेस के पास से ये रिपोर्ट मांगा गया है। उसके साथ साथ ही अगर देखा जाए तो ममता बनर्जी वर्सेस इलेक्शन कमीशन इसके ऊपर जो आरोप तृणमूल कांग्रेस की तरफ से लगातार लगाया जा रहा था, उसी के ऊपर ये रिस्पॉन्स जो है ये बेंच की तरफ से किया गया है। जो FIR को लेकर जो पिटीशन दाखिल किया गया था, MP डेरेक ओब्रायन जो इलेक्ट कर रहे थे कि इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से FIR का जो प्रोसेस वेस्ट बंगाल में चल रहा है वो सही तरीके से नहीं चल रहा है, और इसी को लेकर सूर्यकांत का जो बेंच है उनकी तरफ से इसका हियरिंग मैटर रखा गया है। 19 तारीख को 19 जनवरी सोमवार को ये मैटर सुना जाएगा। CBI सूर्यकांत के बेंच की तरफ से ये सुना जाएगा और सीनियर एडवोकेट कपिल सिब्बल उसके साथ साथ ही एडवोकेट MP कल्याण बनर्जी जो है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में इस पूरे मामले को लेकर अपीयर करेंगे। और FIR को लेकर पहले भी कांग्रेस की तरफ से बनर्जी की तरफ से लगातार आरोप किया जा रहा था कि इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से वेस्ट बंगाल के लिए स्पेशली FIR का जो ये प्रोसेस में बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम तैयार किया जा रहा है, जिसमें बहुत सारे बुजुर्ग शामिल हैं जो जिनको हियरिंग के लिए बुलाया जा रहा है। बहुत सारे ऐसा जगह है जिनसे लोग बीमार हो रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोगों का जान भी चला गया है। तो ये सिचुएशन में FIR को लेकर जो सवाल पैदा हो रहा था, अभी ये पूरा मैटर को सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक पहुंचा दिया है तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने।
All right, Renik, thank you for sharing all those details. We leave that and shift our focus to some other breaking news that we're tracking. The mortal remains of Indian Idol winner and actor Prashant Tamang have been brought at Bagdogra Airport in Siliguri, West Bengal. His mortal remains will be taken to Darjeeling for the last rites. This comes as the singer and actor Prashant Tamang died at his residence in New Delhi after suffering a cardiac arrest. Nibir Deka joins me on the broadcast to give us more on this. Nibir, what details are we tracking at this point in time? The information that we have with us is that the mortal remains of Prashant Tamang have been brought to the airport in Siliguri, West Bengal. What's the update?
Well, absolutely. It is a very unfortunate situation that a very popular singer from Sikkim and the whole of Northeast India, Prashant Tamang, has died from a cardiac arrest, and today his mortal remains have been brought to his hometown, and it has been landed at the Bagdogra airport, following which it will be taken to his home in Sikkim. And the whole of Sikkim and the Northeast India are sad, and people in Sikkim have come out in large numbers to get a glimpse of the last mortal rites of Prashant Tamang. And he was a much loved and popular singer, and as a result of that, you see the outpouring of love and grief for his demise.
Absolutely, Nibir. You know, of course, he was the Indian Idol 3 winner. He's also acted in Patal Lok. You know, what has the response of his fans and followers been?
Well, Prashant Tamang broke the ceiling from the Northeast because he was one of those first contestants to go to a reality show and to win that reality show. That was huge for the entire Northeast and also for Sikkim. And after which he broke into Bollywood, he sang quite popular numbers. and his fan following was there throughout the country. And his demise, his untimely demise, when he was sleeping on his bed, it was a very shocking situation for all the people, and also especially his fans. And today, the kind of love and the kind of outpouring of grief that we are seeing is a reflection of the personality and the music that Prashant Tamang offered to the people. And as a result of that, you see the large number of gatherings in Sikkim, and also the messages that are coming on social media from different parts of the country and from different walks of life. So that is what the impact Prashant Tamang has left for the people.
All right, Nibir, thank you for sharing all those details with us. Moving on to some news that we're tracking from Andhra Pradesh, and the latest updates coming in. The Andhra CID police rescued 22 people from Andhra Pradesh who had gone abroad for jobs and fallen into the trap of cyber fraud. Along with this, Adhirat Singh Rana, CID SP, has given a statement stating that the people are going to other countries for pre-job offers and getting caught in the mire of cybercrime. He further stated, and I quote, Indian youth who went to countries like Bangkok, Myanmar and Cambodia for jobs are falling into the trap of cyber fraud. Naresh Akina joins us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Naresh, Andhra CID, what exactly have they said as far as this cyber fraud is concerned? They're of course cautioning the youth of India. They're telling them to be careful because on the pretext of getting a pre-job, people are going, and then of course they're getting conned in the aftermath.
Yes, sorry. The CID police rescued nearly 22 people from Andhra Pradesh who had gone abroad for jobs and fallen into the trap of the cyber fraud gang. CID officials presented them to the media today and revealed some details. And in that media meet also, Adhirat Singh Rana, CID SP, delivered few comments about this cyber fraud, because we have liberated Indians. He said they have liberated Indians who were trapped in cybercrime slavery in East Asian countries, and people are going to other countries for pre-job offers and getting caught in the mire of cybercrime. And Indian youth who went to the countries like Bangkok and Myanmar and Cambodia for jobs are falling into the trap of the cyber gangs. They attract young people with ancient words through call centers, and they are arranging flight tickets and convinced by them, promise to get jobs, but they are not giving the jobs. They are doing cyber frauds. After a 15-hour journey in those countries, they have taken into a forest area and forced them into participate in the cyber crime, and their passports and phones are confiscated, and they have made to commit various types of cyber crimes. Because in India we are seeing so many cyber frauds through call centers from phone only, because they are calling, and these from the few months ago also we are seeing one cyber fraud. One is a digital is a common cyber fraud in the India. In the their cyber criminals are targeting the old age people or ex-employees who done their career in the completion of the government services, and they are targeting for their relieving amount. They are doing digital arrests also. But the cyber professionals and government are saying don't trust them and don't do these type of activities also.
Okay. All right. Naresh, thank you for sharing all those details. We leave it there and shift our focus to some developments that we're tracking from Maharashtra. Well, Shiv Sena UBT leader Aditya Thackeray has reacted to MNS chief Raj Thakray's comments on BJP leader K. Annamalai by stating that Annamalai holds virtually no standing within the BJP. He's essentially a non-entity there. He's failed to retain his deposit and lost his election contest. Yet he acts like he's poised to become the next Prime Minister. That's the statement that has been issued. Take a listen.
बात यही भाजपा की नीति है, यही भाजपा की वृत्ति है। अन्नामलाई ये भाजपा का चेहरा है जो जीरो है, खुद का डिपॉजिट बचा नहीं सके, खुद जीत नहीं पाए, खुद वहाँ ऐसे दिखा रहे थे कि अभी अगले प्रधानमंत्री हुई है, लेकिन जीरो ये तमिलनाडु ने बताया। तमिल लोग जो है ये और महाराष्ट्र ये एक अलग नाता है। स्टालिन साहब आप देखो कितने आगे लेके जा रहे तमिलनाडु को, और ये क्या कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ झगड़ा गाली गलोच। ये आके हमें बताएंगे मुंबई क्या है, महाराष्ट्र क्या है। अन्नामलाई ने महाराष्ट्र का विरोध किया है और महाराष्ट्र ये सहन नहीं करेगा। अन्नामलाई और भाजपा ने महाराष्ट्र का अपमान किया है।
All right, so there's of course a showdown between Annamalai and Raj Thackeray that's presently looming, and of course Aditya Thackeray, they're coming in and making a statement where he's talking about Annamalai, and in that context he's saying that Annamalai holds virtually no standing within the BJP. He's essentially a non-entity there. He's failed to retain his deposit, he's lost an election, yet he's acting like he is poised to become the next Prime Minister. That's the statement that has been issued. Remember, the BMC polls are set to take place, and in, of course, respect to that, you're seeing this political war of words intensifying, and of course, that's the statement that is coming in as far as this war of words is concerned. All right, we'll continue to track more developments from Maharashtra, but for the time being, we're shifting our focus to news that we're tracking from the international arena. Well, after US President Donald Trump said Iran's leaders have reached out to negotiate, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has said that he is ready, and the country rather is ready for war, but also for dialogue. In a brief to Foreign Ambassador in Tehran via English translation, he said that we are ready for war, but also for dialogue. Aditya Wadhwan joins us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Aditya, as far as Iran is concerned, it doesn't seem like the protests are going to die down anytime soon. What is the information that we're tracking at this point in time as far as this statement by the foreign minister is concerned?
Well, absolutely. We can see the statements by the Iranian foreign minister. Definitely, he has been now, time and again, he's been warning that if US intervenes, now we have seen how the Iranian supreme leadership, top leaders in the Iranian regime, are calling people to maintain unity and, stop these unrest and protests that have been going on. And on the other side, we are seeing joint naval drills between Russia, China and Iran in the South Africa, near Cape Town. So indeed, at this juncture, there are certain flashpoints. Israel has been put on high alert. If US, attacks Iran in any way, then Iran has warned that there will be attack on all the US bases in the region, and definitely some long-range missiles could be fired towards Israeli cities. So definitely, there's a lot of, geopolitical tensions going on in the Middle East now, and it needs to be seen how things unfold as far as the entire situation in Middle East is concerned. Sabri.
All right, Aditya, stay on with us. We in fact have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time, but Hollywood icon Robert De Niro has ignited a political moment at the Golden Globes 2026, openly attacking US President Donald Trump during his on-stage appearance. De Niro dropped the F-bomb on President Donald Trump, drawing loud applauses from the audience and, in fact, instantly turning the award ceremony into a flashpoint of political commentary. His outburst came amid heightened geopolitical tensions following recent US intervention in Venezuela and growing domestic outrage over controversial immigration enforcement actions. Take a listen.
Trump.
Aditya Wadhwan continues to be with us on the broadcast. Aditya, the Golden Globes are originally or known to be a time where the films, the art is celebrated, but we're seeing something very different now taking place. So what more can you tell us about, the F-bomb that has been dropped at the Golden Globes by Robert De Niro?
Well, definitely, this is something very unprecedented that has happened. Definitely, as we should see, at this juncture, it is Robert De Niro. I'm gonna say one thing, particularly at an arts and at an arts presentation, at an arts event, I'm gonna say
he has made such statements. This is something which is very, very political, and it was not expected that anybody, could make a political statement at such an arts and entertainment event. So definitely, from here on, definitely anger towards the US President Donald Trump is very apparent among the American celebrities and people, and definitely from here on, it needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario, because there is a wide condemnation of the policies that US President Donald Trump is taking on a daily basis. Sabri.
All right, Aditya, thank you for sharing all those details with us. We're going to step into a short break. Thanks for watching.
सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिलके जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
Well, the death toll from the ongoing unrest has now mounted to 203 in Iran, according to activists and rights groups, including both protesters and security forces. Demonstrations that were sparked by severe economic hardships and demands for regime change have spread across major cities, with chants of death to Khomeini echoing through the streets despite intense crackdowns. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has invoked the harshest measures, vowing no retreat and accusing protesters of being tools of foreign powers, including the United States. A public prosecutor has threatened the death penalty charges for those deemed enemies of God, signaling a potential escalation in repression. Compounding the chaos, Iran remains under a nationwide internet blackout that has now exceeded 60 hours, severely limiting information flow, communications and independent verification of events. Rights organizations warn that this blackout could enable further violence, with reports of live ammunition, mass arrests and injuries continuing to emerge through limited channels. We'll continue to talk about this with our guests. And on the international front, US President Donald Trump has also repeatedly signaled America's readiness to intervene, stating that the US stands ready to help the Iranian people achieve their freedom. He has warned of severe consequences, including potential military strikes if the regime continues killing peaceful protesters. Reports indicate Trump has been briefed on options for targeted airstrikes on Iranian military sites, though officials stress no final decision has been made and no action is imminent. Meanwhile, Iran's leadership has hit back, warning that any US strike would target American troops and interests in the region, raising fears of broader conflict as well. We'll talk about this with our guest. Joining us on the show is Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev, former diplomat, Major General G.G. Dwivedi, Global and Strategic Defense Expert, also with us. Mr. Sumit Peet, Senior Political Commentator, joins us on the show as well. And last but by no means the least, Professor Madhav Nalapat, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian, joins us on the show as well. All right, Professor Nalapat, sir, I'll begin with you. This is obviously an evolving situation at this point in time. But how evolving is the situation is something that we may never know. There's a blackout in Iran because of the internet being suspended in most parts. We've also heard that Starlink is in fact trying to help media agencies to put out the truth over there. But how do you see this conflict going further, sir? And once again, to put a caveat in there have been protests in Iran in the past as well, but none of them have had the intensity and the the kind of graphic details in terms of the destruction going on ever before. Professor Nalapat.
Look, I will tell you very honestly, the clerical regime is hated even more than the Shah was hated up to his overthrow in 79. You remember Shah was removed in a popular uprising, and my view is the clerics are going to be removed in a popular uprising. Now you may say that they have got the army and the IRGC and all that. I mean, the Shah had a very formidable army and security forces. It didn't help him. Why? Because at the higher levels, of course, they may be linked to the regime, in this case, the clerical regime. At the lower levels, they find their uncles and aunts, they find their brothers and sisters, they find their sons and daughters demonstrating on the street. When that happens, they lose the incentive of firing on them. And as a consequence, the army and other instruments of coercion that are there with the clerics will be valueless. So in my view, Vinny, the reality of the situation is that Iran has gone over the brink, and the clerical regime has made a terrible mistake. It says that there should be death to a Jewish state. Mar bar Iran, death to a Jewish state. I mean, how can you do that and expect the Israelis and the US and other countries not to respond? And let me tell you, they are deadly serious about that threat. Deadly serious. They have conducted a large number of terror strikes. We saw one on October 7, 2023, in which a bunch of terrorists came and into an Israeli village, all harmless people there, and they abducted them, they killed them. The most unspeakable horrors were done to them. So in that situation of extreme hostility, how on earth can the lower ranks be expected to follow orders for much longer? So in my view, very soon, in a matter of weeks possibly, the clerical regime will also have to collapse, because you can't be so hated by the public and survive as a regime. A regime has to have some minimum degree of goodwill among the population, and the clerical regime, as I said before, is even more hated now than the Shah of Iran's regime was hated in 79. And at that time, none of his soldiers and security, as I said, saved him. And none of them are going to save the clerical regime, because the lower levels, my information is that they absolutely loathe the clerical regime. Their own family members are taking part in these protests. They are being shot at, and after some time, they're going to decide, we are not going to shoot at our kith and kin, our friends, people like us any longer. Thank you.
All right. Sumit Peer, you've been following this space. You've discussed this space in the past as well. Iran as a country needs to be understood, before we, come to any conclusions as to whether what's happening there is right or wrong. We know that it's a sponsor of, massive terrorist infrastructure and ecosystem throughout the world. We also know that they hate Israel. We also know that human rights do not matter when it comes to this clerical setup. We also know that before 1979, Iran, pretty much had a very liberal flair, as much as Afghanistan did at one point in time. But, it's this invocation of theocracy and this religious hegemony that has destroyed this once bustling country into this, chaotic, in fact, land of confusion at this point in time. Do you think the Americans coming in and taking control of Iran rather than Venezuela would have been a better option?
Vinny, thank you very much for having me on your show, and a very good question to begin with. Look, we know what Iran is. To give you an example, all the terror organizations, Shia, Sunni, all Muslim terror organizations in the world by default are funded by Iran. 7th October 2023, Ismail Haniya went and met Khamenei. It is documented. He agreed for some $100 million for the project which he was going to execute which he executed on 7th October 2023. And Khamenei gave him some money, and every month he used to send him an installment for genocide of Jews, what they did on 7th October 2023. Khamenei has spoken against us in Kashmir. Khamenei has been all over the place, and he has devastated the great Persian civilization, the great Iranian people. And what is the logic? What is the proof? If I look at 1979, 70 riyals, Irani riyals were $1. And if I talk to you yesterday, Vineet, kal ki baat, 14,50,000, 14.5 lakh Irani riyals is equal to $1. That is what the mullah regime has given to the Iran. That is how beautifully Iran has progressed. Look at the other parameters. You have $38 billion in your foreign exchange reserves, which are going to last for 4 months of imports. So 4 months you are Pakistan, 5th month you are Afghanistan. Your oil is not selling, your factories are being devastated, and anything and everything which can make money is gone. We are looking at a 72% inflation month by month up to few days back. Now we are talking of hourly inflation. We are talking of 62% tax on income with 72% inflation. The things are so bad that you and me, if we're living there, thank God we are not. We could not afford a loaf of bread. That is how it is. There are people who are on the streets on each and every town of Iran, 300 places, including Marsad, the holiest place. We have in Shiraz, we have in Qom. That was where the mullahs got all the legitimacy from. And these, by the way, these are all the sites where you had nuclear assets which were taken down by Americans. So you have this, it's not a protest, Vineet. It's a revolution which is happening. And as per some sources, I'm against some sources, we know officially, as per the media which is being reported, they have killed 25 people yesterday. Now, as some sources are claiming that 250 people got slaughtered yesterday because a fatwa was converted into a judicial degree saying anybody who's protesting, you might be a peaceful protester, no gun, nothing. You are against Allah, you are against the Rasul, and you are against Iran. So if I with a gun go and kill you, it is legitimate. So manslaughter, genocide is being legally permitted by the mullah regime. To best of our knowledge, my knowledge, his children and his people are out. He's living there with a couple of men. He's trying to do as much as he can. Look, the Americans have been warning him, we are going to come for you. We need, as we talk, it is evident that we know Marco Rubio spoke to Benjamin Netanyahu today morning. We know they are planning something. And I would be very candid to say, yes, Mossad is involved. I will be very candid to say, yes, CIA is involved. And yes, Delta Force is parked in a base in Iraq, which is very near. And yes, sir, CIA paramilitary, the most elitist and the most secret service or group of American people will be in Iran as we talk. So if Americans or if Israelis get him covertly, they will eliminate him. The Khamenei, there's no doubt around it. But what they want to do with the minimum collateral damage. They want to channelize the anger of the people, because people genuinely cannot survive. Debt to Khamenei, debt to Islam, debt to mullah regime. Bring back the Shah, bring back the monarchy. These 5 things were punishable by death. I don't want Syria. I don't want Lebanon. My life is for Iran. These are the slogans of there. From, Marsad to Sinjan, Balochistan, you have everywhere the protests are happening. Everybody is on the streets. You have killed so many people. Officially, what the media claims, there are more than 100 people dead, and there are a few thousand which have been arrested, and a few thousand who are possibly injured. Now, people are saying mortuaries are filled. People are saying hospitals are filled. It is a complete genocide happening. What are you doing? You're cutting the phone. You're cutting the internet. Then you're letting your Islamic Revolutionary Guard, it is not the police or the paramilitary now, Islamic Revolutionary Guard come and slaughter people. Mohammad Pazishkian is on record saying, be nice with the people, you cannot use force, you cannot use live ammunition. But the regime under Khamenei, IRGC and the judiciary has clearly said, try to eliminate as many of them you can. Now the world cannot look at this genocide where the people have 72% of the inflation and 62% of the tax. And I told you where the real is and where the real is today. If they are coming peacefully, so do they become enemies of the God? Do they become enemies of the Prophet? And do they become enemies of the religion? Does a peaceful protester need to die because he's protesting? I cannot have life, I cannot have a loaf of bread, my family is starving. That is where the position is. Okay. And this man is trying to control the country as if it's his fiefdom. Sorry, it is not your fiefdom. You don't own Iran, you don't own Persian culture. You people of Iran are not your servants. And I'm giving you all the factual accounts. We don't know last night what kind of a genocide he did.
All right, fair enough. Good points there, Sumit. General Dwivedi, how do you look at the situation, and do you think there is also, a probability that if the Americans do get into Iran to, to liberate the people or defend the human rights of the people who have been suffering at the hands of the clerical regime, it could, spiral into a global conflict, because there are countries like Russia and China that have supported Iran implicitly.
Well, Vineet, as a student of Middle East, I have my own perceptions, and I like to put across a couple of points. Firstly, the playbook which Khomeini's regime had followed earlier, especially in 2019, when there were protests against the increase of price of gasoline, and again in 2022, when the women-led protests were there due to the custodial death of Masa Amini. Now that playbook is not going to work, because couple of factors which are not going to ensure that Khomeini actually survives this time. Point number one, in 1979, when the revolution took place, it was the students who supported the revolution, and today it is the students who are opposing the Khomeini regime. Secondly, the economic situation is absolutely very dire, and there is, in fact, likelihood that even there may be a famine, because economically, I think Khomeini regime has run out of steam. The third very important point is what role America, Israel, others are playing. In June last year, Israel had launched Operation Rising Line, and America had pitched in with the Operation Midnight Hammer. So they already tested the waters, and Iranian reaction was very subdued. So therefore, it's quite likely that this time America and Israel would most likely come in, because without their support, the genocide will continue, and only that is the restraining factor, that which Khomeini regime may not actually go for bloodbath, because there is a very high chances that President Trump and Israeli put together may this time pitch in. Also, when you see the allies of Iranian allies, Russia did not do much during the last June airstrikes, and so also China also just kept themselves away. So therefore, I don't think they are going to come in a big way. And the last sector which Iranian actually had a trump card were the non-state actors. Today Hamas is weakened, the Hezbollah is no match, and Houthis also are not forced to reckon with. So therefore, Iranian reaction, whether through the IRG, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, or whether through the non-state actors, is going to be very subdued. So most likely what is going to happen is that this regime is on the brink of collapse, and little bit of push from the American and Israelis will ensure that it happens earlier than later. And the last point is, yes, there is going to be a turmoil in the Middle East. Why? Because the whole balance of power is going to be disrupted. The Saudis, whose arch enemy is Israel, Iran, would quite like that this, there is a regime change, and also for Israel. And my last point is that most likely the regime would collapse, but for that some bit of help from America or Israel would be needed. Otherwise, there will be a bloodbath, and the revolution that is going on will be very costly for the Iranian people. Vineet.
All right, fair point, sir. Ambassador Sachdev, how are you looking at this situation? Of course, at this point in time, there's no amount of diplomatic pressure or exertion or any overtures related of that sort can stop Iran from trying to quell these protests as much as possible.
Thank you, Vineet. I have a nuanced view which is at variance with most of the other honorable panelists. I believe that on the whole, while the situation is serious, it is the fall of Khomeini regime is not imminent, at least not for the foreseeable future. There are 2 or 3 reasons I have for this. Firstly, Why the situation is more serious than before? Many factors have been mentioned, but to me the most important factor is the merchant class standing up in protest. Iran has historically, at least for past 200 years, very powerful Tehran merchant class. Even in the 19th century, Shah had to take back his budget, his taxation, because Iranian merchants did not like that to happen. Even in 79, student protests were there, but only when the merchants decided to ditch Shah Pahlavi, then the die was cast. So far, for first 30 years of the revolution following Islamic Republic, merchant class and the clergy had a good thing going, and the merchant class profited from the variable exchange rates. They were imported at one exchange rate and sold to public goods at another exchange rate, pocketed the money. What happened subsequently is that Pasdaran, the Revolutionary Guard, or Bunyads, the various foundations, went into the business due to sanction busting and other areas. So the merchant have felt squeezed by the Republican Guards getting into import-export business, getting into various manufacturing and distribution networks. Bunyads or foundations for orphans, for widows, for martyrs, etc. have also been active. And this has squeezed the merchant class, the Bazar Ghanis as they are called, and capital with the issue of exchange rate variations. 43,000 is the official exchange rate of a real to dollar, and the going rate is 1.43 million to a dollar. Now, you import at one rate, and then the rate changes and you suffer in your profit. So all that has made merchants restive, and the compact between clergy and private business has become a bit weak and fragile. Second issue, why it is not going to be an overnight kick against the Ayatollahs and the Islamic Republic. I think if Trump and Israel do intervene and bomb places, they would do great deal of service to Iranian regime, as Saddam Hussein did in 1980.
You're absolutely right, sir. Absolutely right, sir. We've run out of time. Sumit, I saw your hand go up. Quickly, make your point, and then we're going to wrap up. Quickly, please.
The point here is that, this time around, if you look at the Tehran Bazaar, it was gutted. If you look, all the merchants, they are on the roads. If you look, it is not the question of what they are going to do. They can't survive with $38 billion. And let me quote you Mohammad Paziskian. He has said in Tehran University lecture around 12 days back, there is nothing he can do. There's nothing I can do to fix the economy. I am not a magician. My hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. And they announced a Mehengai Bhatta for the poor. You know how much it was? It was $7 for a family of 5, 7, 8 for a month. That is what the Mehengai Bhatta is going to be. 500 rupees ka Mehengai Bhatta, where you will feed your family of 5, 6 or 8 for a month. That is how dire the situation is. And today Americans and Israelis are looking for this opportunity. They have softened the target. It is for them now or never. As far as
All
why
right.
Trump went for Maduro, because when you got Maduro in Venezuela, you got $25 billion of oil. If you get Iran, you decimate all the proxy groups of Islamic terror in the world. You let the Middle East get into a turmoil,
All
and
right.
you make Israel the Daroga of the Middle East. So
Fair
you got
enough, Somnat. Fair enough. We've run out of time. Appreciate everybody who joined in.
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिलके जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
Prime Minister Modi raises the sacred Trishul. 108 horses march. Chanted mantras echo across Gujarat. Drone shows light up the night. 10 iconic moments from Somnat Swabhiman Parv.
The atmosphere was electric as Prime Minister Modi arrived at Somnath for the Swabhiman Parv, greeted by a sea of jubilant citizens lining the streets in heartfelt celebration. From every corner came cheers, claps and echoes of Har Har Mahadev as people waved flags and mobile phones, capturing his, or rather the historic moment. Devotees, young and old, strained to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, their excitement and devotion palpable in the crisp air. A striking reminder of the deep cultural and emotional significance this event holds for the nation as it commemorates a millennium of faith and resilience. Hello and welcome to another episode of Explained, brought to you by NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra and today we will be going through the Somnath Swabhiman Parv and its iconic moments that were celebrated by the large crowd of people and Prime Minister Modi himself. One of the most talked about moments is definitely the mega drone show featuring Lord Shiva, a Shivling and a 3D Somnath temple lit up the sky near the ancient shrine in Gujarat. Witnessed by Prime Minister Modi, the show, part of Somnath Swabhiman Parv, marked 1000 years since its invasion. It symbolized the temple's resilience, national pride and paid tribute to key figures. The drone show featured several planned thematic formations, including huge images of Lord Shiva and a Shivling. The image of Lord Shiva was portrayed mid-air through a choreographed assembly of drones vertically spanned about 280 meters, while the Shivling spanned 330 meters. Let's listen in to this show.
विशदेतिरम्ये ज्योतिर्मयं चन्द्रकलावतंसं भक्तिप्रदानाय कृपावतीर्णं तं सोमनाथं शरणं प्रपद्ये।
Well, the event, billed as one of the largest drone shows hosted in the proximity of a temple site in the country, also paid tribute to figures like Patel and Veer Hamirji Gohil by depicting their images in separate formations, besides that of Prime Minister Modi. Veer Hamirji Gohil was a 16th century Rajput warrior known for his sacrifice defending the Somnat temple against invaders. The main road leading to the temple from the Shankh circle to the Veer Hamirji Gohil circle, which bears a statue of Gohil, was decked up with hoardings, banners and posters to commemorate the occasion. Many huge banners put up in the city bore the festival's name and Akhand Somnath, Akhand Bharat inscribed on them. Veer Hamirji Gohil, also known as Hamir Singh Ji Gohil, was a legendary Rajput warrior and ruler from the Gohil dynasty in Saurashtra, Gujarat. He is celebrated for his extraordinary bravery in defending the Somnath temple against an invasion led by Zafar Khan, a governor under the Tughlaq dynasty. A statue of Hamirji stands inside the Somnath temple complex facing the Shivalingam, and another shrine honors Vegtaji outside. Hamirji Gohil, the 16th century Rajput ruler of the Gohil dynasty, is remembered for laying down his life in defense of the Somnath temple. Standing with him was Abhil, tribal chief, who allied with Hamirji Gohil and led 300 tribal warriors in a united resistance against the invading forces. The joint memorial statue was honoured by Prime Minister Modi with floral tributes, symbolizing a powerful legacy of inter-community unity, shared sacrifice and collective courage in protecting a sacred civilizational site. During his visit, Prime Minister Modi attended the 72-hour-long Om chanting at the temple premises. In a post on X, the Prime Minister said he felt blessed to be at Somnath, calling it a symbol of India's civilizational courage. Omkarnath chanting took on added symbolic weight as part of the 4-day festival commemorating 1000 years of resilience at the Somnath temple. Organized by groups like the Gujarat Rajya Yoga Board, it featured a 72-hour continuous collective recitation, Omkar, Naad or Jap, led by Rishi Kumars, who are young sages in the temple premises, fostering an atmosphere of devotion and unity amongst thousands of participants.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज
Welcome back from the break. You're watching NewsX and I'm Savri Jindal. In a notable escalation along the line of control, the Indian Army opened fire on a suspected Pakistani drone in the Naushera sector of Rajouri district, Jammu and Kashmir, on the evening of January 11, 2026. Troops used medium and light machine guns to engage the drones that were spotted hovering near the LOC at around 6:35 p.m. over areas like Ghania, Kalsian village. This prompted counter unmanned aerial system measures, forcing several drones to retreat towards the Pakistani side. The incident formed part of a broader series of suspected drone intrusions across Jammu region that evening. Sightings began at around 6:25 p.m. in the Mankot sector of Poonch district, where a drone-like object moved from Tain towards Topa. Additional reports emerged from Dharmasal village in Rajouri, Khabar village in Rajouri, Barak in Riyasi district and Chak Babral village in Ramgarh sector of Samba. Security forces were placed on high alert following these multiple sightings, with ground search operations launched in affected areas to check for any possible drops of arms, narcotics or other contraband. This comes amid heightened border tensions following previous incidents like a weapon cache recovery in Samba linked to drone activity the day before. Reports describe the events as a concerning spike in cross-border aerial incursions, though no drones were reportedly downed and the objects retreated after the response. Joining us at this point in time is a very special guest. We're being joined by Mr. S.P. Ved, former DGP, Jammu and Kashmir. With us on the broadcast is also Major General Sudhakarji, senior geopolitical and strategic defense expert. Last but not the least, Major General A.K. Sivaj, former Chief of Territorial Army, senior defense expert, also with us on the broadcast. Thank you all for joining us on NewsX. And let me start off this conversation with Mr. S.P. Ved. So I'd like to understand from you, drone spottings have been sort of routine. However, in the past 72 hours, we are seeing a spike in the number of drones that are being spotted. When does this become a cause of concern?
Good evening to you and to my co-panelists and all the viewers. See, the weather at the moment in whole of northern India and particularly in Jammu Kashmir is quite cold at the moment, and there's a lot of fog. Even in Jammu, where I am speaking from, a lot of fog. The visibility is very poor, and you see the weather conditions being such, these Pakistani agents who are sitting across would like to take advantage of this, try to increase drone activity, try to drop maybe drugs, weapons. As you were mentioning, in Samba sector, only a day before, a consignment of weapons was recovered along with cash. So this is, I think, an effort for smuggling out some weapons inside the territory and tell their agents who are sitting this side to pick up the consignments. And because of the visibility and intense cold, they expect that army patrolling or BSF patrolling would be because of weather, they will have less visibility. Particularly in the Rajouri-Poonch sector, there's a thick bushy growth. Do you have a ravine area, hilly areas, and visibility being so poor, I cannot look beyond 50 or 100 yards. So imagine the fate of the patrolling party in Poonch sector or Rajouri sector, where there is a thick vegetation also over and above this, and intense cold. So I think taking advantage of this, these activities, I feel they are trying to increase and pump in as many consignments of weapons and drugs and whatever other things they intend to send to their agents here, because they are feeling that the local recruitment has actually drastically come down in Kashmir Valley. Here also, much of the terrorists, wherever reports are coming of the hilly and mountain areas, is only Pakistanis, excepting few odd people who, for greed of money or for coercion, are being used only for survival of these terrorists. They are not able to do any major action. They are, in fact, we had contacts with these terrorists in hilly area of Jammu, in Kishtwar, Udhampur and Kathua, but they actually managed to run away, not able to do any much harm to the security forces or the army. Yes.
Right, so absolutely. You know, before we move forward with this conversation, there's something that I would like to show on my touchpad, which is going to help our viewers understand what exactly are we talking about when we talk about drone incursions. The first, let's go to my touchpad over here. Right. So the first visual that you see on your screens is from 11th Jan 2026. Flying objects entered the Indian airspace, hovered briefly, retreated towards Pakistan. That's the visual that we're tracking as far as these drone sightings is concerned. Number two on your screens is from 6:35 p.m. You can see we've marked Dharamsal. We've also marked Bharak. The first drone that was sighted was at 6:35 p.m. It came from Dharmasal village, moved towards the Barak region. So of course you can see that distance. It's not too much, as you can see, and the visual of course right over there of that drone that was spotted. Another visual that we've tracked very closely, we were talking about of course all of these villages, these sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. Ganiya Kalsian village is another one that we want to talk about briefly, because the second drone was spotted over there, and this is in fact in Naushera. So this is number two that we're talking about. The third one that we're talking about was at 6:25 p.m. It was seen coming from Tain towards Topa in Mankot. So like you can of course see over here, we've marked both those places for you. So it helps you understand, the small distances that have been crossed. And of course, on the left side of your screen is the LOC. So you can see how close these two places are. Number 4 on your screens was at 7:15 p.m. This is why we say that there is a spike, because the 4th drone was seen hovering over the Chak Barbal village, which is in Ramgarh, and like of course you can see over here, this is where the drone was spotted. Number 6 on your screens is the Indian Army using the machine guns to engage with the drone. So that's exactly what happened. You saw those drones. You saw the Indian Army effectively responding back with machine guns, and that is when these drones retreated and went back. So that's exactly what happened. We've of course now broken it down piece by piece for you. But on that note, let me go across to Major General A.K. Sivaj to get an understanding from him. Sir, like Mr. S.P. Ved has said, the very fact that it's foggy, it's winter season, has that aspect being taken on as an advantage as far as these drones are concerned?
Absolutely, no doubt about it. See, the point is, when the visibility is poor, then what happens is that these drones can come and drop the drugs, weapon and ammunition this side, and their linkman, the agent and the sleeper cell and overgrounder can pick up, and they feel that the Indian Army may not be vigilant, and because the visibility is poor, they will not able to see more than about 200 to 300 meters. Now that is the way they will try to make use of it. Now this is a new trend which has started, we must know it. The line of control, the counter-infiltration grid is very, very strong and very robust. Having commanded myself a brigade in Kupara and Machar, I know it is not able to be penetrated. And at the same time, they are trying to now make use of south of Pir Panjal, Rajouri, Poonch, Samba and Kathua. But what they are trying to do is that earlier a terrorist has to infiltrate with the weapon. But now what they are doing is that the terrorist can infiltrate through Bangladesh, through Pakistan, and the weapons can be sent separately through drones and to Indian side. Now this becomes much easier for them, and that is the strategy which they are very recently following. Like Mr. Vaid was trying to convey, that in valley floor there are hardly about 30 to 40 terrorists are left, and majority of them are the foreign terrorists which has come from POK. The leadership of Jaise Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Tobar, Hizb-ut-Tahrir is completely wiped off, and therefore the Pakistan now wants that this need to be activity, send more terrorists, send more weapon ammunition. There are dire need of weapon ammunition these terrorists do not have.
Right.
Though there some radicalization taking place south of Kashmir, but certainly we are successful in curbing it. So the new challenge which has come is the drones. You will find it even in Operation Sindhu, the drones play a major role. Now what is it need to be twofold. One is you have to have an anti-drone strategy. Now the drones which you have shown it, whether it is Rajouri, Poonch or Samba, they have come somewhere about a kilometer distance inside, they hover around and they very quickly went till the moment you try to activate, they are already gone that side. Now your counter drone strategy has to be such that the moment they cross the LC or IB, that drone must be put down. Initially the MMG has tried to engage it, but they were not successful in getting it. Remember just 3-4 days back you found that drugs as well as ammunition weapon were found in one of the drone which had dropped it. So it's a new challenge, new strategy have to evolve. Counter drone challenge strategy is a requirement of the day, and that has to be such a strategy that it should not be so costly. It can be active and passive in both ways. I suppose this is a new challenge, and Pakistan, remember that just 2 days back Jaise Mohammed leader Masood Azhar, what he's saying, there are 1,000 terrorists which are sitting in a launch pad and training area. These are the suicidal bombers ready to come inside India. Now, so this is a big challenge which India has it, and we must project that thing to the world community that Pakistan must be placed in a grey list of financial action task force, and this is a country which only export terror, and they must be declared as a terrorist state.
Right. Absolutely. Let me go across to Major General Sudhakarji. So thank you for your patience. And I'd like to understand from you, despite the limited capacity of the payload, how effective are these drones as far as, them being delivery vehicles of high impact items like bombs, narcotics and small arms is concerned?
Good evening, Ashrafji. Thank you for inviting me to your show, and compliments to very distinguished and esteemed co-panelists. The capacity of the drones are, as per the current or contemporary war-fighting norms are concerned, are may be limited, may appear to be limited, but that's how the limited offensive continues to happen elsewhere in the world. So this is the new normal that we should be aware of. And the weapon systems, the explosives, the counterfeit currency, and also the drugs which are being exported across are basically meant to revive the proxy war, which has taken a little bit of low profile consequent to Operation Sindoor Phase 1, and particularly it is to be understood that this spike in the drone activities in inclement weather is taking place across from Pakistan into India between line of control and IB. So this is that when you talk about Samba and Poonch, this is a stretch of roughly around 78 to 100 kilometers distance, and crow flight distance is around, I would say, 40 to 60 kilometers maximum. So on one option of analysis is that they could be showing the hands of future area of operation or interest, one. Number two, this could be a kind of a false alarm. They are trying to actually develop a feint attack sort of thing. And the third one could be, yes, the intent is very, very clear. They would like to exploit this. Now, how is the exploitation going to take place is something we need to understand. DGP SP Ved Saab has already brought out that the local recruitment of the jihadis has gone down, and also the terrorist activities have taken a little dip comparatively post Operation Sindoor. Now, this is to be understood in Jammu area. Recent past, there are more than 30 tunnels which were discovered by deep penetrating infrared platforms which could beam and detect these tunnels. The tunnels are 30-40 meters deep underground, and they are coming across from Pakistan into Jammu area. And the SLNs who participated in the Pahalgam attack on 22nd of April 2025, some of them, if not all, had used this tunnel to come across into India, then assemble at a point, and they grouped up, carried out rehearsal, observed the target area, and they carried out, perpetrated the attack. So this is a kind of a beginning of a big activity which they are planning. They are in a desperate mode, because the wake-up call which Pakistan has got during Operation Sindoor will take a lot of time conventionally to prepare itself, consolidate and retaliate in a viable manner. So until that happens, they are very desperate to prove their worth, and desperate means it is the non-state actors which will come into play. Jammu has got another speciality, if I may say, for lack of correct expression. This is also known for a huge global caliphate coming up, and there are overground workers who are being taken into the group. There are also reported Rohingya participation in the group. This global caliphate is aiming to liberate Jammu and Kashmir. Unlike in the past, they do not want this to be integrated with Pakistan. They want it to remain autonomous after liberation. This is the new name which is coming up. Not many platforms have brought out, not the podcasters. And this is with a new dimension that this particular stretch is being activated. In times ahead, my assessment indicates or suggests that we may witness many more such kind of transgression of the border and export of the lethal weapon systems coming from Pakistan with an objective, firstly to liberate Jammu and Kashmir, and the second one is to come onto the corridor, beyond the chicken's neck towards Pathankot, and disrupt the lines of communication, because this year, going by the weather forecast, the weather is going to be very, very cold. One. Number two, it is going to be foggy. Number three, the visibility is going to be poor. So they will make an ingress between the Jammu region coming right up to the Delhi and Meerut, and thereafter the defense corridor of Lucknow and Kanpur. So this is a new plan which is emerging gradually, because the ISI and ISIS, although nobody is talking, people may laugh at this as to how come ISIS is coming into prominence. They had joined hands in the year 2019 because ISIS failed miserably to establish a global caliphate. Therefore, they have gone in for small regional caliphate with the help of ISI of Pakistan, one in West Bengal, one is come up in Maharashtra, and one in Jammu region. Jammu region is the global headquarters of ISIS, which is singular aim is to liberate Jammu and Kashmir and not to allow it to join Pakistan, but to be independent and autonomous. And with that, I'll throw it back to you. If there is a second round, I have something more to add also. Back to you, Ashwini.
Yes, absolutely, there will be. But of course, both the Major Generals have spoken about and touched upon Operation Sindoor. Mr. S.P. Ved, I'd like your thoughts as well. Post Operation Sindoor, how has India's anti-drone grid evolved to handle this rather sporadic epidemic of low-cost, high-frequency aerial incursions that we're looking at?
We have actually, post Operation Sindoor, inducted technology to counter drone activity by both the border forces were handling the LOC and the IB, and I think that is being made effectively use of. You saw how Army retaliated on the drone. It's sometimes you don't get your target 100 times. So it is not that every time you will be able to get it down, but yes, they are seeing the retaliation from the army. They retreated, and that is very effective. So I think that is being made use of. But your viewers must know, as my esteemed both the co-panelists outlined, it shows Pakistan is actually not bending its ways, and Operation Sindoor, which our Honorable Prime Minister said is on. Our CDS, our Army Chief, mentioned it. It is on. So Pakistan must know that this time it is not going to be the April and May last year's issue. This time, if Operation Sindoor once again gets activated, any mistake by Pakistan will be very, very heavy on it, and this assault will be terrible for Pakistan. But you know, the Pakistan fraud marshal Asim Munir has got encouraged with the kind of treatment he's getting from Donald Trump, the president of USA, and knowing that he's getting support of also Saudi Arabia and Turkey. So I think he got emboldened. He knows even China will side with Pakistan in case of such an event, as we saw in earlier Operation Sindoor. So that is what is encouraging, and that is in fact the paradox, how all these countries, they talk that we are against terrorism and we are against, but when it comes to the personal interests of each country, there is no green or red line. They support a rogue army like Pakistan, which has not only crushed its own people, it is openly following the policy of terrorism global jihad and the Gazba-e-Hind policy of it. On the front of terrorism, we are fighting it very, very effectively. The Indian Armed Forces, the grid is very confident and very strong. But one area I would like to flag before you and before my co-panelist and also the viewers, that one area which Pakistan ISI is pursuing is the jihad part of it, and that you are not only seeing in Jammu and Kashmir, I think rest of India also, and the kind of radicalization we saw of the doctors module only few weeks back, or a month or two back, and suicide bomb in Delhi shows how the radicalization of people is even highly educated people is going on in not only in Jammu Kashmir, in the rest of India, and that should be matter of concern. You have chain of madrasas running all across the country, maybe in lakhs. When you ask Google, they show only 24,000 registered, but how many of them are unregistered? So each madrasa has thousands of hundreds and thousands of children. They're all Indian children. What are they being taught? Is anybody seeing? They are being taught how to hate your own countrymen, how to break your country. And over and above that, the radicalization online. Some of the time, they are using the encrypted channels. So we need to have a system all across the country in each district and state capital to monitor this. Unless we do that, this country will have a difficult time ahead. That's why you're seeing the phenomena of stone pelting everywhere, because they are being, unfortunately, these are Indian children being taught something against India's sovereignty. So that is very, very important. We need to think about.
Okay, all right. Taking from what Mr. S.P. Vaid said, Major General E.K. Sivach, I'd like to ask you, why is Pakistan not mending its ways? I mean, what exactly are they achieving by this exercise of deploying drones, then retreating drones? They're essentially trying to needle India, but for what?
As far as Pakistan's strategy there, it is bleed India with 1,000 cuts. They know it that they can never win against India in conventional war. There is a saying in Pakistan that Pakistan army has never lost an election but never won a war. So the point today is that their survival and their existence is on anti-India sentiment. The point, the type of information which they are feeding to their countrymen, that there is always a challenge which is coming from India side. Every country has an army, but in Pakistan, the army has a country. And remember that they are 1/7 size of us, or their population 1/8, and their economy is just about 7% of India. But they have 75% of the Indian Defence Forces. What is the small nation doing such a big army? Because they cannot even afford, they are a poor country. It is anti-India sentiment. They have created a false imagination to their countrymen that if they don't have strong army, the Indian army will come and take over Pakistan. Now, this is a narrative they have set in the ecosystem which they have created in the country, and the hate they have developed for India as well as defense forces. Now, the point today is that this hybrid warfare, asymmetric warfare of bleeding India with 1,000 cuts will not finish off. And this does not cost much, because there are poor people, and these terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Mohammed, they can be easily radicalized, and they are pumped in inside India. Whether they die or survive doesn't make a difference to Pakistan. So it is a cheap option to Pakistan. They will not stop it at all. And there is a deniability factor in this. And no one else is going to bother about it. Remember, as far as US is concerned, it's least bother about Lashkar-e-Toba and Jaise Mohammed. Any terrorist which do not have its reach up till America, it has no meaning to US. Remember the Hillary Clinton, when she came in 2013 in Pakistan, she has warned Pakistan, if you have snakes in your courtyard and you think it will only bite your neighbor, one day they will bite you. So this TTP which is biting them today is nothing but it is an offshoot of what they have produced in their mother shah. So the point is that Pakistan still differentiate between good and bad terrorists. A terrorist which they send it toward India, Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Mohammed, they call them good terrorists. The terrorists which hit them, like TTP, they call bad terrorists. Thinking that they will stop this strategy of sending terrorists inside India, it will be foolish for us to think on those lines. Pakistan is not going to finish. The ISI is making sure that these terrorists, if they cannot infiltrate through line of control or the IB sector, they should be sent through Bangladesh, through Nepal and other factors, and the weapon should be sent through the drone. A new strategy has developed. This Operation Sindoor has taught us many lessons. Remember that now drones have become a very important phenomena of the modern warfare. It started from Azerbaijan-Armenia war, where Azerbaijan won this war because they had a superior drone given by Israel and Turkey. So the point today is we have also evolved a strategy now, counter drone strategy. We have a drone battalions in our, drone platoon in our infantry units. There are drone brigade which we are creating. They are going to be very, very powerful, and we are going to give a lesson to Pakistan. Operation Sindoor has not finished off. It is just a pause. But thinking that Pakistan will change and will change for good, we are imagining something which will not happen. Remember, in the line of control, even in areas which used to be snowbound earlier, the infiltration used not to take place, but the drones can make it effective now. They can throw from that side also certain weapons, drugs and all that can be collected by the overground worker. A new phenomena, new thing, everything has become this thing. And very important point, madrasas. We are successful in ensuring that the terrorists have been eliminated in Kashmir Valley. But have we succeeded in ensuring that radicalization do not take place in South Kashmir? Unfortunately, it is still taking place, but reduced considerably. And this madrasas is the place where you find the terrorism start from the beginning. Also very important is a white collar terrorism. Now this ecosystem and this module is now spreading throughout the country, and the people who are affordable, who are rich, who are technically qualified, people like doctors getting in this is a cause of concern. Earlier, we always used to think those who can come into a terrorist net are those unprivileged lot. But as on today, this white collar terrorism has now changed the complete phenomena of a modern terror warfare.
Right, absolutely. You know, the reason why I asked you what essentially Pakistan gets from doing all of this is because even as we speak, we've got information that a balloon has been found in Samba with pro-Pakistani messages written on it. So I don't necessarily know what's happening over there. But Major General Sudhakarji, you had a point to make. Over to you.
As I know, has always been a solution provider. So what should our country do? That is the moot issue. Problem analysis is good. We have done more than adequately. I personally feel that we need to go across the border without boots on ground and take the battle into Pakistan. When I say this, whether we claim or not, one unknown gunman is doing a wonderful job that needs to be put in place and given its role and responsibility to carry on. But now the time has come, as against this new warfare which is taking a new dimension, we need to find out. Every drone has to be launched by a pilot, and a pilot has to have a location. There will be a launch pad. Small, big, medium, whatever drones are, though they will have an internal pilot. During our time, we used to have internal pilot and an external pilot. I am given to understand that small drones have got one single pilot. And it is just not possible that the drones will be launched without the pilot. That means there is a human element. Number two, it will be operating on some kind of a electromagnetic spectrum. That needs to be identified by us accurately. Number three, the starting point and the end point. This trajectory has to be, pattern has to be read and has to be well assimilated and picked up by our people who are carrying out to work out a counter strategy. And therefore, wherever they are being launched from, today you have reported 6 drones and calling it as a spike. Tomorrow, because I am a witness, I have been along the northern border, I have seen in Tawang and eastern Ladakh, there are occasions wherein more than 30-40 drones in the evening hours have come across from China, and they crisscross. It looks like a pyrotechnic. They cause a lot of mental imbalance and also the psychological moral ascendancy over our troops. So these things have to be factored in. We need to be proactive. If we have the counter strategy in place, well and good. We need to identify, neutralize them beforehand. We have laser beams, laser guns which have been developed. We have multi-millimeter weapon systems which are electromagnetic as also laser based. These things can be effectively used, and we need to make the line of control and the IB affected areas more formidable so that these kind of drones cannot penetrate.
Right.
Like the system we had, some kind of a dome during Operation Sindoor, we did not allow any of the projectiles coming from Pakistan to come and hit us anywhere. No damage, and it was definitely a very thumping success as far as the defensive mechanism was concerned. By using offensive weapon system from our air defense integrated architecture, we need to have and establish, put them in place so that the things are neutralized well before they are launched from Pakistan. And the second point that I wish to highlight is there is enough of Hawala funding taking place in Pakistan. They are coming from Dubai, they are coming from Europe, like the way the Hawala funding is taking place to support the Hamas cause.
Right.
Although lately they have already surrendered, they have indicated to surrender the weapon system, but the money transaction has to be choked. And third and most important thing is the circuit, the supply of the drugs, the weapon systems and the ammunition. These things are actually coming from some particular place. There is a staging point in Pakistan. They come up to this particular place. They are assembled and loaded onto the platform. And this network has to be identified correctly. They busted with effective countermeasures from our side. Thank you. Back to you, please.
Right, absolutely. With that, I'd like to thank Mr. S.P. Wave, Major General Sudhakarji and Major General A.K. Sawaj for joining us to take this very important conversation forward. In fact, amid ongoing infiltration threats, security forces sounded high alert in Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indian Army and BSF are patrolling round the clock. Take a look.
After continuous drone attempt from the Pakistan side in last 24 hours, a high alert has been sounded in all along the border areas. We have reached here in one of our location in Hyperspectral sector where you can see that how vehicles coming from the border area entering Jammu, that they have been frisked properly by the Jammu Kashmir police jawans over here, because they know that they have to ensure that if any drone dropping happens in this area, that has to be properly checked, because 2 days back there was a drone dropping in which weapons were recovered from the international border area in Samba, and last late night we have seen that a drone movement was spotted in Nashara of district Rajouri, in Punch district, in Mankot, in Samba, Kathua and the Riasi district area. So that's why high alert has been sounded, and you can see that how Jammu Kashmir police jawans, those who are guarding the the border belts, they are basically doing these searches, and they are frisking each and every vehicle coming from the border area to ensure that if any threat is there, if anything is there, that has to be recovered, because Pakistan is doing such things like dropping using drone to drop drugs as well as the weapons on the international border, so that these weapon and the drugs can be used to disturb peace over here in the Jammu and Kashmir. So that's why every vehicle has to be properly checked, frisked by the Jammu Kashmir police personnel, and this is what exactly happening after this drone movement happened in last late night in Nashara sector. We have seen that how Indian Army jawans, they opened fire on the drone movement, and they try to shut it down, because there are apprehension that such activities could also increase in such location. We will speak to the officer in charge of this location on the international border, who is ensuring that no drone activity or no any smuggling attempt could take place over here. Sir, किस तरह से ये चैलेंज रहता है, और खासतौर पे मैं देख रहा हूँ पूरी नाकेबंदी आपने कर रखी है, कितना ज़रूरी हो जाता है ऐसी सिचुएशन में?
फॉगी सीज़न में चैलेंज काफ़ी ज़्यादा इंक्रीज़ हो जाते हैं, तो उसी के चलते हमारी भी जो अलर्टनेस है वो हाई लेवल की हो जाती है, और जो भी गाड़ियाँ बॉर्डर से आती हैं उनको प्रॉपर चेकिंग और फ्रिस्किंग करके जम्मू के लिए अलो किया जाता है।
जब ये ड्रोन एक्टिविटीज़ जैसे बीती रात भी काफ़ी एरियाज़ में हुई, 2 दिन पहले सांबा में रिकवरी भी हुई, तो ये ड्रोन जो है कितनी बड़ी थ्रेट है, और उससे निपटने के लिए आप लोग क्या करते हैं?
आजकल जितनी भी हीरोइन की स्मगलिंग है, वेपन स्मगलिंग है, ये ड्रोन से ही हो रही है। तो इसके मद्देनज़र हमारी जॉइंट सर्च ऑपरेशन चलते हैं बीएसएफ के साथ, और एसओजी भी आती है, उसके साथ हमारे ऑपरेशन चलते हैं। एंटी ड्रोन सिस्टम है, वो भी काम करता रहता है, जिसके तहत हमें कई बार सक्सेस भी मिल जाती है। तो हमारा अलर्टनेस लेवल एक हाई लेवल पे रहता है इस वक्त।
So you can see that they are clearly saying that there are so many challenges, like there is a challenge of fog, there is a challenge of this cold weather, but even after that they are ensuring that they have to thwart Pakistan's nefarious design of pushing in drugs, weapons to this side of the Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why high alert has been sounded and searches are going on. With Mandi Digra, NewsX, Jammu.
On that note, a short break.
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिलके जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
माघ मेले की भव्यता और पवित्रता का एक बार फिर विश्व देखेगा नया स्वरूप। करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए परंपराएं वही और सुविधाएं नई, जहां पग पग पर आस्था और दिव्यता की मिलेगी अनुभूति। जब संगम की रेती पर संत महात्माओं की होगी उपस्थिति, 6 पावन पर्व स्नानों में अखाड़ों के संतों का समागम, पूरे विश्व में माघ मेले की महानता का होगा वर्णन। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में माघ मेला 2026 आस्था की लहराती पताका, विकास की नई गाथा, काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Prime Minister Modi raises the sacred Trishul. 108 horses march. Chanted mantras echo across Gujarat. Drone shows light up the night. 10 iconic moments from Somnat Swabhiman Parv.
The atmosphere was electric as Prime Minister Modi arrived at Somnath for the Swabhiman Parv, greeted by a sea of jubilant citizens lining the streets in heartfelt celebration. From every corner came cheers, claps and echoes of Har Har Mahadev as people waved flags and mobile phones, capturing the historic moment. Devotees, young and old, strained to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, their excitement and devotion palpable in the crisp air. A striking reminder of the deep cultural and emotional significance this event holds for the nation as it commemorates a millennium of faith and resilience. Hello and welcome to another episode of Explained, brought to you by NewsX. My name is Vineet Malhotra and today we will be going through the Somnath Swabhiman Parv and its iconic moments that were celebrated by the large crowd of people and Prime Minister Modi himself. One of the most talked about moments is definitely the mega drone show featuring Lord Shiva, a shivling and a 3D Somnath temple lit up the sky near the ancient shrine in Gujarat. Witnessed by Prime Minister Modi, the show, part of Somnath Swabhiman Parv, marked 1000 years since its invasion. It symbolized the temple's resilience, national pride and paid tribute to key figures. The drone show featured several planned thematic formations, including huge images of Lord Shiva and a shivling. The image of Lord Shiva was portrayed mid-air through a choreographed assembly of drones vertically spanned about 280 meters, while the shivling spanned 330 meters. Let's listen in to this show.
विशदेति रम्ये ज्योतिर्मयं चन्द्रकलावतंसम् भक्तिप्रदानाय कृपापतिर्नं तम् सोमनाथं शरणं प्रपद्ये।
Well, the event, billed as one of the largest drone shows hosted in the proximity of a temple site in the country, also paid tribute to figures like Patel and Veer Hamirji Gohil by depicting their images in separate formations, besides that of Prime Minister Modi. Veer Hamirji Gohil was a 16th century Rajput warrior known for his sacrifice defending the Somnat temple against invaders. The main road leading to the temple from the Shankh circle to the Veer Hamirji Gohil circle, which bears a statue of Gohil, was decked up with hoardings, banners and posters to commemorate the occasion. Many huge banners put up in the city bore the festival's name and Akhand Somnath, Akhand Bharat inscribed on them. Veer Hamirji Gohil, also known as Hamir Singh Ji Gohil, was a legendary Rajput warrior and ruler from the Gohil dynasty in Saurashtra, Gujarat. He is celebrated for his extraordinary bravery in defending the Somnath temple against an invasion led by Zafar Khan, a governor under the Tughlaq dynasty. A statue of Hamirji stands inside the Somnath temple complex facing the Shivalingam. And another shrine honors Vegdaji outside. Hamirji Gohil, the 16th century Rajput ruler of the Gohil dynasty, is remembered for laying down his life in defense of the Somnath temple. Standing with him was Abhil, tribal chief, who allied with Hamirji Gohil and led 300 tribal warriors in a united resistance against the invading forces. The joint memorial statue was honored by Prime Minister Modi with floral tributes, symbolizing a powerful legacy of inter-community unity, shared sacrifice and collective courage in protecting a sacred civilizational site. During his visit, Prime Minister Modi attended the 72-hour-long Om chanting at the temple premises. In a post on X, the Prime Minister said he felt blessed to be at Somnath, calling it a symbol of India's civilizational courage. Omkarnath chanting took on added symbolic weight as part of the 4-day festival commemorating 1000 years of resilience at the Somnath temple. Organized by groups like the Gujarat Rajya Yoga Board, it featured a 72-hour continuous collective recitation, Omkar, Naad or Jap, led by Rishi Kumars, who are young sages in the temple premises, fostering an atmosphere of devotion and unity amongst thousands of participants. Prime Minister Modi personally joined the chanting, Omkarnath chanting, often referred to as Omkar Jap, or the recitation of the sacred sound Om in connection with Nath, which holds deep spiritual importance in Hinduism, particularly in devotion to Lord Shiva. As Somnath temple is dedicated to him, let's also listen into this. And as the sacred Omkarnath chanting continued uninterrupted, the Swabhiman Parv unfolded into a visual spectacle on the night of the 10th of January. Against the backdrop of the 72-hour non-stop mantra that began on the 8th of January and carried on till the 11th, the skies above Somnath lit up with a grand firework display. Even as colors illuminated the night, the rhythmic chants echoed across the temple complex, blending devotion with celebration and reinforcing the sense of spiritual continuity that defined the entire event. Let's have a look. And now let's take a look at the significance of Shaurya Yatra in Somnath, especially as observed during the Somnath Swabhiman Parv in January. Well, the Shaurya Yatra is a ceremonial procession especially organized to pay homage to the countless warriors and defenders who sacrificed their lives protecting the Somnath temple across centuries of invasions and challenges. The Yatra features a grand symbolic procession of 108 horses, with the number 108 is sacred in Hinduism, and the horses represent bravery, sacrifice, courage and the indomitable warrior spirit of India's ancestors. The Yatra coincides with the 75th anniversary of the modern reconstruction of Somnath Temple, which was inaugurated in 1951, linking historical defense with post-independence revival. The Yatra portrays the Somnath as a victory of creativity over destruction, compassion over cruelty, and humanity over barbarity, making it a profound statement of India's enduring civilizational strength. Let's take a closer look. Well, from faith to fortitude, from chanting to celebration, Somnath Swabhiman Parv stood as a living testament to India's civilizational spirit. 1,000 years on, Somnath does not just remember history, it reasserts identity.
Prime Minister Modi raises the sacred Trishul. 108 horses march. Chanted mantras echo across Gujarat. Drone shows light up the night. 10 iconic moments from Somnath Swabhiman Parv.
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिल के जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच MDH
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. An Iranian icon's forgotten song. It was Sanjay Dutt's entry song in Dhurandhar. Banned by the Islamic Revolution, this is the story of Kurosh Yagmei, the writer, composer and singer of Hawa Hawa.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX Explained. Dhurandhar has not just arrived, it has rewritten the record books. The film has surpassed every box office landmark set before it, with a staggering worldwide collection of 1,230 crores and 830 crores earned from India alone. In an era of fractured attention spans and unpredictable theatrical runs, Dhurandhar has emerged as a rare, undeniable phenomena. But this success cannot be credited only to powerful performances, a tightly written script, or its fast-paced, nail-biting narrative. There is another force working quietly yet powerfully beneath the surface, the film's music, that is. The album deserves equal recognition, not merely as background score, but as a storytelling device that taps into collective memory. It invokes nostalgia, but with a twist, resurrecting melodies that carry histories far deeper than their immediate cinematic impact. One of the most striking moments comes with Akshay Khanna's iconic entry, underscored by a track with Baluchi origins that immediately sets a grounded, raw tone. But it is another entry sequence that has truly exploded across social media. When Sanjay Dutt appears as SP Aslam, the moment is electric, not just because of Dutt's imposing screen presence, but because of a familiar melody slipping in, instantly transporting audiences back to decades. For millennials and Gen X viewers, the effect is visceral. The song is Hawa Hawa, a tune that has lived many lives across borders, languages and political upheavals. Nearly 4 decades after it first dominated cassette players, its reappearance in Dhurandhar has reopened a story far more layered and tragic than the song's breezy rhythm would suggest. The track's journey spans Pakistan and Iran. In 1987, Hawa Hawa turned a young Pakistani singer, Hassan Jahangir, into a cultural phenomenon. The song was omnipresent from wedding playlists to roadside radios, and Jahangir's fame soon spilled across borders. Such was the scale of the craze that he was dubbed the Michael Jackson of Pakistan. His album titled Hawa Hawa reportedly sold over 15 million cassettes in India alone, an extraordinary number in the pre-digital era. For millions of listeners, Hawa Hawa became shorthand for carefree romance and youthful exuberance, rarely raising questions about where the melody itself came from. To trace that origin, one must look towards Iran. The Hawa Hawa heard in Dhurandhar can be traced back to Havar Havar, a song composed in 1976 by Iranian musician Kouroush Yaghmei, widely regarded as the godfather of Iranian psychedelic rock. The lyrics of Havar Havar translate to an exultant cry, "Hail, hail, my beloved is coming," a song of longing, anticipation and emotional release. The track appeared on the same album as Gole Yak, Yaghmei's breakout single that became a nationwide hit in Iran in 1973, selling over 5 million copies domestically. While Gole Yak enjoyed instant acclaim, Havar Havar carried a subtler, hypnotic quality, one that quietly embedded itself into listeners' consciousness before resurfacing years later across South Asia in a transformated avatar. To understand how a melody born in pre-revolution Iran could travel this far, one must understand the man behind it. Born in 1946 in Shahrud, Iran, Kouroush Yaghmei discovered music early after his father gifted him a santoor at the age of 10. And by the 1960s, he had taught himself traditional Iranian music, picked up the electric guitar, and formed his first band, The Raptures. Influenced by vinyl records from surf rock pioneers like The Ventures, the band covered tracks by The Ventures, The Kinks, The Beatles, and The Monkees. As a songwriter, Yaghmei emerged as a rare cross-pollinator, fusing Persian classical melodies and poetry with Western psychedelic rock. He cited Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd as major influences and began blending distorted guitar riffs with Persian lyricism. In the early 1970s, he formed another band with his brothers Kamran and Kambiz, creating a sound that was revolutionary in Iran at that time. His music came to define a generation and cemented his place as one of the country's most original artistic voices. Let's understand the origins of his first breakout album, where Hawa Hawa came from. In 1973, while studying at Shahid Beheshti University in Tehran, Yaghmei released his debut single Gole Yak, written by Mehdi Khavan Langrudi, a close friend and one of Iran's most significant modern poets. Despite high sales, Yaghmei earned only modest royalties. Between 1975 and 79, he recorded 24 songs, 17 of which were released across two albums, Hajme Khali and Sarbe-To. The remaining tracks were recorded during the politically volatile pre-revolution years. Then came the rupture. And after the 1979 Iranian Revolution, Western-influenced music was banned and Yaghmei's work was deemed unsuitable under the new regime. Unlike many artists who fled the country, he chose to stay. For 17 years, he was forbidden from performing publicly or releasing albums. His music, once celebrated, was effectively erased from the public sphere and memory. To survive creatively, Yaghmei turned to children's music and educational publishing, finding ways to keep music alive within rigid state boundaries. When he finally released his fourth album, Diyar, in 1987, it had to be stripped of guitars, drums and bass to comply with government regulations. In the 1990s, restrictions eased marginally and Yaghmei was permitted to perform concerts abroad and released albums. Even then, censorship followed him. He was not allowed to feature his own portrait on the album cover. His last album, legally published in Iran, came in 2001. And between 2003 and 2006, he worked on Malik Jamshed, but after years of seeking approval, the album was denied release and later banned in Iran despite being released internationally. Today, Kouroush Yaghmei lives in Tehran, runs a music school and mentors younger musicians. In late 2025, he announced his retirement with his final album, number 44, marking the end of a career shaped as much by resistance as creativity. Artists like Yaghmei do more than create music. They become conduits through which culture survives repression. His unique blend of Iranian psychedelic rock and blues, often using keyboards instead of guitars for rhythm, broke conventions and inspired generations long after his voice was silenced at home. That endurance is perhaps best captured in the journey of Havar Havar itself. The melody has been repeated, reborn in Bollywood, and tracks like Aya Aya Wo Aya from Aag Ka Gola, Jawan Jawan Ishq and From Billu Bacha and later remixed in Chalis Chorasi and Mubarka, and now decades later it returns yet again in Dhurandhar. A song that began in 1970s Iran, survived censorship, crossed borders and outlived regimes, has once again found its moment. And in doing so, it reminds us of a simple truth. Authoritarian systems may silence artists, but art itself never truly disappears. It waits, it travels, it transforms and returns. Yagmai's life mirrors the deeper struggle driving Iran's protest today and the fight for voice, dignity and freedom under an authoritarian system. And after the 1979 revolution, his music was banned and he was silenced for nearly 2 decades. Not because his songs called for rebellion, but because free artistic expression itself was seen as a threat. Forced to strip his work of instruments, denied the right to perform, and pushed to the cultural margins, Yagmai's quiet refusal to abandon his art became an act of resistance. Today's protesters, demanding space to live, speak and create without fear, are pushing back against the same system of control that once tried to erase his music. In that sense, Yagmai's journey is not just a personal story from the past, it is a part of a longer continuum of Iranian resistance, where art, identity and protest remain inseparably linked.
An Iranian icon's forgotten song. It was Sanjay Dutt's entry song in Dhurandhar. Banned by the Islamic Revolution, this is the story of Kourosh Yagmai, the writer, composer and singer of Hawa Hawa.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज NewsX का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिल के जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इसे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NewsX Deep Dive with me, Asavri Jindal. Earlier today, India's first launch of 2026 ended in a setback after the PSLV-C62 rocket veered off course due to a critical third stage malfunction. Have a look at that exact moment. All right, so now that you've seen that, according to ISRO Chairman V. Narayanan, the mission encountered a technical anomaly. Listen in to what he said.
As all of you are aware, today we attempted PSLV-C62 EOS-N1 mission. The PSLV is a 4-stage vehicle, and the first stage is a solid motor with 2 strap-ons. Second stage is liquid stage. Third stage is again a solid stage. Fourth stage is a liquid stage. And the performance of the vehicle close to the third stage was as expected and as predicted. And close to the end of the third stage, we were seeing some disturbance in the vehicle. And there was a deviation in the path of the vehicle. And the mission could not proceed in the expected path. That is what is the information right now available. Now we are going through the data, and we have to get the data from all the ground stations. And once the data analysis is completed,
the mission began flawlessly with a 10:18 a.m. IST liftoff from Sriharikota. But 8 minutes later, after 2 successful first 2 stages and separation, flight computers flagged a performance disturbance in the PS3 segment, triggering an immediate mission review by ISRO. While the initial flight stages were nominal, the third stage, PS3, failed to provide the required thrust due to an unexpected drop in chamber pressure. Now, what exactly is chamber pressure, you may ask? It refers to the high gas pressure inside the combustion chamber of a rocket motor where propellant burns. It's one of the most critical performance parameters for any rocket stage. High pressure means more thrust. If chamber pressures fall unexpectedly, the engine doesn't generate enough force. The rocket slows down or deviates from its trajectory, and this is exactly what happened. A significant deviation was observed from the intended flight path, and as a result, the satellites could not be placed in orbit. The PSLV-DL, equipped with 2 solid strap-on motors to enhance lift capability, was carrying the EOS-N1 or Earth Observation Satellite N1 called Anvesha. Let's tell you more about EOS-N1. This is an advanced Earth observation satellite developed by the Defense Research and Development Organization, also known as DRDO. It weighs 400 kilograms and was expected to be placed into the sun-synchronous orbit for wide area data collection. The satellite is equipped with sophisticated hyperspectral imaging technology, allowing it to capture primary colors as well as hundreds of light bands down to each pixel. This can help the Indian government monitor anything from crop health and soil moisture to mineral and environmental mapping, urban expansion and strategic surveillance. The launch was also a part of commercial arm of the Indian space program by New Space India Limited. This mission was carrying 15 satellites belonging to domestic and international firms. These include the Kestrel Initial Technology Demonstrators, a small-scale prototype of a re-entry vehicle developed by a Spanish startup, which was to return to Earth's atmosphere and touch down in the South Pacific Ocean. The MOI-1 satellite from Hyderabad-based startup Make Me to Space and EON Space Labs. The MOI-1 satellite was equipped with an orbital AI image laboratory that can process data in space instead of sending everything back to Earth first. This lets users rent processing time like a space cyber cafe, paying as little as around rupees 180 per minute for access to in-space computing. It also features Mira, the world's lightest space telescope, weighing around 502 grams, made in one solid piece of sturdiness. Amongst the 15 satellites, there were 5 satellites from Brazil, an Earth observation satellite made by the UK and Thailand, and a technology demonstration satellite from Nepal. Perhaps the most impressive was the IULSat, which was built by Bengaluru startup Orbit Aid Aerospace, which also was to be a petrol pump in space. The idea was to put all these satellites into a sun-synchronous polar orbit. About 17 minutes after the launch, the main satellite and most co-passengers were expected to settle in the sun-synchronous orbit for optimal Earth views. An SSO is a near polar orbit where a spacecraft passes, over any given point on Earth at the same local solar time each day, ensuring consistent sunlight for imaging and remote sensing. You already heard what the ISRO chairman said, but he did not formally announce whether the mission was a success or a failure. The launch of the PSLV-C62 EOS-N1 mission was the 105th launch from Sriharikota. It's also the 64th flight of PSLV and the 5th mission of the PSLV-DL variant. It was the 9th mission undertaken by New Space India Limited, which is ISRO's commercial arm. This isn't the first time a PSLV rocket has failed over the past years. In May, ISRO similarly failed to launch the EOS-N1 satellite aboard the PSLV-C61 after a failure in the 3rd stage of the rocket, as there was a fall in the chamber pressure. That mission too sought to place the Earth observation satellite in sun-synchronous polar orbit at an altitude of about 597 kilometers. In fact, the incident brings PSLV's success rate down to 94%. Since its debut in 1993, the PSLV has made and has only had a handful of failures at launch, first in 1993 and then in 2017. The development is sure to leave some concerned about the impact on India's private space ecosystem. ISRO has set itself the target of launching over 100 satellites in 2026. It is eyeing the expansion of its NavIC constellation and future human spaceflight missions, and preparing for the Gaganyaan moon mission, which uses LVM-M3. In fact, joining us at this point in time is Dr. Raju Garudachar, former project director, ISRO. Thank you, sir, for joining us on the broadcast, speaking to us on NewsX. And of course, the question on everyone's mind is, what exactly went wrong with the PSLV launch, sir?
It's not very clear right now, except that probably 3rd stage thruster has not properly performed. It is premature to say anything officially. We are waiting for, and the ISRO is waiting for a real analysis, and certainly there will be an announcement on what exactly was the malfunctioning unit. So, but up to 2nd stage, completely successful. 3rd stage, there was some issue, and honestly, it is not a real, it's not announced yet, and experts are working on that. We'll wait for it for a few hours, or maybe very soon. And what would have happened if it had successfully done is what is to be discussed now. If you want, we can talk about what are all the things it carried, what are all the payloads, we can discuss that. Thank you.
Right,
anything else?
Absolutely. I'd also like to understand from you, we also want to understand about this mission at large, and also want an understanding from you as to what this stage 3 anomaly really means as far as the entire mission is concerned.
As far as the PS3 is concerned, it will certainly, the failure will not take it to the required orbit in space, which is supposed to be going up to 515 kilometers. That means we don't have enough thrust, enough power to reach it. So it may be tumbling, or it may be doing some other unwanted maneuvering. So it is yet difficult to explain unless we get the full data from the experts. So,
right, absolutely. What is perhaps some other information that you can tell us about this launch, sir?
Yes, what would have been an excellent mission would have been that it would be the hyperspectral imager developed by the Defense Organization. What is hyperspectral? It has got thousands of spectral lines. That means it is an example of what we have launched on the moon mission, where each spectral line has a signature of a particular element. Maybe you can find out the elements on the related to minerals, atmospheric constituents, and many other Earth-related remote sensing elements like soil moisture, vegetation, type of crop. All those things are possible with this kind of a very powerful hyperspectral. Means maybe to have nearly hundreds or nearly thousands of spectral lines, each one referring to a particular property of the element on the Earth. Similarly, we could do many things with respect to presence of various minerals on other galactic objects such as Moon or Mars. But certainly we do it for India in Earth observation for vegetation, minerals, atmospheric properties, everything related to Earth observation. It's called Earth Observation Satellite, EOS. Now, beyond that, there are some other missions which are very challenging. For example, the other major important thing is there was a startup from Bengaluru which had launched an experimental mission where you can have on-orbit fueling of the satellite. Suppose the satellite has got life is going away because of the propellant, and this can be like an aircraft. Some of the aircraft can be used for on-orbit fueling so that the life of the aircraft can be continued. These are all some of the things which are expected, including splashdown on the Earth in the Pacific Ocean, and these are all done by not by the from the bigger agencies, but many of them are startups. So we were looking for some of these exciting things, which now is partly disappointed as this mission has not yet declared operational, or even they have not declared fully failure, or whatever the status we'll know tomorrow or very soon. Thank you.
All right, so with that, I'd like to thank you for joining us on the broadcast, speaking to us on NewsX. On that note, a short break.
सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिल के जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH
No partner is more essential than India. In the months and years ahead, it is my goal as ambassador to pursue a very ambitious agenda. We will do this as true strategic partners, each bringing strength, respect, and leadership.
This man speaking on your screens is none other than Sergio Gore, who after assuming charge as the US ambassador to India stated that very clearly that no partner is more essential than India, and his goal in the coming months and years ahead is to pursue a very ambitious agenda. Sergio Gore, the US ambassador designate and a key member of President Donald Trump's inner circle, arrived in New Delhi on Friday night as India-US relations face unprecedented strain. What all statements did he make? Who is he? And how did he get to this position? Let's get into it. Hello and welcome to another episode of Deep Dive brought to you by NewsX. I'm Asavri Jindal and I will be taking you through these new revelations that come about after Sergio Gore's speech and a lot more details about him. Appointed as envoy in mid-November, Gore described his arrival on social media saying that it's great to be in India, incredible opportunities ahead for the two nations. While all of this has been happening since his visit to India, let's recall and go back to a time when he was appointed and what he had said about India, US trade relations during his confirmation speech. He stated that getting India to stop buying Russian oil is a top priority, whereas today he has stated that there is no partner more important than India. And we have all just heard that. Therefore, Gore's statement makes in fact makes one question if it is indicative of a shift in the stance of the US when it comes to a trade with India. He has also previously made a statement about holding friends to certain standard and mentioned India in the same breath. Let's listen in.
We hold our friends to a different standard. Frankly, we expect more from India than we do sometimes from other nations.
Gore's arrival comes amid a fresh row between the two countries following US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's claim that last year's proposed trade deal stalled because Prime Minister Narendra Modi did not call President Donald Trump, a new claim Delhi rejected as inaccurate. The two countries have also recently been at odds over Trump's decision to double tariffs on certain Indian goods to 50%, including 25% additional duty linked to India's purchase of Russian crude oil, as well as changes to the US immigration and visa regime. Let's take a closer look at what he said during his speech today. He has made multiple comments on friendship throughout his speech and has reiterated that throughout his travels all over the world with President Trump, he can attest that Trump's friendship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi is real. Listen in.
Traveled all over the world with President Trump, and I can attest that his friendship with Prime Minister Modi is real. The United States and India are bound not just by shared interest, but by a relationship anchored at the...
Gore has also announced that India will be invited to join the Pact Silica as a full member next month. He has explained that Pact Silica is a US-led strategic initiative to build a secure, prosperous and innovation-driven silicon supply chain. Listen in.
Include Japan, South Korea, the United Kingdom and Israel. Today, I'm pleased to announce that India will be invited to join this group of nations as a full member next month.
A light moment with a strong diplomatic message recalling his last dinner with US President Donald Trump. Gore said that Trump fondly remembered his visit to India and spoke at length about his great friendship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Expressing optimism, he added that he hopes President Trump will visit India again, possibly within the next year or two. Injecting a touch of humor, Gore noted Trump's well-known habit of making phone calls at 2 a.m., quipping that the time difference in New Delhi, it might actually work out rather well. Let's also take a look and a closer look at who Sergio Gore is. Sergio Gore was born in Sergei on November 30th, 1986. He was born in Tashkent, then part of Uzbek Soviet Socialist Republic in the Soviet Union, and grew up partly in Malta after his family moved there in the 1990s. He attended De La Salle College, a Catholic boys' school in Malta before his family, in fact, immigrated to the United States in 1999. In the US, Gore completed high school in Los Angeles and went on to earn a bachelor's degree from George Washington University, where he was active in conservative student politics, founded the campus chapter of the Young Americas Foundation, and participated in college Republicans. Gore was born into a family and spent his earliest years in Uzbekistan and Malta. His mother established a business in Malta and registered as an Israeli national before the family's move to the United States. The upbringing involved multiple cultural influences, and his family background contributed to his multilingual and international early life. Whether this marks a genuine reset or a carefully crafted diplomatic balancing act will unfold in the next few months. For now, one thing is clear. With Sergio Gore in New Delhi, the India-US relationship has a new face, a new tone, a high-stakes agenda to deliver on. We will, of course, keep a closer watch on this ambitious roadmap and how it translates on the ground. Joining us at this point in time is Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, former diplomat. So thank you for your time speaking to us on NewsX. And I'd like to understand from you, what would you perhaps say are the three sticking points as far as Sergio Gore's visit to India is concerned?
Good evening, Ashwari. It has been a pleasure to be on channel with you. First of all, let me tell you that this will definitely help us in repairing the damage which has happened to Indo-US relations. Sergio Gore was an influential member of very close circle of President Donald Trump. He was heading his office of, what they call it, White House Presidential Personnel Office. So he was head of staff in our terms of the presidential office. He has worked very closely with him during the entire presidential campaign, and he headed many meetings and many committees during that time. So he knows President Trump, and he has very close access to him. So this is one point that will help us in overcoming this. The second thing is that any ambassador who is posted, like I have my own experience, his performance is evaluated on the basis of how the relations have become closer during his tenure. So obviously Sergio Gore would like to work very hard so that the relations between India and US becomes closer than what they are today. Thirdly, his birthplace, Uzbekistan, and his parentage, Russian and, Malta, that will also help because he is in that sense a Oriental person. By birth, he was born very close to India. We have very close ties with Uzbekistan. Apart from that, the words which he has said today in his speech, and I'll repeat one or two of them. One is that it is the most consequential partnership of this century. This is the word he has used in his speech today, and I give a lot of credit for using this word. and I'm sure he will try to make his words true, and he will try to make the Indo-US partnership the most consequential partnership in the coming months and years. The second thing which he has used is that the friends can disagree, but they can find a way to overcome the disagreement. Now, this is true. We all agree that there could be, some disagreement between the friends, and that is how I look at India-US relationship. There is a minor irritant which has come because of our import of Russian oil. I think that will be resolved. The US will sooner or later understand that India has, energy needs, and it imports almost 85% of its energy. The energy exporters are limited because Iran is not allowed to export. Venezuela was not allowed to export till recently. We don't know what will be the position now onwards. And therefore, India has very limited sources from where it can import. And Russia is one of them. Naturally, US will understand this. US can also join the exporter of energy to India. We are already, in fact, increasing our energy exports from US. Apart from that, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, the PEC silica, which is basically the rare earth elements which are going to provide strategic access to modern what you call technology. India will be invited to become partner of that particular alliance, and I think that will be very helpful for India, because India is also looking for rare earth materials which we need for our semiconductor industry and even for ordinary industries like automobile. So these are going to be indeed very important issues. Now the first test of this relationship and Mr. Sergio Gore's presence in Delhi will come in terms of our bilateral trade agreement, which has been under discussion for the last 6-7 months. I hope this can be concluded in the next month by February end. If that happens, I think that would be already a positive outcome of his presence in Delhi. But on the whole, I believe and I am quite hopeful that his presence in Delhi will help India tremendously in improving our relations with US. One more point before I close. He is also the US envoy to South Asia and Central Asia. And therefore, we should also explain to him that US closeness with Pakistan, which is a state which is promoting terror all around the world, the terrorist organizations and individuals are funded and aided by Pakistani authorities, and the close relations of US with such a country are not desirable. So in the context of his mandate for South Asia, I think this point should be brought to his notice by the Indian authorities. I am sure they will do so. So these are the points which I thought we should mention. Bangladesh will also come into play because US government has been instrumental in changing the regime there, and I hope the new government will be friendly to India, and the jihadi elements and fundamentalists should not gain the upper hand in that country. These points must be clarified to Sergio Gore, and I'm sure he will work for that. Over to you, Ashwari.
Right, absolutely. With that, I'd like to thank you for joining us on NewsX, sharing your insights and perspectives with us. On that note, a short break.
आज सारे मोहल्ले हाजी खुशियों दी तुम्बी बाजी हर स्वाद दिले चटकारे नचते ने सारे बाजी लोड़ी दी बधाइयां आज मिलके जश्न मनावांगे
लोड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
हो असली मसाले सच सच MDH
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इसे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
Welcome back from the break. You're watching NewsX and I'm Asaf Region. We have some breaking news coming in. Tamil actor and TVK party leader Vijay's 7-hour-long questioning has concluded. The lengthy questioning of Vijay by the CBI finally ended after 7 hours. Investigating officers questioned him on several aspects of the stampede and subsequent deaths that occurred in Karur. These include the planning of the September 27th election rally, security arrangements and the related decision-making processes. According to the agency's sources, during the questioning, Tamil actor Vijay was asked in detail about the pre-event preparations, crowd management, administration and the permissions involved, as well as the role of the organizers. The agency also posed several questions based on documents and digital evidence. After the questioning was completed, Tamil actor Vijay was allowed to leave. However, the investigating agency has clarified that he may be summoned again for further questioning if needed. The investigation into this case is ongoing and the agency is thoroughly examining all aspects. Joining us at this point in time is my colleague Siddharth Rege. Siddharth, what's the information that we're tracking as far as this case is concerned?
Has just left from the CBI office, and as of now there have been no further summons that have been issued to Vijay as far as questioning on the Karur stampede is concerned. As far as the questioning in itself is concerned, what we are understanding from a reporter on the ground, Javed, is that Vijay has been questioned on the way his convoy moved through this crowd, the visuals of which you can see in the running at the middle of your screens, what planning went, what was the security coordination that was done, and this questioning from Vijay obviously comes after statements from police and other officials have been recorded. There has been no cross-questioning that has been done as far as this entire 7-hour-long questioning session was concerned. The CBI for now says that Vijay will have to make himself available if he is summoned again. This is what we are learning from our sources. Remember that this was a crowd of almost 10,000 to 30,000 people that gathered. 41 people were killed in this particular stampede. So for now, the questioning as far as day one has been concerned, no further summons have been made, no cross-questioning has been done. What's been interesting is how every single party from Tamil Nadu has reacted as far as DMK or the AIDMK are concerned. Both of them have come out in support of Vijay ahead of this questioning session. We've seen some solidarity happening on the ground. EMK obviously saying that it is the BJP who is getting this done from the CBI's hand.
Right.
But the bottom line remains that 41 people were killed, and remains to be seen if CBI will go ahead and file any sort of a case against Vijay.
Absolutely, Siddharth. Thank you for all those details. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is in India on a two-day official visit, marking his first trip to Asia since taking office. The visit, taking place in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar, comes as India-Germany bilateral trade reached a record high, surpassing $50 billion in 2025, underscoring expanding economic ties between the world's fourth largest and fifth largest economies. Chancellor Merz was warmly received in Gujarat, where he paid tribute to Mahatma Gandhi at the Sabarmati Ashram and joined Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the International Kite Festival before the two leaders began their bilateral engagements. Bilateral talks focused on deepening cooperation in trade, technology, defense, renewable energy and security, with both leaders reaffirming their commitment to a stronger strategic partnership. Several agreements and MOUs were signed to advance collaboration in these critical sectors. Merz also emphasized the need to combat rising global protectionism and strengthening security ties to reduce dependencies, while Germany reiterated its interest in increasing economic engagement and investment opportunities with India. As part of the agenda, the two sides are exploring enhanced cooperation in defense manufacturing, including potential submarine and technology partnerships. Calling India a partner of choice, the German Chancellor expressed hope that the India-EU FTA, which he views as a key to unlocking the full potential of Europe's economic ties with India, is finalized by the end of this month. Joining us at this point in time to take this very important conversation forward is Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, former diplomat who served in Germany as the ambassador. We're also being joined by Alison Mutler, former AP Bureau Chief in Romania. Also with us on the broadcast is Ambassador Veena Sikri, former diplomat, and last but not the least, Mr. Manant Vivedi, foreign affairs expert, joins us as well. Let me start off this conversation with Ambassador Gurjeet Singh. So thank you for your time. And my first question to you is, what has this visit by the German Chancellor truly achieved? We're talking about as many as 27 outcomes, 19 formal MOUs, 8 major announcements. What exactly do you feel are the highlights?
Thank you. In diplomatic language, for a rather understated visit with very little hype around it, to have 27 agreements and a very comprehensive joint statement can simply be called a success. Now, besides the 75th anniversary of our bilateral relations and 25th year of our strategic partnership, I think what is most important is that India and Germany are showing that in a disrupted world, we are hanging on together and we are not going to let the other people's agendas sink our own agenda for cooperation, for building trust, for multilateralism, and to bring resilience to supply chains. Now, all this is extremely important because at this moment, the unprecedented effort by Chancellor Merz to leave Europe at this moment, which is in no great shape, and make his first visit to Asia and India, is showing this desire to play a role geoeconomically, geopolitically, and where supply chains are concerned. You are going to see the Indo-German relationship progress very rapidly into a comprehensive strategic partnership.
Absolutely. Let me go across to Alison Mutler at this point in time. And I'd like to understand from you, with, of course, the German Chancellor being in India, we've spoken about the MOUs that have been signed. Many developments have taken place, and it's all happening ahead of EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen's visit to India as well. What exactly do you make of the developments that are taking place, especially in context to what US President Donald Trump has been doing on the sidelines?
Well, I think, Europe's traditional big strategic ally was the United States. And since Donald Trump returned to power last year, he has taken somewhat his own path, and relations with Europe have been strained. So Europe naturally, which they have an aging population, is turning its eyes towards Asia. Now, India is a much more palatable potential partner than perhaps China for Europe. It's less tricky diplomatically, and the fact that it's a democracy, it makes it easier for Europe. And it's also the world's most populous, the biggest population in the world, 1.4 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Germany is a big player in Europe. It's the biggest country. It's the biggest economy in Europe. And the fact that Chancellor Merz is there today is sending a strong signal that Europe will explore other options for economic reasons, for trade reasons, and perhaps even for security. And it's looking to look outside its traditional partners and look outside its traditional geostrategic area, and India is a big player in the world. It's an up and coming player, and it's a natural fit, I think, for a lot of European nations, hence the visit by Ursula von der Leyen, the upcoming one as well. So I think we should look at it politically as very important and geostrategically important, and of course on the ground with these memorandums of understanding and trade agreements and cooperation and all kinds of things on the level of trade. It's perhaps a story that hasn't played out in the world's media, but it quietly has been happening, and it looks, with Mertz's visit, it's his first visit since he came to office to Asia. This relationship looks set to grow and to be consolidated.
Right, absolutely. Ambassador Veena Sikri, let me come to you then. The German Chancellor said that India is a desired partner of choice for Germany. They've spoken about the values that they share, the interests that they share. With that being said, what perhaps then could be the biggest remaining hurdles as far as the India-EU free trade agreement is concerned?
Well, I think that is a work in progress. Our Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has made statements about that. So I think these things take their own time to work it out, work themselves out, as we have seen with the Indo-US bilateral trade agreement as well. But I think the visit of Chancellor Merz is very significant in the sense of India and Europe refinding each other in 2026. We now have Chancellor Merz's visit. It will be followed during Republic Day by Ursula von der Leyen and the President of the European Union, and then President Macron of France coming next month to India as well. So I think both India and Europe have decided that this is the thing to do, to look at each other. You know, a few years ago, Germany would have been much more comfortable with China, maybe, as they were because of the huge trade purchases. But today, Germany is looking anew at India, and I think the submarine deal is very significant with ThyssenKrupp. But also, I would say, you know, the Make in India for the ASEAN market, the Make in India for the African market, all these new patterns of trade and technology cooperation and the new ways of looking at each other, I think have great potential. India and Germany have similarity on environmental sustainability, on climate change, and this makes another important area of cooperation. And I think the mobility agreement also, people to people, this is very significant because Indian students are finding studying in Germany more and more rewarding, and there's a lot of research laboratories. You know, even Indian companies have invested in R&D in Germany, and we know that Germany is among India's top 10 investors. So there are such an enormously large number of areas in which the Indo-German cooperation has expanded, and with this visit we'll find with all these MOUs and agreements that have been signed, that this will give a tremendously strong impetus. And you know, I think Chancellor Merz going to Gujarat and then to Bengaluru, to Karnataka. I think this too is an indication of Germany finding, you know, new areas, new states, and moving beyond the just come to Delhi, stay in Delhi and then go away pattern that is there of many such bilateral visits. So I think that both India and Germany are indicating the significance to each other and how they can help each other in these troubled times. And we know that, whether it's the Europe-US relationship or the India-US relationship, these are, going through their own ups and downs. And in these difficult periods, nothing better than Germany and India building up the strategic aspects of their relationship, whether it's geo-economic, geopolitical, geostrategic, and these areas of working together for going into other parts of the world. This is something which carry us very far, because it will give a long-term impetus. And I think the defense cooperation, which is actually working itself out very significantly, will be another strong pillar of our bilateral efforts.
Absolutely. Let me go across to Mr. Manand Vivedi, and I'd like to understand from you, sir. There's been conversation and MOUs on defense, on green energy, on technology as far as semiconductors, critical minerals are concerned. What exactly, and many optimistic conversations as well, which are the ones that have been of key highlight and are of key interest to India in your assessment?
Actually, I would like to comment upon here that if we look into the fundamental tenor of India and German relationship, what we are going to find is that it is very largely tilted towards the economic part of it. That it was all about a trade deal, or as now we are raving mad about the trade deal that will be signed, or the FTA with the European Union. When the European Union chairperson is going to become part, it will be a head of state special guest as far as 26th of January is concerned. So this time around, I personally perceive that the tilt towards the security partnership and the tilt towards the strategic partnership, including the overarching defense element, that is one of the highlights of the visit by Friedrich Merz to India. Now, if you look into it, a few signposts have been achieved and have been reached. The one which I was talking about, which we were all discussing about, happens to be that of an $8 billion deal between India and Germany, where the submarines would be built. Submarines would be built and given by Germany to India. But the most promising and the innovative and what you call the affirmative part of it, very ebullient part of it, happens to be that they are, both Germany and India are adhering to the Atmanirbharta dialogue. That is, the submarines are going to be built in India, and most important than everything, technology transfer is going to occur, which is, if not a first, but it happens to be in an initial foray that Germany and India are making into each other's terrain. Right. Apart from that, if we go back in 2022, briefly I had mentioned, the mobility agreement was signed between Olaf Scholz and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, wherein the theme of Indian students visiting Germany, that also came up as a key factor. And one fact we need not forget, that out of all the foreign students studying in Germany, Indian students form the highest number. Apart from that, related to what Olaf Scholz and Narendra Modi signed in 2022, the immigration and migration happens to be a very stiff wrangling and what do you call a very dangerous kind of an element, a very concerning element for Germany, and how after the West Asian crisis, after the exodus occurred from Syria particularly, how people flocked to Italy and Germany through the undemarcated and what do you call undecided, unsafe routes. So, these concerns have become more prominent with the advent of the tariff regime of President
I'll come back
Trump.
to you. I have a question for Ambassador Gurjeet Singh. So I'd like to understand from you, does the German Chancellor's visit confirm that Germany is now moving away from its China first policy and sort of swaying towards India as well?
Thank you. So let's be clear, the German government has swung away from China for some years. They see it as a strategic rival. And even the Indo-Pacific guidelines of 3 years ago and the India strategy paper of last year clearly show strategic intent with India. So there is no substitution of China in the German government. The substitution has to occur in the minds of German business, who, having a poor run in Germany, are dependent on their Chinese investments to give them profits. And therefore, they don't want to turn their back on China. I think with the double whammy of the Chinese problem and the transatlantic problem, it is the time when we need to diversify and deepen the German-India partnership without looking it as a substitute for either the United States or China, because we are not a substitute. We have to develop our own way. So I will give you an example. One of the things that we have talked about is how to put praxis between industry and academia, intent and practice. Now the green hydrogen, which was a roadmap, has today become a sale from India of green ammonia and green hydrogen into the evolving German marketplace. Technology has now gone through partnership into the marketplace. This is where the success lies, and this is what Prime Minister Modi also said about potential of defense, co-production and co-development, because Germany has put almost $500 billion into new defense production. They can't do it by themselves, and their companies need that new investment to become profitable beyond automobiles. India is their strategic partner, where you could use this mobility agreement, the skill agreement, and have technology production in India for more defense and other matters. I think this is the core issue of this visit. Thank you.
All right, absolutely. Alison Mutler, let me then come to you, taking from what Ambassador Gurjeet Singh has said. Of course, we're talking about what India has to give, what India has to present. What perhaps would then be a point where people would look and say that the reason why we want to invest in India, the reason why we want to open institutions, the reason why we want to do something in the sector of semiconductor, what would then be that convincing point?
Well, first of all, it's India's size. It's absolutely massive, particularly from a European perspective. It's 1.4 billion, as I said before. You have an educated, at some level, population. That's very important for doing, for doing bilateral trade. So I think, and also, India is known in Europe as a pragmatic partner. It's not so ideological as China. It's not so difficult to deal with. It is democratic, and that is obviously, if you have a democratic country, it's easier to do trade, it's easier to do business. For small, I'm not talking about governments, but I'm talking about particularly for businesses, because it makes the rules and regulations easier to follow. So that makes India, I think, a natural partner for Europe, which is looking outside its own borders, and also it's having to reassess its relationship with the United States, with Donald Trump's new policies, new approach to world politics and economics. So, Europe has to be strategic. It has to diversify. As I think your guest said before, China is a strategic rival, but India is no such because of its pragmatic approach to both bilateral relations and to business and to trade as well.
Right, absolutely. Ambassador Veena Sikri, let me come to you then. What can Germany offer to India as far as replacing US for exports is concerned?
I think we've already shown the answer to this in a big way, because after the imposition of the 50% tariff, especially the 25% extra tariff for buying Russian oil, India's exports have gone up, even as their exports to USA have gone down. So I think a combination of India helping its own exporters to refine new markets, and looking at the new FTAs that we're talking about with the EU. We've already concluded one with the UK, we've already concluded one with New Zealand and others. So I think that Germany can play a very big role in this, because Germany is a very big market, a very well-to-do market. It has the absorptive capacity, and I think the turning towards each other of India and Germany will be very significant in finding these new markets in Europe. And I think that Chancellor Merz's visit is precisely for this. that we are looking at each other very seriously, and these new agreements will point the way, and we can see how that India and Germany can help each other in finding these new interests. I think even in defense, look at the way in which the aspects of the submarine deal that we hope will be worked out very soon, including the Make in India that was referred to very recently. So we are going to France for the aircraft, Germany for the submarines, and also the increased interest of the people to people in itself is very significant, because that always is a precursor to increased trade, to increased diversity, to increased interest in AI, in cybersecurity, and these, find each other, because as our people train there, they will find more things to do together with India. So this has always been very significant, and we've always seen that a large number of Indians who went to the US over so many decades to study there, and then they became a big force for strengthening the trade, technology, and other relationships. And I think it's the time that we did the same with Europe, and I think the turn towards the European Union, Germany, the EU leadership, and then France in 2026, followed by a lot in subsequent months, is in itself a very important demonstration of how we can find each other once again. And I think both Europe and India are recognizing this. That's the significance. Because in the past, when one would recognize it, the other wouldn't, and there was always this kind of a mismatch. But today the timing is perfect and unique, and we do hope to see significant results.
Right, absolutely.
In implementation.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Manan Dwivedi, your closing comments, sir.
I would personally feel that, the kind of transatlantic treaty making or the regime between the European father continent and America seems to be completely collapsing or breaking. And in that particular scenario, in a post-colonial and a post-imperialistic scenario, where the Europeans had their assets and their colonies everywhere, including Germany, France, and UK, I think Indo-Pacific and the Asiatic space, that will be the major battleground, not in the sense of a military, a war or a battle, but in the sense of the major playing ground, playing for international economic schemes, and a kind of a playground for the maritime interest, wherein Germany and a few European partners, they have also shown their newly cognizant interest in the India-Pacific or in the Indian maritime space, because, as it was said earlier, Germany is wanting to de-risk from the Chinese. And the Chinese, everybody knows about them. They are a hegemonic expansionist and a kind of a very deleterious impact they have upon the maritime politics of the zone. And apart from this, Germany too wants to increase its ambit of politics, augment its ambit of influence and overarch. And India can be a very good, very utilizable conduit for that. And apart from that, I feel that the kind of third Reich experiences which a commoner in India used to relate to Germany, that all seems to have changed now. And in the post-colonial milieu, I think the new global world order can take its shape. But I personally feel Trump is not America and America is not Trump. When Trump goes out of power in the White House, then I think the transatlantic divide, which has been some bone of contention, might reach a thaw, or might become normalized.
Right.
And that is where the Indian role and the Asiatic role comes in, as far as security and geo-economic ties between Germany and India, or the European Union collective security spirit, and India and South Asia are too searching for a kind of a collective security idiom or a coalescence, coalescing, and a conglomeration of interest which EU has shown and Germany is known for.
Right, absolutely.
This would be my
absolutely.
passing comment.
I'm completely out of time. I'd like to thank Ambassador Gurjeet Singh, Ambassador Veena Sikri, Alison Mutler, and Manan Dwivedi for joining us on the broadcast to take this very important conversation forward. We're taking a short break. More on the other side.
ਅੱਜ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੁਹੱਲੇ ਹਾਜੀ ਖੁਸ਼ੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੁੰਬੀ ਬਾਜੀ ਹਰ ਸਵਾਦ ਦਿਲੇ ਚਟਕਾਰੇ ਨੱਚਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਾਜੀ ਲੋੜੀ ਦੀ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਅੱਜ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਜਸ਼ਨ ਮਨਾਵਾਂਗੇ
लोहड़ी दियां लख लख बधाइयां
ਹੋ ਅਸਲੀ ਮਸਾਲੇ ਸੱਚ ਸੱਚ MDH
शिव प्रकाश जी सिर्फ 35 साल की उम्र में हार्ट अटैक से अचानक चले गए। टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस के पैसों से उनके माँ बाप को सहारा मिलेगा। पॉलिसी बाजार ने क्लेम के वक्त फैमिली का पूरा साथ दिया। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए।
MDH
जहां है विरासत, विविधता और विकास, कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के उद्योग, हुनर और कारीगरों को अब मिलेगी दुनिया में नई पहचान, क्योंकि गुजरात के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री और देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा 20 साल पहले बोया गया वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट का बीज अब माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के प्रयासों से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस के रूप में गुजरात के कोने कोने तक पहुंच रहा है। यानी अब कच्छ सौराष्ट्र की इंजीनियरिंग, सिरेमिक, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, पोर्ट्स और लॉजिस्टिक्स, केमिकल्स, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, एग्रो और फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फिशरीज और टूरिज्म जैसे क्षेत्रों को नई गति मिलेगी। आत्मनिर्भर भारत के स्वप्न दृष्टा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों से होगा शुभारंभ कच्छ सौराष्ट्र के लिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 11 और 12 जनवरी 2026 राजकोट।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ेब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ेब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
Welcome back. You're watching NewsX and I'm Safri Jindal. The headlines first. Pakistan has been snubbed as PM Modi is all set to address the largest ever Commonwealth Speakers Conference in Delhi. 42 nations will attend the summit, which will focus on shared values. United States Ambassador to India Sergio Gore takes charge in New Delhi. Says India is invited to join America's Pax Silica initiative and also announces India-US trade talks. India and Germany signed key MOUs amid German Chancellor Friedrich Merz's first state visit to India. Key focus on Indian youth, education and green energy.
जैसा कि आपको ध्यान है, ये मामला एक तरह से एक समय पे लीगल मामला था।
Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said that Ariha Shah's case was at one point a legal matter and the authorities have been discussing the case. Human Rights Organization report 496 deaths and over 10,000 arrests in the past 15 days in Iran as massive protests continue to rage on. 48 officials have also been reportedly killed. ISRO launches the Anvesha satellite on board the PSLV-2, confirms the mission faced an anomaly after launch during the rocket's third stage. TVK chief Vijay leaves CBI office after questioning for over 7 hours. As per sources, Vijay gets grilled on his entire Yatra route and is likely to be summoned again. Enforcement Directorate files petition against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in Supreme Court, alleges disruptions of raid at IPAC office. And we have some breaking news coming in. Pakistan has been snubbed at the Commonwealth Speakers Conference. Pakistan won't be attending India's largest ever Commonwealth Speakers Conference, which New Delhi is hosting from 14th to 16th January. The focus is on shared parliamentary values, and over 42 nations are set to attend the conference. PM Modi will be addressing the conference and inaugurating it on 15th of January. My colleague Manohar Kesri with us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Manohar, इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे पास आ रही है कि पाकिस्तान जो है वो ये हिस्सा नहीं लेने वाला है कॉमनवेल्थ में। इसके बारे में आप क्या बता सकते हैं हमको?
देखिए, बिल्कुल आज हमने इसे लेकर के स्पीकर ओम बिरला से हमने सवाल भी किया था कि क्या पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश दोनों इसमें शामिल होंगे, तो उन्होंने पाकिस्तानी को लेकर के साफ कर दिया कि पाकिस्तान इसमें शामिल नहीं होने जा रहा है। जहां तक बांग्लादेश का सवाल है तो बांग्लादेश वहां पर अभी सरकार है ही नहीं, वो चुनाव मोड में है, तो वहाँ स्पीकर है नहीं, तो वो नहीं आ सकते। सबसे बड़ी बात है पाकिस्तान को लेकर के, उन्होंने खुल करके नहीं बताया, लेकिन याद होगा जब पहलगाम अटैक हुआ था तो सरकार ने कहा था कि टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकता है। तो आई थिंक हमको लगता है कि उसकी वजह से पाकिस्तान इसमें शामिल नहीं है। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि 16 साल के बाद जो है ये भारत को मेजबानी मिली है, भारत होस्ट करने जा रहा है पार्लियामेंट परिसर में इस 3 दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस है जो 14 जनवरी to 16 जनवरी चलेगा। 14 जनवरी को इसके काउंसिल्स की बैठक है और 15 को प्रधानमंत्री इसे इनॉग्रेट करेंगे। इस बार का मकसद है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का इस्तेमाल करके कैसे हम संसद के अंदर ज्यादा सीट कर सकें, सांसदों को कैसे जनता के साथ जुड़ सके, चुनाव के बाद भी जनता से कैसे जनसंपर्क किया जाए, और साथ ही साथ जो कर्मचारी हैं, जो किसी भी पार्लियामेंट में कर्मचारी काम करते हैं, उनको हितों का ध्यान कैसे रखा जाए, ये तमाम इश्यूज हैं। सोशल मीडिया के जरिए सांसदों का जनता से कैसे जुड़ा हो, ये सारी चीजें जो है इसका मकसद है जी।
All right, Manohar, thank you for sharing all those details with us. Moving on to some updates that we're tracking as far as Iran is concerned, and latest updates that are coming in. Latest pro-Ayatollah protests across Iran have reignited a wider debate over the ground reality inside the country. While state-backed rallies project an image of popular support for the clerical leadership, they also raise questions about the scale, intensity and credibility of anti-regime protests highlighted by sanctions of international media. The contrasting narratives have sharpened scrutiny over whether dissent in Iran is as widespread, as destabilizing as often reported, or if the regime continues to retain significant control and public backing. My colleague Aditya Wadhwan with us on the broadcast to give us more on this. Aditya, give us the details at this point in time as far as the updates and the protests are concerned.
Well, absolutely. Asabri, to see, the protests in Iran are definitely now increasing day by day. However, some of the senior leaders in the Iranian administration are, are saying that the situation is under control. But however, as far as the situation on ground in Iran is concerned, definitely the situation is not under control. There are several, problems that are happening. There are certain concerns which are there. So it completely, if you see, the entire situation is very, very tense at this juncture. And definitely, if you see, things are not on a very, very good note. And definitely, there are concerns that US might also attack Iran. So particularly we see, at this juncture, it needs to be seen whether there will be a de-escalation as far as the Iranian protests are concerned or not. This needs to be seen. Asabri.
All right, stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. Islamic authorities in Iran have announced the imminent execution of participants involved in anti-regime protests. Officials say that following expedited court proceedings, the first group of convicted ringleaders of unrest is set to be executed on Wednesday morning. Aditya Wadhwan continues to be with us on the broadcast. Aditya, what exactly is the information that we're tracking as far as this development is concerned?
Well, absolutely. This development is very, very concerning at this juncture, Sabri. And absolutely, as far as this situation is concerned, it is very, very closely being monitored as to how the entire course of, events definitely see here. And definitely, if you see, it is at this juncture, there are concerns, a lot of concerns that are, spiraling in this regard. And definitely we see, Asabri, it needs to be seen how these whether there will be a stop on these Iranian protests, which started as a reason, that there is a widespread inflation across people, and people were angered by the policies that were taken by the Supreme Iranian leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So indeed, it needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario, and definitely it is a wait and watch situation, and it needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario.
Okay, all right. Stay on with us. We have some more news coming in. Among those sentenced to death is 26-year-old protester Irfan Soltani. His execution is scheduled for January 14th, 2026, just days after his arrest during the protests. Reports indicate that the execution will be carried out by hanging, with some of the executions possibly conducted publicly in accordance with Islamic law. Aditya, again, very shocking details, very chilling details coming our way as far as developments in Iran are concerned. The executions, of course, we're talking about a 26-year-old person who was a protester. He's now to face execution on 14th January. What more can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. The Iranian, the supreme leader, the top leaders in the Iranian establishment have said that, if the protesters do not stop protesting now, they will be publicly executed. And, this is what is happening to this 27-year-old protester. It is very, very unfortunate incident. Many global human rights organizations are, watching and definitely are seeing how the situation in Gulf in Iran. There's been a lot of widespread criticism about the Iranian regime as to how the way they are tackling the situation. And currently, if you see, from here on, it needs to be seen whether there could be a possible stop, because some of the Iranian leaders are claiming that, the situation in Iran is very, very normal, and definitely at this juncture, completely, it is a matter of concern which needs to be seen. And it's from here on, there are concerns because, if you see, the sanctions can already, Iran is, troubled due to the crippling sanctions that America has imposed on Iran. So definitely, the situation is very, very tense, and it needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario. Asavri.
Right, absolutely. Stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. According to human rights organization, Irfan Soltani's family was informed of his death sentence on January 11th and allowed only a brief 10-minute visit. Reports say Soltani was denied access to a lawyer, a fair trial, or any opportunity to appeal, raising serious concerns that this may be the first in a potential wave of rapid executions aimed at crushing dissent in Iran. Aditya continues to be with us on the broadcast. Aditya, that's shocking to know that, there was a 10-minute visit by the family of Irfan Soltani, no access to lawyer, no fair trial, no opportunity to appeal. And again, it raises those concerns with regards to what's going to happen next as far as executions are concerned.
Well, definitely, as far as the executions are concerned, definitely there is a very, very sorry situation that is engulfing in Iran. Definitely, these executions are being justified by the Iranian regime, which is not at all justified. That is why, the human rights situation, the human rights organization are also looking the entire situation in a very concerning manner. And definitely from here on, whether there will be a US intervention in this, the reports also suggest, that there are some reports that Israel is also, the Israeli spy agency, intelligence agency, Mossad is also behind, fueling these protests in Iran. But definitely, all these things are, just going viral, and, considering the, this statement by the public, declaring the public execution, this is something which absolutely needs to be seen. This is not at all desirable, because anywhere in the world, there is no justification for killing, for public execution. So entire to this, due to this, all the human rights, organizations are criticizing these moves by the Iranian leadership.
All right, Aditya, more news. Stay on with us. We have more news coming our way in other updates coming in from Iran during these protests. We can see new drone footage that has now surfaced showing the massive pro-government rally in the city of Arak. The city also has a vast population of about 6 lakh people. So as you can see those visuals on your screens, Aditya continues to be with us on the broadcast. Aditya, these drone visuals are out. The pro-government rallies are of course dominating the streets of Arak. What more can you tell us?
Well, definitely, these violent protests are going on, and definitely, on the street at this juncture, definitely there is a very, very concerning situation which is developing in Iran, and definitely, Asabri, if you see, all these protests, are telling a story, that the people are absolutely not happy with the way the policies that are implemented by the Ayatollah Khamenei regime, and definitely over the years we have seen some violent uprisings against some previous attempts also, to undermine the authority of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But however, now the situation is getting out of control, and it needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario.
Okay, all right, Aditya, stay on with us. Some more information coming our way. Another visual coming in from Iran's ongoing protests. So we can see millions of supporters of the Iranian government and the Islamic State are marching through Iranian cities, demanding the death penalty of the rioters who in fact killed 109 officials. The visuals there, of course, on your screens. Aditya, you're still with us on the broadcast. Help us understand this visual there on our screens of millions now on the streets marching. What is the information that we're tracking?
Well, absolutely. Millions of the Iranian people on the streets are definitely marching